Hi, I go by the name Gaqisa Olwetu. I am from UCRFM radio station, where your voice is our joy. Mental health refers to the emotional well-being of a person. I just want to let you know that you are worth it. Even if you are not okay, it's okay not to be okay. Take care of your health. Surround yourself with positive things and positive people. Welcome to SNF Nostos. You're listening to SNF Pop-Up Radio by Radio Workshop and Radio Panther, where we tell stories that #refocus on mental health.
Well, good morning everyone on such a beautiful morning of the 23rd, and we are at the SNF Nostos Pop-Up Radio team. We'll just like to give you a warm greetings and welcoming, and sadly this is the last day of learning, of socializing here at SNF Nostos conference. It is the last day of the conference, and of course my name is Mkansi Tato. I'm not alone, I'm with the team. I'll just give them the space to introduce themselves.
I'm Elena Grizalaki, and it's lovely to be here for another day.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Zanele Mola, and I'm happy to be here as well.
So how do you feel, guys, since this is our last day at the conference?
I am kind of sad that it's ending because I have been waiting for this for so long, and these days are just over like that. I didn't realize when time went by.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm fatigued. I'm super tired, exhausted, but I'm excited as well. It looks like a promising day. I am sad that it's the last day of the conference because I've been having a lot of fun. Besides learning and having educational conversations and attending talks, which were super informative, I am pretty sad that it's the last day of the conference.
Yeah, so can you quickly do the mood check thing so that we make sure that we all okay?
You like mood check thing? Come on. So from a scale of 1 to 10, I would rate myself a young 7.5 because I'm excited of our lineup today. Our breakfast show is quite interesting. We're interviewing a few guests. Some of them are from the Youth Advisory Committee. I'm sure you guys have been seeing their faces around. We've got Thibaut, we've got Gerald, we've got Beatrice, we've got Mary Ann, and we've got Angela as well.
Yeah, the Chief Executive Officer of Peer Health Exchange. So
many interesting personalities today.
You haven't told us how you're feeling though.
I am feeling a solid 9 out of 10. I'm very excited. Yeah, I slept well yesterday, so this is why I'm ready.
Good for you. I had an hour power nap, and that was until I got up. It's a breakfast show. Let's do this.
Tato, how are you feeling?
How am I feeling? I feel like, let me just say 7 out of 10. Because I'm still feeling nervous a little bit, but happy, and also sad for the fact that it is the last day of learning. Just wanted to extend the days a little bit further, a little bit more, But yeah, 7 out of 10.
It's good. It's going to become a 10 by the end of the session.
I'd like it to be like that.
Yeah, so we've been attending talks and concerts and getting to meet and know new people, from all around the world. See, that was insightful. So what I want to know is, what are you guys' highlights for the entire conference?
My highlights gotta be yesterday session with Naya Kit and everyone, and I also
it's actually pronounced Kete.
Kete. Oh, we're learning every day, everybody. So it's Naya Kete. I love the fact that she said God didn't exist in that space organization that helped the artist. So she apparently uses art to express or,
She does, and we're interviewing her later on today. I'm looking forward to that. I'm super excited about that. So yeah, is that all from you?
Yeah, that's all from me. Oh, and by the way, from the president, I also am taking out the fact that he said we have to listen to each other, and he spoke about freedom of speech, religion, redefining our freedom, if you remember very well, and also the use of social media related to artificial intelligence. That was a very interesting topic.
Yeah. This conversation was very interesting, and he made a lot of amazing points. It was amazing seeing Mr. Obama live on stage.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the South African in me, but he low-key gave Mandela vibes. Like, even the way he waved, I was like, what? So, Helena, what was your highlight for, like, the entire conference?
My highlight definitely had to be the release festival. Rosalia, she was phenomenal.
I know.
She was insane. The way her energy was on top with every single song she performed. And she wasn't just like sitting and performing at a corner. She was dancing. She was dancing all around. She was insane. She was wonderful.
Like, she was born to do this.
Yeah.
But like, my highlight would be obviously the release. But then attending the talk yesterday made me realize that you cannot say you know enough about mental health, and there's quite a lot of ways to deal with everything that you're going through. For instance, we're interviewing Naya later on. She was speaking about using art to heal.
Mm-hmm.
She's a song healer. I never knew that things like that existed until I looked her up. She's a song healer, and she uses songwriting to heal trauma, like traumatic experience. She spoke about this young man yesterday, which she shared her story with permission, obviously. She shared the story of this young man who got molested by his father from a very young age to his like late teens. And she wrote a song about it, like a very beautiful song. And the young men's therapist like didn't advise Naya sharing the song, but then when she sang it and when she did, he felt healing. He felt like there's someone who understands what he's going through, and then he could finally start his healing journey. I didn't know that something like that could happen through a song. Like, it's a song, Batung. So yeah, just a quick lineup for today and what we have in store for you guys. Right now, well, not right now, but then yeah, in like a few, we're gonna have Gerald and Thibaut from the Youth Advisory Committee. And straight after that, we have Miss Beatrice. Yeah, we're going to have her. And then we're going to have Angela from the Digital Storytelling Group. Yeah, and then straight after that, we have Mary Ann to close off our show. Yeah, it was super fun, guys. So yeah, see you in a few.
Yep.
Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
Just like that, we're back, and as I promised, we have Gerald and Thibaut from the Youth Advisory Committee who are going to be sharing us with their personal experiences and their mental health journeys. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning. It's nice to be here.
Good morning. It's a pleasure.
Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
You want to start us off? You want me to...
Go ahead. You started first.
I'm Thibaut Hirsch. I'm from Los Angeles, and yeah, it's been a very special experience for me to be here with such a diverse and interesting group of people. I think the conversations and like the image is a lot of what people see, but what they don't see sometimes is me and Gerald like getting coffee, and I'm like, how is this different, like in your experience where you're like Italy, Cameroon, like talking about that in the wider group as well. So grateful to be a part of that.
Yeah, like indeed, and I don't have so much to add on what he said. Like it's like really incredible. Like knowing from where I come from, I'm originally from Cameroon, and I goes by the name Jaran Bale, based in Italy.
Yeah.
And like people just see what we are here, like a group, but they don't know about our individual journey. I mean, like each of us have his own past and have his own challenges, and deal with them every day. But the like most tremendous thing about it is like when we come together, we don't see that. Like we live like in real time. Like we share ideas, we discuss, we try to implement things, but we still carry our bondages like inside of us. Like that's what we take, and when we communicate, we see that we are similar, even though we have a very different past.
Yeah, I totally relate to that. Like, I totally do. So, Gerald, you shook Obama's hand yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
You literally shook his hand. Like, what did he say to you? How was that like? How did you feel? Like,
I mean, you
take
like
us through the experience.
it's crazy, but it's like it's really insane. It's like when you live a moment where you have never thought of like being there at that moment, and when you have a man right in front of you, you become speechless. Like you just like you shake the hand, like you lack words. But it was very very quick conversation. Like he was really thrilled about what we are doing. And I mean, like leaders of his caliber believe that the future of tomorrow is just like it starts from the youth.
Yeah.
So seeing us engage and working together with the entire group to shape things and like to amplify our voice is for him the best way to start to have a better future. That's what he said. That he was really thrilled of the work we are doing. It was wonderful. I mean, like. Obama, man.
I know, right? And we're super proud of you. We're all so super proud of you. So you literally just mentioned when you were introducing yourself that you're from Cameroon and you live in Italy right now. So can you tell us the story of how you ended up in all of these places and how you literally ended up in Athens as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it very short because it's something that can take about like 48 hours if I want to talk about it.
Right.
I mean, like.
Just take your time.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like we have the whole day.
Okay.
But we kind of don't. But
Okay.
we do, but we don't.
Yeah, I will try to give it to the audience in a very specific way.
Yeah.
I mean, like at a very young age, I was obliged to flee out of my country. My original country is Cameroon, and in Cameroon, I live a very unstable life as a child, and I was from like the North region, a very challenged area where there is an ongoing disaster, climate change disaster going on.
Yeah.
And there is also some types of attacks from a group of armed men, like terrorizing the entire region. And I found myself in that situation when I was very young. And I was like guided to go out of the country to unknown people, accompanied by unknown people. So I have the journey of a young African male traveling through the Sahara Desert in some of the most dangerous conditions you could ever imagine, with some of the most dangerous men that humanity can imagine, then spending long hours on a dinghy in the middle of the Mediterranean before being rescued and transferred into a refugee camp. So when we focus on mental health here at SNF Nostos Conference, like I really embody what it means to like live separation, detention. I mean, like the lack of affection from family. And those are things that we carry with us for a very long time. And if we don't get help, we stay in that bondage. So like today I'm here with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Youth Advisory Committee. We see Gerard, but we don't see that. I mean, like we don't see Gerard in his moment of anxiety, always in his bed in the refugee camp, like in his nightmares, like really, really afraid to go out because like he has like this huge language barrier in a country where he doesn't know anything about the culture or anything, and he's still an underage guy. And but it was incredible the transformation I had because I had the opportunity to like meet a very special body. Like this is gonna be very beautiful for you and for the audience.
Yeah.
Like just imagine that I was in that stage and I had the opportunity to get included by another marginalized demographic of our community, people with intellectual challenges. Like that is the only moment where I felt part of a group. Like it was just like a simple invitation. Hey man, come and play with us. Like come and play soccer with us. But with a very profound and tremendous transformation with impact. Like a very huge transformative impact because like you be in the middle of people with intellectual challenges, like a unified partner, going with the intention of being a partner, like helping them to play. But at the same time, you receive like a very mutual transformation while trying to help them. Like you see your difficulties in another language in those guys. And I said, man, I must be an advocate for these guys. Like I must raise my voice to amplify these differences, but that are really challenging. And that's how I regained my self-esteem. That's how I started dreaming again. That's why I went back to school, I went back to the university, I got job opportunity. And like, right, I'm here today, like with a very vibrant team of very vibrant youths. And I had the opportunity to meet my friend here, Thibaut.
Hey.
Like, you know, that's how people connect, you know.
Yeah.
Like, somebody like him that was very curious about knowing how I undergo what I pass through and how I deal with them every day. But while communicating, like, we realize that though I like had to endure all these challenges, and our daily life is the same. Like the same mental challenges that he had during lockdown, and like maybe the same one he lives with every day are the same thing I face every day. So we are similar in our differences somehow, and it's a very interesting gentleman because like what he has chosen to do in his career is very, very interesting. He's into filmmaking and he has already had experience of a young guy. I mean, like when you see the young American who decide to travel, go back in certain regions of Africa, definitely that is an opportunity to like grow your mindset and like to explore, to become somebody who's very open. And I think I will leave Thibaut to talk as well.
Okay. What I want to say is that I do acknowledge that your experiences have been very traumatic, and I can only imagine how much it took for you to try and overcome all of that. But I find it very empowering that you found your self-esteem into advocacy. Like, that is just powerful. That is just... Tiba, we haven't forgotten about you, Chomi.
No.
We'll never forget
he's got
you.
important things to say.
So you literally mentioned to me, I think it was at breakfast, that you flew in from Jamaica. What were you doing in Jamaica? Please, I beg.
This past summer, I guess this summer, I've had the opportunity to work for a cancer research institute in Jamaica. They're doing very important work on genomic sequencing and understanding how a group, essentially in the Caribbean, there's an utter lack of data about cancer, and as a result, people don't know how to treat it as well.
Yeah.
And as a result of that and the lacking infrastructure, people only realize they have cancer when it's too late. So there's also a need for palliative care, which is, when you know you're going to pass, trying to figure out a way to deal with the pain. I was connected to one of the founders of a program or an organization called JACRI, it's Jamaican Cancer and Care Research Institute. And so I've gotten to know some of their staff, and hopefully I'm going right back on, I guess, tomorrow. So I'll be continuing to work. It is hectic. But so yeah, I'll be continuing work on that. Try to create a video that shows why there is such a need for cancer care in the Caribbean and in Jamaica specifically.
Yeah. You did mention it, and even Gerald mentioned that you're into videography. So Can you tell us a story or just walk us through the moment when you realized that, like, this is actually what I love doing? Like, this is it. Like, this is my passion.
Totally. I think that I've accidentally, I would say that I'm not so sure that that's exactly what I want to do. I would say that it's been a tool for me thus far to connect with people from all over the world and connect with people in a way that goes beyond what otherwise I might be able to do. Last year I went to Sierra Leone, and instead of being in Freetown for like a week and looking at a pretty beach or two and then running away, I got to work there for like 2 months and meet people, connect with people, and entertain relationships that through film that otherwise I wouldn't have been able to have. So thus far, that's been my guiding star in making videos and making film. So maybe that will lead to something else. I mean, after hearing the President Barack Obama speak yesterday, I was like, maybe there are other ways to connect with people, and
There are.
meeting. Yeah. So.
There are. We're literally going to interview Naya later on, and she's a song healer, and that's a discovery. I was like, I didn't know that things like this like do exist, like literally healing someone through a song. That is just so powerful. What I want you guys to walk me through is a story of how you guys got to join the Youth Advisory Committee. Like, I think we really want to hear that.
Yeah, I also believe it is a very curious aspect of this conference since last year. A lot of people are wondering on how we joined the SNF Nostos Committee. But there is nothing specific about that. Like, we ourselves are wondering how we are in.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we realize that it is a very dynamic organization, do a lot of work and trying to amplify the voice of youth, of young people. And it is a tremendous organization that believes in youth, that believes that youth is the future. I have a different background. As I earlier said, I started advocating for advocacy for people with intellectual challenges some years ago. But I have a role in a very big organization, which is an organization which is the largest and the biggest in the world organization for people with intellectual challenges, using sports for social change. And I am like a consultant in that organization, working on a project called Unify with Refugee, which is like witnessing the athlete of Special Olympics extending a hand of friendship to another marginalized group of the community to come and raise their voice in changing the narrative of people of the most unserved of our community. So like I have a special role where I'm coordinating events, implementing events, I'm doing some in-person presentation. I am a special envoy for the partnership we have with a lot of ONG and private foundations. And I'm already doing something into the community before being here. And I think what I'm doing, the role I'm playing in the community as a whole, is something that needs to be amplified. And the real canals to get that really heard is being part of a group of this nature. And we have been very lucky, and we are lucky to have the people with whom we work that has demonstrated, like they are demonstrating us every day, what does leadership mean, what does taking young people through mean, like teaching us every day what to do, caring, asking, and like taking us through on what they believe we have potential on and what we can do best. We are not like expert, that's total different thing, but we are aspiring experts, and we are learning every day on how to serve a community as a whole. So what I have to say in regards to this question is like each of us, we are 11 of us, and any of us have his story. Yeah. Any of us have his way and the way in which he approached the foundation. And definitely the foundation has a specific requirement in terms of profile and other things that they look into consideration. That's the only way I think I can answer this question. I mean, I don't have a really specific answer in that. The only thing I know is that we are blessed and we are lucky.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tibo, do you have anything to say?
How we got here, I don't think is been as interesting as like what we've been able to do since we've been a part of it. I was essentially, from my understanding, SNF's affiliated with many very important and with very many important organizations, and within those there are youth that are coming up, and they were looking for a group, and so they reached out to the people they knew, and so you end up with awesome people like Gerald, like Joy, like Russia, like the team.
So, gentlemen, it saddens me that we have to wrap up. I could literally talk to you guys the whole day if I could, but then unfortunately we wrap up. I just want to say, like, thank you for the work that we do. We see you, we acknowledge you, and we appreciate you. It's really rare to find young people who know what they're doing and who are very passionate about doing the work that you do. But then the last question would be, well, it's not a question rather, but then you guys have a really strong bond. We've been seeing that even last year. You guys have a really, really strong bond. So can you tell us a bit about what this means to you?
All right, let me start this one off. So I heard
Look at you being sentimental.
the very beginning of. So what Gerald told you guys, I heard at the very beginning of last year's conference, and I was like, there's no shot. I'm not going to ask this guy like a million questions over a pint of beer. So I did, and I think that made a pretty good impression on Gerald. And he was like, this is a relatively considerate human being who actually cares about what I've been through. And since then, it's been a mess.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, I agree. And I would say, yeah, I mean, like, I was also interested on his approach, on his questions. He was really, really curious. And unfortunately, I have traveled a lot of countries. I mean, like, traveled the whole of Africa through Libya in very challenging settings. So I've been able to meet a lot of people. I mean, like, good and bad people at the same time.
Yeah.
And I have been able to acquire a certain type of empathy and go into empathy with people. And I feel some people definitely like skin to skin, because my brain, in a certain period of my life, developed a surviving mechanism that like was like enabled me to affiliate just with the good people, because I was like in a type of trauma shock period where everything around me was like so bad. I was like really careful on how I do things. So when I have this very human approach, that when I see people that are very human, like people that I have, while talking to them, I realize that they have the same vision as me. I mean, like the vision of looking into a world where we will take the challenge to redefine and to uncover the world in which we live in, like try to change the normality of what people see. A world in where we look everybody as equal. Yeah. I think if we grow with that type of mindset at a very young age, or maybe in this stage of our life, we can definitely think of doing things together, because I've seen things, he has seen things. He comes from a different community. I come from a different community. Totally. I am now integrated into a different community. So I just like have a point of view of, I just like have many perspectives of things. And our adventure is not only going to be here at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation as youth advisory committee member. I mean, this is the purpose, bring youths together for them to do things in the future. And like, we see things in a different way. I mean, like, I am into things. I see organizations that give funds. I see organizations that implement things like from grassroots sports to advocacy for people, LGBTQ, for the less marginalized one, for people that live stigmatization of type of illness. I mean, like, my friends are asylum seekers. My friends are refugees. My friends are migrant. My friends are also non-migrant. So I live with people that complain because of the way the society treat them. I live with people that are privileged because of the way society treat them. So like the vision is like to try to do something in order to make things to come together, in order to use the voice and the expertise that we are going to gain this year. And he has a very great expertise in a different camp. I think if I bring what I've seen, I say, okay, Ro, put this in a documentary. Pam, pam, pam. Two things like he's going to set that up. And the friendship is just, that's what we think about, like connection and thinking towards the future and see how we can make the world a place to live in.
All right, thank you so much, Gerald, and thank you, Thibaut. And it's so nice to see the bond that you guys share. It's just even the way he calms you down when you're nervous and you're about to go on stage. So when he's acting up and his cheeks go all pink, and then he's
That's bromance.
look at you. It's something so nice to see. The fact that you guys are so different yet so relatable is just good to watch. And thank you so much for making the time to come by. It has been an honor. So yeah.
Thank you.
Until next time.
Yeah, see you.
Appreciate it.
Hi, I go by the name Gatlisa Olwetu. I am from UCRFM radio station, where your voice is our joy. Mental health refers to the emotional well-being of a person. I just want to let you know that you are worth it. Even if you are not okay, it's okay not to be okay. Take care of your health. Surround yourself with positive things and positive people. Welcome to SNF Nostos. You're listening to SNF Pop-Up Radio by Radio Workshop and Radio Panther, where we tell stories that #refocus on mental health.
Hello, hi, we back again. Right now we are sitting with Patricia, the director of Peer Health Exchange. She's going to be talking with us some of the things. So, yeah.
It is lovely having you here. Good morning, first and foremost. And we have a lot of interesting questions to ask you because you're a very interesting person. And the digital storytelling workshop was amazing, and we really want to let people know what that was like. So, first and foremost, can you explain what you do?
Yes. Number one, thank you all so much for being a part of our digital storytelling workshop. It was amazing to have y'all, and hearing you do this on the radio has been so amazing, like a great part of my experience here.
Thank you.
But a little bit of what I do, I'm the director of digital well-being at Peer Health Exchange, and so I oversee our Self-See content, so the content that will be going on our website, selfsee.org. I also co-lead a youth group called Youth Design Group of young people ages 13 to 19, and everything that we have on our website is completely vetted by them. So they review all of our resources, they tell us yes or no if they want it to live on the platform, and they co-design what the platform should be. So what features we have, what topics we mention on there, and everything like that. So it's all about elevating their voice and making sure that the product meets their needs.
That's so interesting. I'm sure that must be a lot of hard work. But it definitely pays off.
It pays off, and it's never hard working with young people. Like, y'all are an amazing group of folks, so I love it.
Thank you.
Look at you making us blush.
So, can you remember exactly what was happening in your life when you decided to join Peer Health Exchange?
Yeah, I was working at another job, and I started to feel like our values weren't aligning. And so when I started looking for work, I was approached by Peer Health Exchange, and I was scared. I had imposter syndrome. I did not apply to the job for a month. And then finally I decided to go ahead and take that chance, and it was the best thing that could have happened to me. But that's something that impacts me a lot. I get a lot of anxiety, I get in my head, and I just don't think that I'm ready to be at that next step. So it took a lot of conversations with a lot of people in my corner to get me to apply for the role.
So they approached you,
Yeah.
is what you're saying. Wow, that's so interesting.
So can I ask, since you became the director of Peer Health Exchange, like how did your mentality now change? Like what is that one thing that you now see differently?
Oh, I mean, I've always loved working with young people. That's always been the focus of, like, even when I went to school, I have my master's in social work. Everything that I did was centered around creating a better future for y'all, making sure that you had the resources that you need. But I was missing that, and a lot of the things that I do was actually working with young people. And when I think about your question, it actually takes me back to an experience that I had a couple of weeks ago where our youth group meets at like 7 p.m. every Tuesday night. And I had therapy from like 6 to 6:45. And I was feeling very raw. I had a very intense session with my therapist. And then I had to immediately log back on to work with our youth group. And within 15 minutes, I was feeling so much better. Like,
That's
they were
amazing.
making me laugh. I walked in, I was like, y'all, I'm coming in from therapy. Like, I'm going to be a little bit raw. And they were like, look at you taking care of your mental health. Like, we love a queen who's doing that. And then we were just joking and laughing and hearing them, like, how dedicated they were to the work that we were doing and what they wanted to make better for young people online, like, instantly lifted my spirits.
It's so great that like it's not only about work. It doesn't feel like work to you.
It
That's
never
the
feels
idea
like
that
work.
I get.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
that's
amazing. I could spend hours, which I need to take a break, but yeah.
Yeah, your synergy at the workshop was amazing. You guys are a wonderful team.
Thank you so much. We really love what we do. We love being able to work with y'all. And this is our first time really getting to do something like this in person and to have young people in person and do the work. Because the workshops are usually virtual.
Really?
So being able to interact with y'all in person and see your energy and just see it come to life has been amazing for us.
You guys are great facilitators, by the way. Like, we couldn't tell. We literally
Oh my
couldn't
gosh,
tell.
thank you so much. Y'all really helped us. Y'all did. Y'all brought the energy.
Really? And you say you really enjoy your job, and I love that, but I'm curious, does listening to so many deep and personal stories affect you? Like, if you hear to something you resonate with, if you listen to something that you relate with, how do you deal with that? How do you take care of your mental health like that?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I mean, sometimes it can be really, really tough. Prior to doing this work, I did work on a suicide hotline, so I heard a lot of stories that stemmed from that as well, which kind of allowed me to be prepared for stepping into this line of work. But what I always tell folks and what I tell my team too is you may think that you have processed everything, that there aren't going to be subject matters that impact you, but until you're in the moment and you're listening to something, that's when you'll notice yourself maybe start to tear up. And when I find those moments happening is when I'll usually take a step back from the work. I'll be really honest with my team and my manager and say, hey, I just need to take a break. I need to walk away. Maybe I'll log off for the rest of the day. As I mentioned earlier, I am in therapy, so I'll reach out to my therapist to see if she can have a session. I'll journal. I watch my comfort show, maybe listen to music. Or sometimes what I like to do if I've had a really overwhelming day is I like to sit in the quiet and just cook. I like have no music on. I'm not talking to anybody. I am just sitting there with my recipe, chopping my vegetables, doing whatever I need to do to clear my head of anything.
It's really nice that you guys are looking out for each other in such circumstances.
Our team is amazing. They will be like, you haven't taken time off in a while. You need to take some time off or take a day, or like, why don't you take a half day? You've been working all morning. So it's really, really impactful to have a team like that generally cares about your well-being. It really makes going to work, like y'all said, fun, and you know that everyone is looking out for you.
Yeah, and the fact that you were working at a suicide prevention hotline, that's I can only imagine how strong-willed you have to be to do a job like that.
Yeah, I'll shut them out. It was actually with the Trevor Project, who's here today. They'll be speaking later this afternoon. But yes, I spent almost 4 years working with that organization, and I've learned so much from them.
We're definitely attending. We're definitely attending the talk.
And as you know, we were both at the President Obama talk yesterday, and I was wondering, he mentioned in his speech that we can use our story to help others. And since this is what you do at Peer Health Exchange, I would like to ask you, how do we use our story to connect to others, to help others?
Yeah, well, y'all have been doing it all conference long. My team and I have just been hearing y'all talk about your own instances, and y'all all mentioning anxiety and stress and like even nerves. And what I want to say is the fact that y'all have been so vulnerable and sharing those stories here on the radio has been helping young people as well. And not only helping young people who are listening, but it helps you too, because you get to take ownership of your narrative. You get to be the one to decide how you want to tell your story, how you want to share it, and then young people will always take what they need. So they might not be going through that same experience, but the things that you have learned to implement into your life, they'll be able to be like, oh, I might have a similar situation. When I'm stressed, I remember them hearing this on the radio. I remember hearing them say this another time, and they might take that into their own life.
Great. It has been lovely talking to you, and I wish we could talk for longer, but unfortunately we're very short on time. Thank you so much, Patricia, for this interview.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been great.
You've been lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Amazing.
SNF Pop-Up Radio.
Now let us imagine that you're in the middle of your disc jockey program.
Hey, listen up, everybody.
It's gonna be so awesome.
With the Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
Just like that, we were back, and right now we're with Shoni Pilendaba. She's our field reporter, and she's been doing field reporting throughout the entire conference. So, Shoni, tell us, baby girl, how is it out there?
It's so great. Like, I really enjoy talking to so many people. I've really just been enjoying talking to so many people, getting so many different opinions. Like, I can ask a lot of people, like 5 people, one question and get so many different responses. Yeah, like I've asked, the most questions that I've asked is, what brings you here? And it's not like everyone said, oh, the SNF conference, and then just left it like that, you know. But I got a response saying, this lady, she said she's here because she's interested in mental health, you know. She's very big on mental health. And being here is actually helping her learn more than what she's known, you know. It's like broadening her knowledge on mental health, and she really really, really enjoyed. Like I think that was like 5 minutes long. Like
Really?
I'm pretty sure it was 5 minutes long. Just her asking me that, just me asking her that one question. Literally, she
hectic.
just went off. I loved it. I loved it.
So how have you been enjoying the conference so far? Because I know that we went to see Rosalia and Central C, yeah, but not only entertainment,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah. And we literally went to the arts talk yesterday where Naya was a speaker.
Yes,
yeah,
Naya was
and
a speaker.
Sandra.
And also we got to see people's talents. Like Naya sang for us.
She sang.
Constantina danced for us.
And we were like,
that was lovely. That was lovely. People are talented out there. People are really talented out there. And what I liked about that is that that arts conference, that arts session, is that people, people, I can say people, integrate art and how to heal mental health. Yeah, like, it's crazy how just one little song about you and your experience can actually help you feel so much better, and just that someone singing about your experiences will like literally make you feel so much better and make you feel so much lighter and everything. It's lovely. I love it.
So can I ask you, like, what are your expectations for today?
My expectations for today, I really want to talk to Constantina. I really, like,
I understand the feeling.
I'm so excited. Other expectations for today, I'm just expecting to get I'm expecting to obviously ask a different question today.
Yeah.
And to get more knowledge, because yesterday was a very informative day. So I'm hoping that today is an even bigger, like it's bigger and better. Like it's the last day. Come on.
Look at you getting goosebumps.
I love your energy so
Mr.
much.
Bean calls them
you.
goosebumps. So I was literally yesterday years old when I learned that like you could really start your healing journey with like dancing. Like dancing exercises are thingy-majiggy muscle in your brain. She explained everything. Like
Literally everything.
I was literally yesterday years old, but then unfortunately, Suri Pai, we have to let you go because we can't talk all day. I really wish we could, but we can't. And I wish we could, but we can't. Like we really can't. But then it has been great having you. Go there in the field and all the best. Like, I know it's hectic out there. So
good luck.
I even wore better shoes today.
Hugs and kisses.
Love that.
So we'll see y'all in the jippy. So guys, it is literally it from us. It has been a lovely breakfast show. The energy has been unmatched. And right now, coming up, we are going to have Mary Ann Nobele, our youth advisory committee member from Saudha. Guys, she's from Saudha. Please, I need a young drum roll, please.
SNF Pop-Up Radio with the Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
And right, of course, we back at it again, like we never left. And right here, I'm sitting with the member of the Youth Advisory Committee from South Africa.
Shine, girl, shine.
Mary Ann Nobele. Can you please kindly maybe introduce yourself?
Okay, hi, I'm Mary Ann Nobele. Like Tato said, I'm from South Africa, and I'm part of this year's Youth Advisory Committee, which has been so exciting. So much has happened. Yeah.
I know storytelling and writing is important to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so is it to me. So do I. I love
Hey,
storytelling.
twin.
I love
Look at
writing.
you trying to relate.
I relate, get the vibes. So, like, tell me the story of how you fell in love with writing.
With writing?
Or maybe storytelling, rather.
I think for me, it has a lot to do with the community I come from. I've seen so many things happen there. I've experienced people's journeys with them, and it's just like, I think, especially because of where I stay in South Africa, a lot of the people I grew up around were like relatively privileged, and so it's like they were in this little bubble of not understanding that outside of like Sandton, there's a completely different life, and not even like too far from it, and people are kind of living oppositely to how they're living. And so I was just like, this needs to, I firmly believe that firstly people relate more than they realize, and through stories firstly they realize that, but they also start to understand the importance of actually understanding what's happening around them. And that's why I've recently fallen in love with watching the news, because firstly we're always hearing stories there, but it's really important to just know what's happening around you, staying in touch, and understanding that as much as you might be experiencing life one way, there are tons of other people who are experiencing it completely differently.
So you told us something about being from the place you live at. It's
Yes.
inspired by where you live. Can you please maybe kindly describe for us how
Where I
does
come
the
from?
place look?
Alex is like.
Yeah, what
Alex
Alex is
So
like.
I come from Alexandra in Johannesburg, South Africa. Alexandra is the oldest township in the country, and it's mad ghetto, not gonna lie. Tons of shacks, a dirty river, but really amazing people, great food, incredible music. And I think it's just so diverse because people came to Joburg looking for jobs from different parts of the country. And so it's incredibly diverse, probably one of the reasons I can speak so many South African languages. But yeah, there's a lot going on there. Crime, vibes, groove, you name it, it's happening in Alex.
You know the vibes.
A lot going on. So what kind of books or articles or maybe blogs do you enjoy reading that supports your mental health?
Ooh, so I don't really, I haven't leaned onto the reading article side, but I have been listening to podcasts. And I actually got the recommendations from my sister because she always be like, I just heard this podcast. And I think, you should do this in your 20s. I think it's called Navigating Your 20s or something like that. But it's tons of episodes of just looking at life in your 20s, things you could be keeping in mind. I think for me personally, it's been eye-opening as to in terms of certain fears I have. I've listened and I'm like, that is a great way to look at it, especially because I'm a bit of a pessimist. I will overthink everything that's happening, and I'll always think of the worst case scenario. As if it's actually going to happen. And so I've just, listening to that has definitely helped me just think less, to be give me a whole new lens when looking at my 20s.
So you only listen to podcasts? That the one that contribute to your mental health?
Well, I think my biggest safekeeper of mental health is definitely being busy. I like being out and about. I like socializing with people, and being social doesn't necessarily mean partying. Conversating with people, hearing from them, it's really, especially because, like I said, people relate more than they realize. And so having conversations with people from different parts of South Africa, from different parts of the world, definitely opens your eyes, and it makes you realize that you're not alone.
Okay, so take me through the emotion and feeling since this is the last day of the conference. How are you feeling? Things like that. Because I'm feeling tired.
Really?
Wow, I feel so tired. I'm so tired.
Exhausted.
No, we've had long days. I think I'm sad. I don't want to be leaving. And I really can't believe it's the last day already. But I'm looking forward to a lot. I know, people are going to be having certain talks. I'm presenting, I'm hosting one of the Q&As, and I'm going to be introducing some people onto stage. So I'm excited about that. But overall, I wish this was a 3-day conference, because 2 just doesn't feel like enough.
I get that. So thank you so much for having time to sit with us here. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
You've been awesome.
See you in a bit.
SNF Pop-Up Radio.
Now let us imagine that you're in the middle of your disc jockey program.
Hey, listen up, everybody.
It's gonna be so awesome.
With the Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back. We're just back with your announcements for the day. So in order to download the app, you need to have registered to attend the SNF Nostos conference. Check the snfnostos.org website on the conference station. Click on the SNF Nostos app icon, which is located on the right of the screen. How are you feeling? It's literally a rating of your emotions for the day. So use the conference app to load your answer and keep an eye out for the collective mood updates on screens on the SNFCC. To be part of the survey, you need to have downloaded the app and activated the app's push notifications. Every time the Mood Check survey is live, you'll get a notification to submit your answer. So please start making your way to the halls for this morning's talk, where we'll be on stage. You guys will literally be seeing us on stage. So how do you guys feel about that?
It's not just any stage, it's the Greek National Opera stage, which is huge.
Look at you being knowledgeable.
Of course, of course.
I'm super stoked about that because the president is literally going to introduce us. And you know what's crazy? He could fluently pronounce our names. I was like, what? Look at you.
I can't wait for that.
Last year, he was literally like, Siyabonga Mukwena, Zanele Silindo Kuhle Mol. And I'm like, look at you saying Silindo Kuhle. Like, what? So, how are you guys feeling?
We are feeling tired, but excited at the same time. So, yeah. How are you feeling, Elena?
I'm very excited. I think that all the exhaustion has just disappeared. I am ready. I am pumped. I am just so excited for the rest of the day.
Okay. It's good. It's all good.
It has
so
been.
I guess we'll meet again, like in the afternoon.
We have been, but before we go, like literally on the stage, I just want to reflect on the interviews that we had this morning because we had really, really empowering and inspiring guests. And I felt like we really need to put a lens on the amount of work that young people put in, and especially into raising awareness on mental health. What I found super inspiring is the fact that Gerald literally found his self-esteem back by advocating for other people. So it's literally looking at people that you relate to and you're like, okay, middle finger anxiety, I'm literally gonna do this for the people who deserve it. Like that is just
Exactly.
And
Thibaut literally going like to different locations and like and advocating and trying to get resources for people who don't have them. Like I mean that'll be hectic. Like you're literally doing a documentary for someone you know that might die. Like it's literally your days are numbered situation. Mad anxiety.
But nevertheless, they still do it.
Yeah,
That's what I'm happy for and I'm glad for. Like, wow.
Yeah, but I'm literally looking forward to the rest of the day and the rest of the conference. And we're going to look back and with Uhloni and we're going to check how Constantina's interview went like. So, guys, from us, it's literally deuces. You'll see you guys in a jiffy.
Well, see you in a bit. Thank you. Bye.
Στο SNF Nostos ακούτε το SNF Pop-Up Radio από το Radio Workshop και το Radio Pantheon, όπου λέμε ιστορίες που επανεστιάζουν και κάνουν focus στη ψυχική υγεία.
green field of mine. Sometimes it's black, sometimes it's white, like the cloudy mountains. Some days the grass is blooming, some days it turns to dust. I'm a tree longing for the sun, hoping that it lasts. There's a river in the green field of mine.
SNF Nostos 2023 is on its way to help analyze, discuss, and normalize every aspect of mental health on June 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Learning, conversation, and entertainment become one and prove that taking care of our interior worlds begins out there. SNF Nostos 2023 from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. Release, rethink, refocus on mental health.
Hello, good morning. Kalimera, good morning. Thank you for being here again today. I hope you all had a good day yesterday. I guess it was a full program. And in my mind, what really stays is the fact that, yes, we are helping make sure that the stigma is off mental health. I mean, the idea that every panel, every discussion, on, off stage, has to do with mental health. We should not take it for granted that it's an easy thing. So I think most proud of the fact that we can do that and we can push to really throw the stigma off. So I hope you enjoyed yesterday. Today is another full day. I'd like to focus on as I was saying yesterday, as we started a global health initiative, and then we zoomed into mental health. And this happened with two great collaborations. The one was with the Child Mind Institute that you saw yesterday. And then the other one was an amazing also collaboration with Colombia to establish the SNF Center for Precision Psychiatry and Mental Health at Columbia University. A few words, which are also online, but I think are important. It's that the new center, which actually started last spring, seeks to catalyze the development of innovative new tools to enhance care for people experiencing severe mental illness worldwide, including advances in diagnosis, prevention, and treatment through the application of precision psychiatry, an emerging field at the nexus of multiple scientific disciplines, including genomics, neuroscience, and epidemiology. By allowing researchers to map the genetic mutations that underlie the psychiatric disorders of individual patients, precision psychiatry holds the unprecedented promise of highly effective, personalized care based on each individual's unique genetic makeup and biology. The center's work will draw on complementary expertise at Columbia's Department of Psychiatry, the New York Psychiatric Institute, and the Mortimer Zuckerman Mind-Brain Behavior Institute, as well as the Columbia-affiliated New York Genome Center. The partnership between Columbia University and SNF arose from a joint vision for helping to reduce the toll of mental illness on individuals and communities with cutting-edge science and technology. In keeping with the values of the SNF Health Initiative, the Center's leadership is fully committed to making the resources it develops open and available to the international research community. The Center is also committed to fighting inequality in mental health care by seeking and leveraging partnerships to ensure that innovations are accessible to all, regardless of background. And I think that goes with the overall, effort which one sees today, trying to bring science closer to society, trying to bring science close to bedside. And I think that's very important. And I also want to say thank you to my very good friend, Andonis Samaras. It's because of him one day that we were having lunch. Yesterday we were having a dinner with Harold Koplevich. That's how the CMI started. Then we had lunch with Andonis, and he was involved, and he knew about the amazing work that is being done by the individuals, and I'll talk about them. And he said for us to look into it. So that's how it all started. So thank you, because again, behind every good effort, behind every good organization, at the end of the day, it's people and how we all connect with a common agenda to try to help. I would like to thank some individuals. First of all, the three co-directors of the center, Dr. Sander Marks, Dr. Steven Kustner, and Dr. Joseph Gogos. And also, a very important role has been played by the Scientific Advisory Committee and the three persons who are here today, Richard Axel, Rui Costa, and Tom Agnatis. Thank you all. And I think it's been a real collective effort and teamwork to make sure, again, that that we all follow the mission and the vision to try to make sure that there's value added, and also that it's an open platform. So thank you all, and we're going to hear a lot more in a bit. In the meantime, yesterday we spoke about the importance of the youth, and we had the youth advisory committee, and I introduced you the 11 members. And then I also spoke about the SNF Nostos pop-up radio, and this is from yesterday. Like last year, we're very happy that we have our own Nostos radio voice, a beautiful collaborative spirit between Radio Workshop, formerly the Children's Radio Foundation, coming from Africa, and Radio Pantheon of the Pantheon University of Athens. It is the voice of the young that will cover the conference with their thoughts, active thoughts, and music. So I would like to call them on stage, and they are 18 members, 10 from Africa and 8 from the Pantheon. So we have with us Masachamba Mesa Aso, Abigail Maedza, Puselecho Gianni, Sia Mokoena, Mo Isu, Tiniko Mate, Erhabo Patani, Tato Mukansi, Zanele Molo, and Sonipile Damba from Africa, from Radio Workshop. Welcome and thank you. And from Radio Pantheon, Maria Bonaru, Andreas Bekiri, Elena Gridzelaki, Hara Kasioti, Nikos Naum, Iota Paliura, Andreas Georgios Skinner, και Θάνια Βαβούρη. Ευχαριστούμε. Και thank you all, and thank you for the amazing collaboration.
Thank you, Mr. Dracopoulos.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Dracopoulos. My name is Sia Mokoena. I'm a youth reporter from South Africa. On behalf of the Radio Workshop, we're really grateful and truly honored to have been a part of the pop-up radio, acting as voices of the youth, sharing different perspectives, and also hopefully getting to give people the platform to get to share their personal stories as well. And yeah, our aim was literally to get to share and change and also let people think about different perspectives. So we're truly grateful for all of that. Over to you.
Hello everyone, I'm Skinner Andreas Georgios from Radio Pantheon here in Athens, Greece, and I just want to say on behalf of all of Radio Pantheon, we are thrilled to be here for a second consecutive year. We're thrilled to be able to contribute to this very important conversation. Apart from our presence in the pop-up radio, our radio station has been broadcasting live from the premises of SNFCC, and most of our shows have been adapted to the thematic of mental health. And so I gotta say, we're all very pleased to have been here. And stay tuned for today, because today it's a great day. I can't leave out Glenn Close, a wonderful opportunity. We're gonna be interviewing her, I think. And then the last day of SNF Nostos / Release Festival, headlined by Susie and Interpol, I believe. Yeah, so thank you very much on behalf of all 70 of Radio Pantheon's members.
Thank you. Thank you. And now, if I can call on stage my colleague Panos Papoulias, who together with Eliana Konialis have been really leading this effort of ours for the Global Health Initiative. And Panos will tell us more about the Colombia partnership and introduce the co-directors. Thank you very much.
When about a year and a half ago, we received a proposal for the creation of the SNF Center for Precision Psychiatry and Mental Health at Columbia, we appreciated the vision it presented immediately. However, it was hard to understand the particulars of the more immediate impact it would have on the well-being of patients. SNF has supported numerous projects that advance knowledge with the prospect of positive practical outcomes for society in the longer run. However, on health-related projects, we are particularly sensitive when it comes to the tangible impact that they will have. Health problems can be tough on individuals and their families. The faster they can be addressed, the better. Any questions you may have had on the immediate impact of the project were answered in a cold, rainy March morning in 2022, when after countless meetings and preparations, we met Dr. Sander Marks and Professor Joseph Gogos on location at Columbia University. That is, we met them at the locations where the services of the SNF Center for Precision Psychiatry and Mental Health at Columbia would be provided. There were two things particularly that impressed us. First, the horizontal network of departments and institutions that were participating in the holistic effort to identify and treat patients. Second, the enthusiasm and conviction of everyone involved in the well-being of their patients. No stone was left unturned. We are extremely happy that the impact of the center's work is already being felt, as we will hear in the next few sessions. Before I give the floor to Sander, I want to acknowledge the significant and tireless contributions of our colleagues Dimitra and Danai, along with numerous SNF colleagues from all SNF departments that have made our grant to the SNF Center for Precision Psychiatry and Mental Health at Columbia, and all the other SNF Global Health Initiative grants possible. We thank them sincerely. Sander, it's great to have you back at Nostos, and we're all looking forward to the next session of the conference, which will start very shortly. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to start by first thanking a few instrumental people that are the reason why we're standing here. First of all, most significantly, Andreas Dracopoulos, Panos, and Eliana, who've helped us try to figure out how to do this, who've been our instrumental partners in trying to figure out how to improvise and revolutionize care and psychiatry, and have been extraordinary. I wanted to mention Antonio Samaras, who was mentioned by Andres as well, who has been extremely supportive and a source of inspiration and a dear friend to the center that we founded. It was on this stage yesterday that I sat here in the audience with probably many of you with the privileged position of hearing President Obama and Andres have a conversation about what constitutes a democracy and what are the basic principles that make a democracy work. And as I was sitting here, right there on the left side, President Obama was articulating that if a democracy is working at its basic foundations, the people in a democracy have a sense of worth and are treated with a sense of worth and with dignity. And I think when hearing that, that really sort of triggered my thinking into saying that I hope that by the end of my talk, or this section of a talk where our center's giving a number of different talks back to back, I hope that by the end of my section in the next 25, 30 minutes, that I can stimulate you in thinking about what it means for a patient with mental illness, what a sense of self-worth and dignity means to a person like that, a person you might see on the subway or in the street, homeless or disheveled or struggling in some capacity, that it's not always easy to realize the worth and the dignity in a person like that. And my hope is that by the end of this section that I'm going to take you through, that that you'll see that there's a lot there to relate to and connect with and admire. We're going to share a story of colleagues of ours at Columbia who treated an individual who's been a source of inspiration for us and has been a transformative experience for us all. So I want to share that with you guys here today at Nostos as an experience that we think for our center is going to be setting the standard for what's to come. But before starting with that, I wanted to do a brief thought experiment or sort of try to frame things in a way, because the topic of my talk is introducing a precision medicine-based approach to psychiatry. Now, you may have heard about precision medicine. It's sort of like a buzzword term or terms that are being used a lot in all facets of medicine these days. And the basic notion of precision medicine is that you customize care. You tailor the care to the cause of an individual sitting in front of you in your office as a physician, and that by tailoring care to the individual cause of the individual person's illness sitting in front of you, you get better outcomes, you get better efficacy, you get less side effects, and ultimately our patients do better. And the question I want to pose, besides thinking about the dignity and worth of our patients, is could this kind of an approach lead to better care that ultimately contributes to more dignity and worth in our patients, that they feel they're being better cared for? Before jumping into the specifics of introducing a precision medicine-based approach, I wanted to say what has been said several times yesterday by a lot of our esteemed colleagues, which is something that I think most of you know, which is that mental illness is extraordinarily common, and the way it affects us all. Everybody sitting in this hall either has been affected by some mental health struggle at some point or another, or knows people in their family who are. And if you look at the World Health Organization's numbers, the numbers don't lie. The neuropsychiatric disorders as a group, as a whole, are the world's leading cause of disability-adjusted life years. And what that means is this is a time-based measure of impact of suffering. And so this measure actually incorporates premature mortality, so people dying prematurely. It was Dr. Koplowitz yesterday talking about suicide, which of course is a horrible event to happen to any family and individual who succumbs to that. But it's not just premature mortality from suicide and causes associated with mental health, but it's also the years lost to not working, to not being functional, to not being able to have significant relationships, to not be able to get out of society what President Obama and Andreas were talking about, your sense of worth and dignity, and being a participating member of society. The World Health Organization rates neuropsychiatric disorders at the top. So the urgency and the significance of the problem is profound. Now, I mentioned precision medicine, and President Obama was here yesterday with Andreas, so I thought it would be helpful to remind people that it was President Obama who initiated the precision medicine initiative while in the White House. This was announced in January 30th of 2015. And the formulation was sort of boiled down to this, that the promise of precision medicine is that you're supposed to deliver the right treatments at the right time, every time, to the right person. So again, it's about customization of care. And the presumption is, and this has now been proven for many disorders, particularly in oncology, that if you do that, you start to see things that when I was in medical school not even that long ago, we didn't even think were possible in terms of recovery and reconstitution. Now, psychiatry is kind of the stepchild in medicine. We often think that once you have a condition that's chronic in psychiatry, that you're sort of meant to succumb to that, and that's your lifelong history. And even if that's true, there's a lot of good that can be done for individuals that struggle with lifelong struggles like autism and the social communicational issues that come with it, or psychosis. But what if that assumption is wrong? What if some individuals who have a condition and a diagnosis like that, if you tailor care to their cause of their version of that, what if you might see a very dramatic improvement that we've never seen before? And what we hope to do today is to start to show you what we think is one of the first examples of just that. And we thought it was very fitting that with our partnership with Andreas and SNF to do that today on January 23rd at Nostos. We want to talk to you guys about moving the needle and setting the bar higher and showing what can be accomplished when you try to go for a cause of a condition, even if it's an intimidating one like schizoaffective disorder. To paint sort of the picture of what precision medicine can be like, to look at something that's profoundly impressive, we stand on the shoulders of giants. I always give the same example. People who've heard me speak before probably will at this point roll their eyes, but this example just explains exactly what this is about. So this is a study done maybe now 10 years ago. It was on the cover of the Times 3 consecutive days, and this picture was the first picture I saw, and I remember thinking, look, why is this on the front page? and it was about melanoma, skin cancer, a particularly aggressive form of skin cancer. In fact, one of the most aggressive forms caused by a mutation, an alteration in the genetic code of a gene called BRAF. Now, there's many different genes that can give rise to melanomas, and there's many different types of mutations. That's not really the point of worth getting into. What's worth mentioning is that this was one of the worst mutations to get. And if you got this, you were basically, by the time you were diagnosed, you were on death's doorstep. Because by the time you got diagnosed with genetic testing, you looked like this. And so this is an actual living patient who presented for a study that to this day, I don't know how these people had the courage to do this study. They had a drug that worked for this BRAF mutation and led to a correction of what the mutation of BRAF mutation carriers does to the proteins that are encoded by that gene. And the idea is that giving a medicine to these patients would be that it would restore normal cellular function. And they had done their due diligence. They had tested this in preclinical trials, and they found this drug is supposed to work. It needs to work. It looks like it's working. And so they did a trial that I've never seen in my life up until that point, which was they took patients who were dying, patients who were on death's doorstep, just like this patient here. What you see in black is the cancer that spread from one lesion on the skin all throughout the body to the bones. And in essence, this patient was going to die in a matter of months. Now, to do a trial with a patient that is dying, it doesn't matter how good your drug is. Because if that patient dies for reasons that are not related to you and your drug, if you don't get the drug to them in time, let's say, that drug is never going to make it to the clinic. That is never going to happen. So for people to have that much faith in their drug, to take patients who were dying, where arguably the need was the highest, was one of the most courageous and initially seemingly stupid things to do. But then their trial, of course, shows this. This is the same exact patient. This is not a trick with photoshopping or anything. This is the same patient in 1 month. And that patient is alive 10 years later. This patient was going to get 2 to 4 months median survival. And this patient is alive 10 years later. Now, in medicine, we are still trying to figure out what does this mean? Like, do you stay on this drug lifelong? But what we do know is that a person who was on death's doorstep is alive and still with us today. Now, that may not be possible for all of us who have cancer one day, but it might be possible for some, and we should strive for this. And so now in psychiatry, the question is, what if we go after the same thing? So the question is, can this be realized in psychiatry? So when we partnered with Andreas Dracopoulos and the SNF, this was the central question. If we go after the cause of an individual's form of mental illness sitting in front of you, not hypothetically, not in a classroom, not here on a slide deck, but actually sitting in front of me in my office or with my colleagues who are actually providing care at Columbia, how could we get to the point that we could figure out the cause of that person's mental illness and that we could treat that? And that we would ultimately, the only measure that matters is that person's life easier? Is their quality of life better? Are they getting more sense of self-worth and dignity like was discussed yesterday? And so the center was setting out, the center that we created with my 2 co-directors who were mentioned, Dr. Joseph Gogos and Dr. Stephen Kushner, who you'll meet in a minute, was to figure all this out. And so the work that the center is doing, as is shown here schematically, is to look at the etiology, the causes of an individual's condition in front of you. We wrote genetic, but that can also be autoimmune. Then to take those findings into what are called model systems, to test a cause that you find in an individual in an animal or research stem cell model. The idea is, of course, to go after therapeutic discovery, look for disease mechanism. You have a genetic or an autoimmune cause, but what is the mechanism by which that mutation actually leads to a disease? You want to screen drugs, so you want to develop drug screening platforms, do biomarker studies, and ultimately target engagement studies and bring precision psychiatry trials back to the individual that you did your testing with. This is not something that you want to spend 10 years doing. You want to make this efficient enough that you can actually do this within weeks to months of a person sitting in front of you. Ultimately, that's what we're striving to develop. As an example of this, our center is going to try to carry out one of the first, if not the first, precision psychiatry clinical trials based on a genetic cause of a psychiatric condition. We're aiming to start this in the next year, 2024, so we hope next year Nostos to be talking about this. And it involves a founder population, a population that is a genetic isolate. In this case, the Old Order Amish. The Old Order Amish live mostly in Pennsylvania and also in parts of Ohio, and are a population that derives from 3 major waves of immigration. The original founders came from two large families that were intermarried and came from Switzerland and Germany and were Anabaptists in faith. And at the time, this was not an expression of their Christian faith that was tolerated, so there was a lot of persecution, and they fled to the New World, America, to try to establish their community without the fear of persecution. The original founders were only 60 people that came on one boat, and then there were two more waves subsequently, and you have a population of 360,000 people. So you have a relatively confined, what is called gene pool. So the biology of these individuals is very comparable. These people resemble each other in many ways, which makes it easier to carry out trials because you can compare individuals, but also, unfortunately, these individuals have high rates of mutations that cause illnesses that in the general population are rare and hard to find. And so this is what we're trying to do. There's a gene called SETD1A, which is the single gene that's the most strongly associated with schizophrenia, the condition where you hear voices and see things. And it was discovered by the Gogos lab, one of our co-directors, as this gene that's most strongly associated with schizophrenia. It's been since then replicated. And the Gogos lab also found out that there was actually a treatment, just like in oncology, that if you targeted SETD1A-associated disease mechanisms with what is called an LSD1 inhibitor, you could rescue the effects on neuronal function, on how that brain of, in this case, a mouse model, showed disease. And so these were things that could be restored back to normal. What was also exciting is that in work that Dr. Gogos and I did is we found out that the Amish and Mennonites actually had mutations in this gene at relatively high rates, while the general population had this rarely. And so it allows for an opportunity now in next year to start to take this LSD1 inhibitor and try to see if we can provide optimal care for folks in the Amish community, and then to generalize it from there to the general population. So it's an example of a first precision psychiatry trial, maybe the first one ever, where we're going to take a genetic cause of schizophrenia and target the disease mechanism associated with that genetic cause with a specific treatment to try to take a precision medicine-based approach. Okay. The second and last example that I want to give and leave you with, I hope will stimulate your thinking. This is essentially science inspired by patients. This is the second example. The first one was about the trial we're going to do looking at a genetic cause of schizophrenia. The second example is an autoimmune cause. And this involves a patient who received care at Columbia University Medical Center by Dr. Anka Askenazi, who's in our rheumatology department, as well as other clinicians. And we're here to tell her story on their behalf. And we're here to tell the story to show what our work is on the research side to figure out how to help people in the future. But her story I think will impress you. So meet Miss Divine Cruz. Divine Cruz is a 21-year-old Hispanic woman born and raised in the Washington Heights, which is where Columbia University's Medical Center is based. And at age nine, developed both auditory and visual hallucinations as well as delusions. To be specific, she started hearing voices, as many people with psychosis do, and as many of you in the audience who know somebody who struggles with psychosis will recognize, of a voice that's commenting on their behavior, always commenting, negative comments. You don't look good, you should kill yourself, all the time, nonstop. Visual hallucinations of a face of a man she did not know coming through the wall and a hand reaching towards her. Frightening things. Delusions about being pregnant when she wasn't, despite many reassuring tests showing that she was not. Further slipping away from her family. Ultimately, she developed a catatonic state, which is a state where you freeze and become very stiff. Movements would slow down and ultimately would have a harder time answering questions, and essentially was sort of disappearing in front of her family's eyes. She was there, but she was not there being able to relate and communicate and connect with her loved ones. And this led to her first hospitalization at age 9. And so usually when somebody gets sick this early, that doesn't bode well for what lies ahead. Throughout her childhood, Divine, and her teenage years, she was hospitalized at least 12 times. These are things that our clinicians have shared with us, and we're sharing with you as a testament to telling a story that until last year, I didn't think you could come back from. During these hospitalizations, she was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, which is a primary psychotic disorder where you hear voices and have psychotic symptoms usually pretty much continuously, as well as having mood symptoms like depression superimposed or coming back and forth in between them, these psychotic episodes. Despite the lengthy hospitalizations and many psychotropic medications that were tried, the psychiatric meds, basically nothing worked. And there was a further descent for Divine, further into functional impairment, withdrawal from the social circles and loved ones, and essentially disappearing in front of her parents' eyes into somebody who didn't trust anybody anymore and was continuously frightened and withdrawn. Due to her frequent hospitalizations and her chronic severe psychosis, she essentially missed out on a childhood. There was no childhood to speak of. She didn't have play dates. She didn't go to school for most of this time. She didn't learn basic skills socially. She was mostly kept in the home or was spending time in hospitals trying to flee from things that weren't even there, but in her experience were real. And this is, as a family, is heartbreaking. Her siblings will talk about this still with tears in their eyes. Now, fast forward to June 2022, last year, to the month. At age 20, Divine, at this point, was taking 7 psychotropic medications, of which 2 were antipsychotics. And she presented to the emergency room at Columbia University's Medical Center, and it was there that Dr. Anka Ashkenazi, who is the head of the lupus program and is part of our rheumatology department, confirmed a diagnosis of systemic lupus erythematosus, which you probably know as lupus or have heard about as SLE. And subsequently, it was Dr. Ashkenazi that led her care team going forward. She was hospitalized in the Department of Psychiatry at Columbia University's Medical Center, and it was there that a team of psychiatrists, rheumatologists, general internists, and medical ethicists got together to ensure that Divine would receive what we consider the optimal, best level of care that was possible for someone who had a lupus diagnosis. But what's critical is that this team was thinking in a revolutionary way. They were thinking that the central medical hypothesis should be, what if lightning did not strike twice? What if her schizoaffective disorder, her psychosis, her voices were actually at least partially, if not entirely, caused by her lupus, the neurolupus in this case, as you call it, and that by treating the primary cause of that psychotic disorder, just like in oncology with the BRAF mutation when you see this miraculous recovery, and just like we're going to study with SED-D1A with the LSD1 inhibitor, what if you target that autoimmune disease? Might you see a more robust response than the typical care in psychiatry would accomplish for a person with psychosis? And so that's basically what people tried to figure out. Dr. Ashkenazi and her team implemented the Leiden International Neurolupus Treatment Guideline, which defines how a patient who shows up with neurolupus should be treated. Now, I want to point out, people that have psychosis usually don't get the standard of care because people feel that somehow they're beyond reach of recovery. Dr. Ashkenazi and her team and the other clinicians did not feel that way and implemented a minimum of 6 cycles of treatment. Each of these cycles were 3 days long. On all 3 days, she gets what are called high-dose pulse treatment of steroids. So you probably all know what steroids are. Steroids are medicines you take to suppress your immune system. They've been around for a very long time, but they still work quite effectively. And in this case, you give a very high dose, 1,000 grams of this medicine for 3 consecutive days to suppress the immune system. Dr. Ashkenazi also would give another drug, cyclophosphamide, which is a potent immunosuppressant chemotherapeutic agent that in concert, synergistically with the steroids, inhibits and decreases autoimmune-mediated inflammation by decreasing specifically immune cells that are called lymphocytes and neutrophils and makes the numbers go down. After completion of each of these 3 cycles, because this was implemented extremely carefully and cautiously, Divine would be given at least 1 month to let her body restore and let her immune system bounce back. And throughout her whole treatment, she was continuously assessed by her clinical team for possible side effects from both the immunotherapy and to see whether her psychiatric symptoms worsen. Because sometimes immunotherapy can worsen your psychiatric symptoms, at least temporarily. So she was monitored all the time. Now, this is what I want to tell you guys. After the 2nd cycle of treatment, the clinical team saw things and shared with us, and we, by extension, have sort of experienced this through the clinical team from the sidelines. They saw, and by extension, we saw things that we have never seen before. After the 2nd cycle was completed of treatment, her psychiatric symptoms started to improve. And I don't mean improve subtly, like you see with an antipsychotic for psychosis, but I mean dramatically. Visual hallucinations were disappearing. Auditory hallucinations were becoming less frequent. The volume went down of these voices. It was easier to ignore them. And you started hearing descriptions of a person whose attention and ability to concentrate restored. Now, we don't have a script for this. We don't see patients coming back from this condition improving in their cognition. It doesn't happen. I've never heard of a single case like that. She started resuming writing poetry. 4th cycle. Auditory hallucinations, gone. No more talking voices commenting on her. She would come in and tell her lupus team, today I mark the day as the day that the voices stopped. Now, that sounds like a catchy catchphrase, but we have never heard a patient who announced that and where that actually was the case, and it continued to be the case. It turns out that in her case so far, this is held up. After the 5th cycle, her delusions about being pregnant, which is a much harder thing to treat because it's deeply ingrained thinking in your thinking patterns that takes much longer treatment to restore, even that started to resolve. Critically, people with psychosis, and this is not often talked about, lack an ability to what is called reality test. And what that means is the ability to test between what is real and what is not. As I'm talking to you now, somebody backstage might drop a cup of water and you might hear that, and all of you in the audience, presumably not experiencing psychosis now, can tell that difference from what I'm saying and can say, hey, what was that sound? Oh, it's probably something there. It's not him. He doesn't have a cup of water. It's probably in the back. That quick thinking steps that you make is something that a person with psychosis cannot easily do. So when they hear a sound like that, they might think, well, who did that? Is somebody listening? Is somebody looking at me? Is somebody dropping something from above? So you're constantly undergoing a barrage of what are called stimuli that you can't filter. You can't sense what is real, what is not, what's important, what is not. So you're constantly in a state of anxiety because of that. Her reality testing came back. Now, hearing her clinicians describe that, we just have not heard of a person regaining reality testing after you spend 10 years in psychiatric hospitals. I don't know a single case like that. Finally, a neuropsychologist tested her after the last cycle of treatment 6 months later, who wasn't aware of her illness prior, and deemed her to be essentially not having schizoaffective disorder nor cognitive impairment associated with it. And her clinical team were sort of left scratching their heads, like, what is going on here exactly? Currently, her treatment is being tapered off. She's being tapered off all psychotropic medications. Her outpatient psychiatry team is developing skills to help her begin working and living independently. Her Columbia Psychiatry Cognitive Remediation team is helping improve her cognition. And given the remarkable improvement, her family now frequently asks her to independently, on her own, babysit her nieces and nephews. Now, we can talk about outcome measures and trials and like somebody improving on some scale, but ultimately a family like hers, like Divine's, who cared for her and her siblings who have their own children, for them to entrust her with the care of her nieces and nephews to us was, and to her clinical team, was the ultimate indication that this was somebody who was really restoring back to life. She intends to apply to college in the fall of 2024 with a major in creative writing, and she's now writing poetry again about her recovery and expressed the goal to specifically have her poetry published. Now, from a scientific perspective, this is a very exciting thing for me to share with you. We collaborated with Yale, with Rajiv and with Frank Pavesano at Columbia to take scans from, PET scans from Divine and look at whether we could actually for the first time understand what psychosis might be in her case. Not in everybody's case, in her case. And a PET scan is a scan where you take what is called a tracer and you look at a molecular target, in this case called SV2A. We looked in her brain from a research perspective in collaboration with our partners at Yale and in the Columbia Hospital system, and we're saying, can we actually see where the inflammation is? And we were able to actually see it because her case was so dramatic and because we were coming to the specific cause with the right tracer. Just like in cancer with BRAF, we were now actually seeing for the first time, or maybe one of the first times, if not the first time, what the psychosis was really about on a biological level. We started seeing inflammation that was affecting synaptic density. So the connections between nerve cells, brain cells in the brain, were being removed because of the inflammation. And so there was less connectivity, less connections between nerve cells and brain cells in the frontal part of the brain, in the hippocampus where you form your memories, and in a part called the anterior cingulate. Now, the information flow between those brain areas is now impaired. And so for the first time, we're starting to see what circuitry, what part of the brain regions that are not connected are not leading to proper information flow through the brain and might cause the brain to say, that's a voice that's talking to me. We've never been able to do that in an individual patient. Then with treatment, as we saw her recovery, we also started to see the brain remodel itself in those same 3 actual regions where the inflammation was. We saw the brain starting the recovery process to reprocess how the brain needs to be connected. So I want to share this with you. This is actually Divine's brain. And it's, from our perspective as scientists, this is a breathtaking experience to watch this, and we wanted to share this at Nostos, June 2023, with you. So this is her actual brain. This is not some made-up brain. This is a rendering of her MRI data showing Divine's brain, and it's becoming translucent now, like a glass brain, so you can see through it. And now you'll see the areas where the inflammation was highest, thought to be highest, and where the loss of synaptic connections between brain cells was the highest. Her frontal part of her brain, that's where there was 30% loss of connections between nerve cells. Then the anterior cingulate, 25 to 30% as well, and then the hippocampus, where the memories are formed. And the connections between these three regions. Now, after treatment, as she started to recover, it was those same three regions where you saw the brain remodel connectivity in an individual sitting in front of us. Hippocampus, where the memories are formed, anterior cingulate, and the frontal pole of the frontal cortex. Now, to us, this is an extraordinary moment. I still look at this video all the time thinking of the possibilities of where this could leave psychiatry. But at the end of the day, it's hearing from the clinical team about Divine and her recovery that all you have to do is really listen to that story to realize what is possible in psychiatry and what we need to strive for, what should be our standard. And I'll end this with a very brief anecdote that will sort of underscore that last point. When Divine was better, there was an argument between her and a family member that was like any argument in any family. I've had these arguments with my family. And as would often happen, the local police would pick her up out of care and bring her to the local hospital because they felt, you never know, maybe it's the psychosis rearing its head. Now, her family didn't want her to go to the emergency room because they knew that she was fine, but she's in the ER, and in the ER, the psychiatrist calls her clinical team and says, and this is something that I'll never forget, hearing from my clinical partners, Dr. Ashkenazi and her team heard a call where they said, this patient looks amazing. The psychiatrist said, in fact, she looks better than I do on my best day. She looks like a star. But I'm saddened that she has grandiose ideas that are clearly not based in reality, because Divine is talking about being interviewed by the Washington Post about her experience. And she's talking about being at this festival called Nostos in Greece, and Obama's going to be there. 2 days after she was in that emergency room, she was discharged very quickly. Divine was interviewed by Richard Seam, who's a journalist who was in attendance here, and she told her story to the world, and the reaction to Divine has been extraordinary. She was in the Washington Post, and yes, she is at Nostos here today, and I would like to actually bring her out right now. Please welcome Divine. I'm going to give you a hug. All right. You want to take that chair? Okay. So, Divine, please have a seat. Your mic is right there. So it goes without saying that Divine is our inspiration and our hero, but Divine first wanted to talk about mic checks and things like that.
Hello, everyone. Hope you guys are having a good day. I'll be doing a mic check. So everyone named Michael, please stand up. It's okay, you guys don't have to stand. Oh, okay, you stood up. Okay, we'll now continue with the questionnaires and answers.
So, welcome, Divine. It's lovely to have you here. This is your first time in Greece, I think. So what has it been like to be here specifically in Athens?
Yes, I'm grateful to be here because not so many people where I am from have the opportunity to travel to other countries or experience what I am experiencing. Never in my life did I imagine that I would be sitting here in front of you to share my experience. Also, to spend the last few days in Athens, I have to say that I am impressed with the beauty of the city and the warmth of the Greek people.
There you go. I know this is a little bit painful to talk about, but I think it's important for people to hear this directly from you. Your clinical team has spoken with you about this extensively, and you've indicated that you're comfortable sharing some of this with the audience to make people understand what you went through. But can you tell me a little bit about what things were like when you were struggling with the mental health issues? What was life like then?
For the past 10 years, I couldn't develop the skills that I needed to become an independent woman, as it was hard to remember the tasks and participate in my education and school's activities with a clear mind. Symptoms from schizoaffective disorder were keeping me isolated from our community. I was bullied, people would misinterpret and judge my behavior, and people would assume that I was not able to understand things related to the choices in my life. It was hard for me to say how I felt while I was in a crisis, but now I'm able to share my emotions with my family and friends to prevent hospitalizations in the future.
Now, the last year has been a remarkable year of recovery. So could you say something about that, what it's been like to come out of that kind of a state, and how have you experienced that?
The symptoms I have experienced over the past 10 years include hearing voices, seeing things that are not there, becoming mute and socially isolated. After I started the immunotherapy, I no longer thought I was pregnant when I was not. I no longer struggle trying to make decisions, and the tasks I have to accomplish, I no longer forget to do. I also no longer hear voices or see things that aren't there. I remember the day clearly that the voices had stopped, and I was able to tell the difference between what is real and what is not.
And lastly, maybe could you say something about your plans for the future?
Yes. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay.
The plans I now have for the future are nothing compared to how I was thinking before I got the immunotherapy. Back then, I wasn't thinking about applying for more education or what kind of permanent career job to pursue. I want to become an art therapist. I also want to publish my poetry to share my experience with other people who might be struggling with similar issues or want to understand what I went through. I am also planning to apply for college in the fall with a major in creative writing. I will now begin to read my poem called Shatter the Wall. Also, before I share the poem, if you guys want to hear more of my poetry, it's on Instagram. Majestic Poetry with 2 Y's. Okay, here I go. Shatter the Wall by Divine Cruz. Break every chain, they say. Before I used to get my mind played with. There was no end to this game. All people would do was spread hate. When all I was trying to do was reach the date when I would make a decision to shatter the wall. Darkness wants to consume us all, but we must trust those who put us down, those who want to put us in another town never to be seen again. Thought they were your person? Well, now it's more like David fighting Goliath to reach the highest potential to make himself and God proud. Think of Goliath as the wall and it shall fall down. No more feeling like a burden. I know you're hurting, but sometimes you need to ask yourself, is it worth it? Is life worth living? Should I give in to the pain or change the way I see things? The answer will always be found. I don't want you to drown in sorrow all the way to the ground. So keep your head held high and say goodbye to the old you. You are 1 in a million. It's time for winning. Wait your turn to finish and shatter the wall. Thank you.
There you go. You just said that. Take a bow. Great. Oh, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Divine. We're now waiting for my co-director, Stephen Kushner, to come out and do a panel discussion, and We'll see you later.
Just as we were coming out on stage, George turned to me and said, hard to follow that one up. Maybe before we start, could we just give a round of applause again for Divine? This was really remarkable. You know, when we envisioned how to best spend the time here, one of the things that we were thinking about for this panel is really to follow on that and ask how, with what happened with Divine, can we try to do for more people? And how can this concept of precision psychiatry really be implemented on a wider scale to get the principles down, to get a theory down, to get a way and a workflow down? And that's what the goal is today, to try to start to look at some of the pieces of this and the best possible way to be able to realize and implement it. So I'm honored today to be joined by a really world-class group of internationally leading experts who span the full spectrum of stakeholders for moving the field forward toward this precision medicine approach that you heard Dr. Marks elaborate earlier. So just a round of quick introductions. Immediately to my left is George Yancopoulos. He's the co-founder and chief scientific officer of Regeneron Pharmaceuticals. David Lowenthal is the medical director for the Center for Practice Innovation at Columbia University. Rui Costa is the president and CEO of the Allen Institute, and Rhonda Robinson-Beal is the Senior Vice President and Deputy Chief Medical Officer for Mental Health Services at United Health Group. The sequencing of the human genome, which was first published in draft form in 2000, and more recently, since fully and comprehensively completed last year, is among really the greatest of achievements in the history of medicine and biology. And the enormity of this impact has been felt far and wide, from evolutionary biology to modern medical practice, and in particular with the dawn of this concept of precision medicine. Precision medicine is really this very innovative approach to healthcare that you just heard about that really tailors disease diagnosis, prevention, and treatment to the biology of each individual person. And in this regard, the modern revolution in human genetics and the decline in sequencing costs has really greatly facilitated this birth of precision medicine in a wide diversity of medical specialties, perhaps most notably, as Dr. Marks was just outlining, in oncology. But more recently, with our increasing knowledge of the genetic architecture of psychiatric illness and the molecular biology, circuit-level anatomy, and cellular-level physiology understanding of the brain, we finally reached a moment where we feel that the implementation of precision psychiatry has finally become possible. In today's panel, we're going to be exploring this enormous potential from the perspective of neuroscience, therapeutic development, healthcare innovation, and bioethics. Genome-wide association studies and more recently next-generation sequencing studies have been widely heralded across nearly every imaginable human trait and disease, offering increasing insight into the genetic architecture of human phenotypes and disease risk. However, recent work increasingly suggests that in addition to learning about individual genes, among the most insightful results from these human genetic studies may well be the entry point that they provide in mapping genetic risk onto distinct cell types and brain circuits. And the Allen Institute has been a pioneer in systematically and comprehensively reimagining neuroanatomy by mapping the cell types and regional connectivity of the mammalian and the human brain. Rui, how do you see this biology emerging, and in particular for gaining insight into the pathophysiology of neuropsychiatric disorders?
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. This is an amazing point, and it's great to be able to make this point after we heard from Sander Marks and from Divine. So we've gone from symptoms to brain areas to neurotransmitters. And just like the Human Genome Project allowed us to know what's normal and abnormal in terms of the genetic components, we need to now go and say which cell types in the brain, which neuron types are affected by these mutations or people's experiences that give rise to the symptoms. That patient that you saw that had the melanoma has a mutation that's all over the bone, but it affects a lot a specific cell type, the melanocytes. We don't know what the impact is, even of genetic predisposition, on specific cell types in the brain. But first we needed to create a parts list to map it out. So like the Human Genome Project, the Allen Institute is about to conclude a map of all the parts of the human brain, of the cell types, in normal. And then our hope is to map disease into that. What is the association of specific genotypes and specific symptoms to specific cell types, and also treatments? What are the effects of treatments on specific cell types? These will hopefully lead to biomarkers, to better diagnostics, better treatment, but also decrease stigma. If I could say, when I have some issues, that it's a particular cell type and a particular protein in that cell type, it changes how I see myself. Now, we can't do this alone. The Allen Institute does big projects for 10, 15 years that are foundational, and big efforts like the Center for Precision Psychiatry are important. We have to do it in consortium. This is bigger than what any of us can do. But the urgency is here today, as we heard during this conference. We have to do something about it. This is too important.
Thank you, Rui. George, I mean, let's say expanding on that, Regeneron has really assembled, I mean, arguably the most powerful human genetic sequencing program in the world, aiming for therapeutic drug development. And by integrating large-scale sequencing and longitudinal electronic health records, Regeneron has developed some transformative first-in-class medications, while at the same time greatly accelerating the timeline for innovation. Meanwhile, a substantial proportion of the pharmaceutical industry has largely abandoned novel therapeutic development for psychiatric illness because the conventional developmental process has been frustrated by insufficiently predictive model systems and pathophysiological insight. Can you give us an example of some of Regeneron's drug development strategy, how it's been so disruptive in this regard, and how you envision this approach to be successfully deployed for neuropsychiatric disease?
Πρώτα απ' όλα, καλημέρα όλους.
Yes, Steve. First, maybe it's my job to, with all this promise that we're talking about, just to present the sobering reality that maybe a lot of people don't realize. Coming up with new treatments for disease is perhaps the hardest thing that humanity tries to do. I don't think people understand the numbers. In the United States alone, there's over 5,000 biotech and biopharma companies, not to mention millions of researchers in places like Columbia and Harvard and elsewhere. And do you know how many new medicines are approved every year by the FDA despite millions of researchers, thousands of companies, billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars? Less than 20 to 40 new drugs a year. And most of those are actually not really new drugs, they're Me Too's. It's very hard to come up with an important new medicine for an important disease. This is an industry of failure. This is why many have abandoned psychiatry, because of all the failures in that space. And so we have to understand that less than 1% of the programs that go into development succeed. I mean, that's really sobering reality. That's how hard it is. As you mentioned, we at Regeneron have bucked the odds. We have more than 10 times the average of success. Why? Because we invested a lot in fundamental technologies and information generation. So we invested a lot in human sequencing. We are now the world's largest human sequencer. We've actually sequenced half of all the humans that have been sequenced on the planet. Actually, our efforts are headed by a young Greek-American scientist, Aris Baris. And what that has allowed us to do is understand human genetic variation in a way that hasn't really been available before. And we now can understand the genes. Since we sequence so many people, each person linked to a detailed electronic record base, we understand how gene variation can cause disease. We can say, hey, this gene, this mutation can cause this disease. And we put that capability together with another special capability, which we've pioneered the ability to genetically humanize animal models, to create human models of disease in animals. We can literally replace 1, 2, 3% of an animal's genome to recreate disease processes that are very valid. So we can now test them. And we can use targeted therapies on genetically humanized models to really prove that, A, this gene causes this disease, and this therapy can actually help, not in an old-fashioned type of an animal model, but a genetically humanized animal model. And that's allowed us to have this productivity and success rate that we've had. But consistent with what Rui said, it's not easy, but you can create genetically validated models, humanized models of the common causes of blindness, of asthma, of emphysema, of cancer. And we've done all that, and we've come up with treatments, the world's leading treatments for these diseases. But we are somewhat humbled by neuropsychiatric disorders. We don't really understand them. And this is why, as Rui said, this needs a really collective effort. And this is why things that are happening at the Niarchos Foundation Center for Precision Psychiatry and Mental Health, they're so important. We need people who really understand this to do what you guys are trying to do in terms of trying to create relevant animal models of neuropsychiatric disorders. And we all need to get together to partner to understand the genetic basis. In our databases, we don't have enough well-characterized neuropsychiatric illnesses so that we can relate the genetics that we're seeing and the genetic variation to those. We need to work with specialized groups to do that. So as I said, we're somewhat humbled at how hard it is, but we have hope if, like Rui says, we can all get together and we can figure this out and we can find the right partners. We can bring what people like us have to the table, which is the power of some of these technologies, with some of the expertise and the specific focus that efforts such as the SNF Center at Columbia are bringing. And I think that does give us hope in this very overwhelming and difficult arena.
Thank you, George. And actually, I want to transition to Rhonda because I think we can pick up from there in terms of phenotyping and clinical characterization. So precision psychiatry, of course, is fundamentally about leveraging each individual's biology and their lifetime experiences in the service of improving the accuracy and the utility of diagnosis, prevention, and treatment. And we've been talking extensively so far about the power of genomics and biology, but psychiatry has not yet integrated genetics into the current standard of care. But United Health Group has recently taken a pioneering approach to leveraging arguably the most data-rich resource that's currently available in mental and behavioral health, and that is through different kinds of clinical records, individual level records, longitudinal records, electronic medical records. And United Health Group's been using machine learning and other artificial intelligence methods to build increasingly accurate predictors of health outcomes to facilitate providers with evidence-based personalized treatment planning. So what are some of the key areas of focus for United Health Group in this domain, and how do you see this potentially impacting care in the near term?
Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that question. It's a loaded one. So first of all, let me explain what United Health Group is, because those who are from United States will think immediately, oh, you just pay claims, you pay providers, when actually United Health Group has two companies. One is United Health Care, and they pay providers and contract with providers. The other one is Optum, which is an organization that not only owns one of the largest health systems in terms of primary care, specialty care, but also in terms of a massive ability to accumulate data. So we service over 152 million individuals in the United States and globally. We also have access to claims, clinical data, and now acquiring data on social determinants of health as well as measurement-based care on 285 million individuals, because we cover information that comes from other health systems and other health insurers. So we're very rich in data. However, having the data without a very clear, concise use of markers becomes a very muddy picture, and let me explain. What we are good at looking at are trends. We can get a population that we can define by the diagnostic codes that we use right now and take it through primary, secondary, tertiary diagnosis, incorporate medical diagnosis into that, and create a cohort. Within that cohort, if it was pure, if it was a true marker, you would expect that there be very little variation in the use of treatments that are out there. Now, very wide, extremely wide variation in terms of the numbers of treatments, the types of treatments, the lengths of treatment. So it's really pointing to the fact that our current system is not really addressing the true markers in that regard. Because of that, what happens is we are inefficient, we are ineffective. For those who have any contact with those who've gone through therapy, it may go on for a long period of time, it may be very short. They may have to go from one therapist to the next because of therapeutic alliance or other types of things that affect them. And what has been successful in the past may not be successful in the future, depending upon the kind of traumas and environmental experiences that people have had. So there's so many variables that makes it difficult in order to really treat concisely and effectively. Because of that, what we're doing and what we can do with the tools that we have is to look at data, look at trends, and again, as we're starting to collect measurement-based care information, in other words, measurement done by providers not only as part of an assessment, but also during the treatment, we're beginning to be able to see and be able to segment out the population by risk, kind of a predictive risk. We're able to understand this population is very likely to go on to have a more severe journey in mental health in terms of the types of hospitalizations, the medications that are being taken from that perspective. The other thing that we're able to do is to look into a real-life clinical situation. We're using neurocognitive tools to begin to identify and categorize patients, not based on our DSM-5 diagnosis, but really getting down to looking at things like the degree of hope that an individual has, their concept of loneliness and other types of things. And what we're finding very early, that even though a person does a PHQ-9 for depression and there's a improvement on that PHQ-9, many people, more than 40% will say that they are not feeling resolved. We're starting to find other areas that are more linked to a person feeling more resolved or satisfied by what's happening in treatment. The whole issue of hope was one of the major ones, which was surprising but not surprising in that regard. It's also something that if a person doesn't have hope, they will have a tendency to drop out of treatment. So it's that kind of data that we're starting to go after. But what we realize from looking at the data, we're not there. We so need those markers in order to be more exact and very specific and effective.
Thank you. And Dave, following on Rhonda's comments, and let's say on this topic of AI, which we heard about a bit yesterday as well from President Obama, AI seems like it's really an increasingly powerful driver of innovation across all of society, certainly including in healthcare. And President Obama yesterday reiterated the sobering discrepancy between the really rapid pace of disruptive advancements in AI-based technology and the sluggish pace of our moral and ethical and regulatory frameworks for dealing with even the foreseeable challenges, let alone those conundrums that are a lot less apparent. So with healthcare poised to be dramatically reimagined by the AI revolution, and with issues, what issues concern you the most, for healthcare overall and psychiatry in particular, and how might you envision that we try and go about trying to mitigate that risk without unnecessarily stifling the innovation?
It's a great question, Steve. And first, thank you, and thanks to Dr. Marks and to our hosts for having me here. One thing I want to point out, and I think I would be remiss if I didn't, President Obama made reference to Greece and Athens being sort of the seat of democracy and democratic principles 2,500 years plus ago. Well, we could say the same thing for ethics, and I'm talking about Hippocrates and the Hippocratic Oath. And the Hippocratic Oath is still relevant today. My daughter graduated from medical school last month and took the Hippocratic Oath. It talks about our at least physicians' responsibility to do right by their patients, to do no harm, the importance of confidentiality. And that was a guardrail, I would view it that way, that was set up 2,500 years ago. And I think we can make a parallel here with precision medicine and precision psychiatry in particular to what President Obama was talking about with AI. I mean, the science we're hearing about is tremendous, and there is so much brain power going into developing it. But we also need guardrails to implement those advancements in a safe and responsible way. And I think that I really credit the center for being on top of that and thinking about that from the get-go. So what are the things that I think, name a few things. The first thing I want to mention that might be helpful, and it wouldn't be something I would have thought of, but I had the privilege of speaking with Divine and her father 2 days ago, and I asked Divine and her father, what would you like me to tell people? What do you think they need to know? And it was something that you wouldn't have got from Dr. Marks's presentation. What was most important to them was the way Dr. Marks treated her as a human being, his humanity, his interest in her, his realization that Divine has hopes and dreams the same way we all do, his interest in her family, his invitation to tell him anything that was on her mind. And I'm concerned that can get lost in the excitement of all of the science and of all of the data, that we still have to remember patient-centered care is important, and it's not just about giving people, 6 rounds of steroids or a new medication. And I think Rhonda made reference to that with hope, and I think it's connected to hope. Part of our job is to instill hope. So I think there are a number of things that, the literature talks about that might be helpful. And I'll just name a few. One is healthcare literacy. And I don't mean that, I mean that both for patients in order to make an informed choice about whether they want to provide their genetic data, whether they want to participate and accept a certain intervention, but just as importantly, healthcare literacy for providers. I mean, this is all new and amazing technology and science that I think most providers don't know about, and they need to learn about it. So that is certainly important. I think clearly, the protection of data and security of data, I think that goes without saying, and, Rhonda could probably say more than I can about that, but it's clear we need that. Obviously, access to care and really making sure that everyone, and Dr. Marks spoke about this, making sure everybody has access to the benefits of this new technology. And I think it's pretty clear most, for example, most genetic studies involve people of European ancestry, white people. That needs to be expanded. Those samples need to be more diverse. That's not a simple task, right? What do we mean by diverse? Do we mean ancestrally diverse? Do we mean including historically disenfranchised groups who have suffered the burdens of that disease? So we need to think about that. And finally, I guess I would also say we need to include transparency. I mean, a lot of this, is sort of when you're using artificial intelligence, and people sitting on either side of me know much more about this than I do, but it almost seems like a black box and something pops out the other end. And I think people will want to know, well, how did you reach those conclusions? And, what does it mean to have a 20% risk of something versus an 80% risk? And how am I to understand that? So those are a couple of thoughts.
So following on this sort of theme of science inspired by our patients and going back again and drawing on the experience of Divine, Rui, I wanted to ask you that, modern neuroscience has become increasingly interested in not just being focused on the brain, but understanding the highly dynamic bidirectional modulation between the brain and the body. We saw that very clearly in Divine's case, which highlighted an immunological pathophysiology underlying her mental illness. In this regard, some of your own work has been increasingly focused in this area. Can you share with us some of the compelling examples of that and in the field, and how you see that impacting our emerging understanding of the biology of mental illness?
Absolutely. I mean, this patient example is a sobering awakening to all of us. But a lot of the big data is bringing this. Mental health disorders are disorders of the organism and of the organism in its context. Ultimately, the impact we care about comes to the brain and nerve cells. And we have been focused, myself included, but a lot of neuroscience on how we perceive the external world. How do we hear voices, see things, and how do we act in the external world? But the nervous system is all throughout our body, and it mostly is there also to sense everything that's going in our body and to act adaptively. So our nerve cells, our nervous system can sense the immune state of the organism, can sense the stress, the metabolic state, and can also learn to control it like we learn a skill. It's just we're less aware of that. So when we study, for example, how is it that I learn to move my arm or develop a habit, some of the same circuits that come from the brain, let's say from the motor cortex to innervate my muscles, now we find there are parallel circuits that go and innervate the spleen, innervate the adrenal gland from motor cortex. So this type of biology is opening a new way to think organismally and much more integrated. And I think we need to do that. And also to take into account the individual experience, because it's complex, right? This all then happens on top of the individual experience.
Yes, so George, could I turn back to you? I know Regeneron has a whole drug development program around immunology and immunomodulatory drugs. How do you see this sort of fitting in, you know, from the perspective of mental illness, like the prior case that we just had? Do you think that there needs to be sort of a rethinking in terms of drug development, you know, for neuropsychiatric disorders, rather than necessarily so focused on the brain, but sort of more broadly on, you know, on the body overall?
Yeah, I feel like I have to, once again, inject just a little bit of reality to everybody's thinking. We're talking so much. We all feel the hope, the excitement. We saw this incredible example with Divine, which is literally unprecedented. But we all have to realize that we are so far away. We really are. We're so far away from really understanding neuropsychiatric disease. We're so far away from treating it. The idea that somebody might have today, if it turns out to be true and if it actually works out, we're 10 years from the reality. That means it'll take at least 10 years to develop and test an effective medicine that might help one of these patients. It shows how hard it is, and as a society, we cannot underestimate the amount of commitment and investment that we have to make in innovation and invest in the sciences that are necessary to deal with all these diseases. I think that we should all appreciate that society is drowning under the burden of healthcare, and we are very far away from treating and coming with effective treatments for most of these diseases, and neuropsychiatric diseases are the ones that we're the furthest from. We're all investing in it now, but as a society, we have to understand that if we really want treatments, it's not about providing access to treatments that are available. Most treatments are just not available. We don't have them. And as a society, we have to make much huger investments. We have to understand, see what the pandemic did to us in terms of crippling us. That's just one pandemic, one disease. The pandemic of all diseases is going to be crushing to humanity. To me, I liken it to climate change. We have to really up our investments to deal with these truly existential threats that are facing mankind. So sure, we have hope. We have excitement. As I said, we're intimidated. This is why we need so much partnership in this field. Neuropsychiatric diseases are a whole nother level. It's hard enough to treat obesity and diabetes, which we can sort of see, we can understand a lot more. To treat neuropsychiatric illnesses, we have to really up our investment. We have to up our game. Otherwise, like I said, society is going to drown from the impact of these diseases. And this is something that we have to all come together and understand. At Regeneron, we're trying to do our part, as you said. We think that you have to bring in a whole new age of therapies. We're very committed to it, but it's a long game. So we are working right now to deliver, people think about gene medicines. The biggest problem with gene medicines is how to deliver them to the right cell in the body or the right cell in the brain. You don't want to impact every cell in the brain. As we talked about before, when we brought up BRAF, it only goes wrong in this cell in the skin. Okay, you don't want to correct it everywhere because you might cause problems if you correct it everywhere. So we're investing a lot in targeted delivery of genetic medicines. We're in the infancy of this field. It's very exciting. We just announced with our collaborators at Alnylam the first example of what you call gene silencing of a specific gene in the brain using what you call siRNA a few weeks ago. It's very exciting, but it's just the beginning. And we have to understand as a society, there's reason to have hope, there's reason to have excitement, but we need commitment and we need investment and we need to all up our game because this threat of disease, it's so pervasive, it's so prevalent, and it's so crushing to society that if we don't deal with it, it'll really take society under, just like climate change will.
Rhonda, I'm going to give you the final word because I'm watching the time here. So let me sort of pose the big picture question to you earlier. You said that my question was very loaded, which of course it was. So while precision psychiatry has the potential to greatly advance mental health care, its full-scale implementation is likely to be both highly disruptive and, a long path off, as George is saying. How do you envision the near-term emergence, as, sitting in such a profound, healthcare delivery and payer sort of perspective, how do you envision, if at all, the near-term emergence of precision psychiatry in the clinic?
Thank you for that question, Stephen. So the definition of near term needs to be clear. I think we all know from crossing the quality chasm to air as human that it takes 18 years to get a new, innovative, proven evidence base to be adopted and actually utilized in the delivery system. So add on to what George is talking about another 18, maybe 20, 25 years, because this is very, very new and innovative type of thinking that most people who have been trained will not understand in some way, shape, or form. I would say that there are some elements that are very important to the ability to implement. One is clearly being able to have those markers. I'm not saying bio, because it may be a different kind of a marker, but that the marker can be linked to treatment, and so that there can be clarity from the idea of measuring the effect of treatment. As I said to you, using PHQ-9, GAD-7 isn't getting it, you guys. You need more in terms of neurocognitive ways of measuring so that you're getting the fine-tuning of the elements that have to do with progress as it relates to treatment. So that has to be there. There has to be consistency and standardization so that you can look across populations and look at trends. We have large numbers, but we don't always have standardization, so you really can't compare. That information needs to be incorporated into what I call a learning system, a system where providers as well as patients get this information back. They can look at themselves and compare it to others. They can look at the progress. The National Institute of Mental Health and Health are starting to really go that way with their projects like All About Us, where you as a person can register and start putting your data in. So it's a big data type of a chase. Those things are going to be very important. So as the science and the markers become identified, we can work with that against the various treatments, because right now we're in a trial and error type of a process. That will help us to get closer to be, okay, out of time, very concise or more concise and efficient in the way that we deliver a treatment for whatever that marker is.
Well, I want to thank all of my panelists and just end with at least, one of my serious takeaways from this, which is, A, there's a lot of hope, but B, we have to be very humble to the enormous challenge that's ahead, and that the only way to solve this is going to be continued investment and partnership and finding ways to bridge across all of these different domains, because this is really a collective effort of the field that no individual person or group is going to be able to accomplish. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I am Rusha from the Youth Advisory Committee. Before we move on to a short break, let's check what the mood is for the day. 47% of you are happy, 70% stressed, 9% overwhelmed, and 25% excited. It is wonderful to note how our spirits have lifted since yesterday morning. There's a noticeable shift in our mood, and it's significantly more positive now. But moving on, after the break, don't miss our panel on how to combat stigma and discrimination in mental health here at the Stavros Niarchos Hall. For our younger attendees and their parents, feel free to join Game On, an interactive workshop by Grassroots Soccer, as well as the Field of Life activity at the Dome. Finally, check out the Peer Health Exchange in the library and GNO lobbies, which through short videos will touch upon the intersection between youth identity and mental health. See you after the break.
Καλώς ήρθατε στο SNF Νόστος. Ακούτε το SNF Pop-Up Radio από το Radio Workshop και το Radio Pantheon, όπου λέμε ιστορίες που επανεστιάζουν και κάνουν φόκους στη ψυχική υγεία.
Kalimera everyone, my name is Abigail Maeta from Radio Workshop and I'm here with the team. How are you guys?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Naya, I'm from Radio Pantheon.
And I'm Fanya, I'm from Radio Pantheon as well. Nice to finally be on air.
Yay, we have Tanya with us today.
How does it feel to be on the air today?
It feels relieving. We're finally here. We're very excited for all of the conversations, everything that's being prepared for today.
Yeah, particularly, and yesterday we had an amazing day, a really interesting one, a full schedule as per CEO said.
Yeah, and also today's the third day of the conference, the last day, and yeah, a lot of us are tired, but this is the last day. And also, I just want to speak about yesterday, how that we had the run. I did the 5K. I was so happy to do it, but I was so tired at the end of it. But I really enjoyed the run because I get to see other side of Athens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You hadn't seen it because of the conference? No?
Can you say that again?
Haven't you seen it because of the conference?
Yeah. So I had to when I was running, I had to see other parts of Athens. So it was a great experience also. And also, I just wanted to speak about the Obama speech. How do you feel about that?
Oh, it was really enlightening, I found it really interesting, especially the part about ChatGPT and AI. I think it was his views and his perspective about the matter was a really great opportunity for us to also, dig in the matter a little bit more. What about you, Tanya?
It was a very special experience, certainly, and it was a full day both with Obama's speech, the president's, and every in each of the activities. We got to introduce ourselves to the topic from various aspects, and it was an experience that I will hold with me from the bottom of my heart.
For me, seeing him I've seen him on TV, but being with him in the same room, breathing the same air, really, is this happening? But it was a great experience whereby you get to, sit in dialogues whereby they speak about important issues that, as young people we face, and also the IR, so it was great also.
Yeah. And it's important how we are treating those kind of issues. I mean, yesterday was full of colors, full of people dancing, having fun. It was a whole, it was from our whole concept, dealing with mental health in this way.
Yeah, I had so much fun yesterday. Hadn't had so much fun in a while, especially in the party. We didn't see you, Abigail, in the party.
I was so tired from the run, so I couldn't go do the party.
Yeah.
But also, I want to speak about today. Today we got an opportunity to be on stage, guys, next to the president of
Mr. Dracopoulos.
It was so amazing, guys. Really, is it me on stage? Do they take pictures of me? But it was really nice. I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
It was in front of so many people.
Yeah, and so many important people as well. I think it was a great opportunity for all of us. And this conference, I think we must mention, is a great opportunity, and we are all really thankful for it because it gives us a voice. It really do. And I think that we should use it.
Yeah, also, as as I said that today is the last day, what are your expectations for the last day? Because it's the last day, last jab of, the conference. What are your expectations of this third day of the conference?
I expect great dialogues. I expect great food. And, I want to learn more.
Also, I can't wait also to interview Selena. I really want to interview her, and Rena, I just want to interview those people because I feel like there's much to learn from Expect more than just people that give their opinion to the people. Yes.
I'm also really excited about the next dialogue about stigmatization and discrimination on mental health. I think it's really important to talk about that, especially here in Greece, because we do face a lot of stigmatization around the issue of mental health.
Really, and also stigma is a big thing whereby they stigmatize everything, and what else? Mental health is a real issue that we need to sit down and talk about it. And it's okay to sit down and talk about it so that we hear people's views about it. Yeah, and also help other people that it's okay and it is there, it is real, and we should deal with it.
Yeah. And also do not discriminate people about it. Obvious stuff. I don't know. It's not that obvious, and I think this conference is a great opportunity for everyone to feel, hugged around this climate, and
deal every challenge with a smile.
Yeah.
Share with other people.
Yeah, sharing experiences. I really liked. Also, yesterday, did you get a chance to hear the Kennedy speech, Mr. Kennedy's speech? He was talking about addiction. And I thought that matter is not talked about a lot because it's stigmatized all around the world. In every country, I think addiction is still not talked about
it's
that
taboo
much.
in many cases.
So I think that it was really enlightening to see someone, that you're considered a politician, that he's a really important person. Talk about his and being vulnerable on stage and talking about his addiction and how he got through it and how it made him stronger.
Very powerful. Can you just give us a deep information about the announcement?
Yeah, of course I can. So, the Reflect mural is collectively created a work of art designed by mural artist Ken Nguyen. Sorry about if I pronounce it wrong, along with Greek artist Kakao Rock. The mural is located in the Agora, Canal Source, and Canal Café, and it aims to reflect mental health themes, bring out the artist within as you paint elements of this large-scale work with guidance from the mural artists. And also, please start making your way to their halls for your next sessions. I think I'm going to the art thing.
I feel like we should all go so that we can also learn.
Yes.
Yeah, as much as we'll be speaking about here with people that will be from the dialogue, we should also go to learn something there. Yes.
I think I'll visit the art section because art really helps me with coping with my mental well-being.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I will. So, will you join me?
Yes, definitely, most definitely. I just want to learn because I'm clueless about the next dialogue. So me being in the dialogue would really help so that when I come back on the pop-up radio station, I have information to tell people that will be around having a lunch so that, I just have relevant information to tell people.
Yeah, and I think, will you go with me or will you go to dialogue?
I'll go with you, sure.
Oh, great, Bessie.
But it's not negotiable. I think everyone should go.
You should live stream the dialogue. You should go after to the art, make some art, feel well, great vibes.
And there's a lot to come.
Okay, cool.
Great. I do art to cope with my mental well-being. What do you guys do?
But also, I get it's an art thing. I feel like also singing, I don't know, singing a lot also in the shower helps a lot because, it makes you be calm, to relax a lot. So I also sing. So I don't know it's that art, but I do sing a lot. Even though I don't have a perfect voice, but I do sing.
We give our own definition for art.
Yeah. And what did you do, Tanya, if you're feeling down one day, what do you do to cope with that?
I usually write my thoughts down, take some time for myself, and it really helps me.
We were talking about yesterday how we do skincare.
Yeah.
Do you practice skincare when you're feeling down?
Yeah, not really, but yeah. But with that being, can we just take an ad break? We'll be back for more after this.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Karabo Masemola, all the way from South Africa, and welcome to the SNF Nostos. You're listening to the SNF Nostos pop-up radio by Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon, where we tell stories that hashtag refocus on mental health. Refocus on mental health.
We have together with us Maria Bonar, one of our field reporters. Hello, Maria.
Hello
there. We want to ask you, what have you been up to through the conference?
So I've been going around collecting information from people that have attended the conference and also connecting with specialists about the issues of mental health. And it's just been really, really enjoyable.
Mm-hmm. And also, I just want to know about the interesting part that you really discovered when you interviewed people.
I think the most interesting thing about the conference was seeing how all these people can act together and, put their aspect on the table and, for us to being able to explore all the situations and information we can get.
Mm-hmm.
How are you feeling about today? What are you expecting?
I think today is going to be also amazing, and I'm expecting to listen to everyone speak and also maybe meeting more people.
Yeah. Who are you exciting meeting?
Marjorie Morrison, to be honest. She's speaking 3 o'clock about gun violence.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. And who have you found most about from your field reporting? What's the most interesting thing you have heard until now? Give us an insight.
The most interesting thing. I think there was a person yesterday that was talking about therapy, and she was telling me about her experience with therapy, and I think it was more personal. And it really made me think a lot of things about me and the world around me. So I think this was the most interesting. It was a simple question, but it was just so good, so many things that she talked about.
Wow, also, they're speaking about interesting, but I just want to know about what you found difficult as you're working on the ground.
I think the heat was the most difficult thing, to be honest.
Really, the heat, ne? But how the interviews, it was easy for you to get the interviews, to interview people?
Yes, people were willing to give out information and share everything they could, and they were really helpful, so I think it was very, very good.
Okay, thank you so much, Maria.
Thank you.
And thank you for your insight and your field reporting. It's really helping us here in Pop-Up Radio. And that's it from us, I think.
There you have it.
There you have
Signing
it.
out.
We're going on a break. Don't forget to get into the next session. This was Pop-Up Radio. We thank you from Radio Pantheon.
And Radio Workshop.
And Radio Workshop. I was waiting for you to say it.
Okay, cool. We out.
Hi, I go by the name Gakisa Olwetu. I am from UCRFM radio station, where your voice is our joy. Mental health refers to the emotional well-being of a person. I just want to let you know that you are worth it. Even if you are not okay, it's okay not to be okay. Take care of your health. Surround yourself with positive things and
in the green field of mine. Sometimes it's black, sometimes it's white, like the cloudy mountains. Some days the grass is blooming, some days it turns to dust. I'm a tree longing for the sun, hoping that it lasts. There's a river in the green field of mine.
SNF Nostos 2023 is on its way to help analyze, discuss, and normalize every aspect of mental health on June 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Learning, conversation, and entertainment become one and prove that taking care of our interior worlds begins out there. SNF Nostos 2023 from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. Release, rethink, refocus on mental health.
Hello again, everyone. "2010 turned out to be a very auspicious year for precision psychiatry and mental health with regard to the person I have the pleasure to introduce here today. In November 2010, at the annual Society for Neuroscience meeting, which is one of the largest gatherings of biomedical scientists, let alone neuroscientists in the world, typically over 30,000 people attend. Our next presenter spoke in an extremely personal and compelling way, arguably really the first public figure to be so vulnerable to talk about her own personal experiences and the experiences of her family members, in particular her sister Jessie and her nephew Kalen, about mental illness and familial mental illness. And that really inspired and opened the possibility to begin to address the chronic and unremitting stigma and discrimination that so severely burdens patients, their families, their friends, and all of society with regard to mental illness. In 2010 also, the first named female had her genome sequenced at full coverage. Both of those people are the most acclaimed actress of our time, Glenn Close, who I've had the privilege and the honor to call a deep friend, who has been a tireless mental health advocate for the past 15, 20 years, and co-founded together with her sister and her nephew this extraordinary organization that you're going to hear about today, headed by Pamela Harrington, the Bring Change to Mind Foundation. So it's my honor and pleasure now to introduce to you Glenn Close.
Thank you, Stephen. I am thrilled and honored to be here. Είναι τιμή μου που βρίσκομαι κοντά σας σήμερα. And I also want to thank Andreas Dracopoulos and the SNF Foundation for your incredibly generous hospitality and for focusing your brilliant light on mental health and the stigma that surrounds it. 20 years ago, I would never have predicted that I would be standing before you today as an advocate fighting to erase the stigma around mental illness. All those years ago, I was deep into my acting career, trying to maintain some kind of balance between work as a single mother and being there for my daughter. If anyone was missing from the occasional family gatherings, it was usually me. Then, one summer day in 2004, when I did happen to be at my parents' house, my sister Jessie came up to me and said, "I need help. I can't stop thinking about killing myself." What? What do you mean? She went on to tell me that a relentless voice in her head was not only telling her to kill herself, but was also giving her precise instructions in all the ways she could do it. Her eldest child, Kalen, had had his first psychotic break when he was 19, 4 years before Jessie's voices. He spent 2 years at McLean Hospital and was ultimately diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. Of course, we all knew where he was, but didn't really understand what was going on. As a family, we had absolutely no vocabulary for mental illness. Going to a psychiatrist was unthinkable. We were from Greenwich, Connecticut, not New York City. And to my father, especially back in the early 50s when he became a surgeon at Columbia's Physicians and Surgeons on a GI Bill, psychiatry was a lesser science. So when a great uncle drank himself to death, we were told that it was because he was driven to it by Aunt Margaret. Another great uncle was tormented with violent schizophrenia and was periodically put in a straitjacket and hauled off to a psychiatric hospital. I was aware of his portrait, but not of his story. In the middle of lunch one day, my mother's half-brother excused himself, went out into the garden, and shot himself dead. We knew him as poor Uncle Harry. My maternal grandmother had the habit of sighing a lot, drawing the shades, and lying on her bed for hours on end. She would occasionally absent herself to a place called Silver Hill, a sanatorium. But we kids thought it was a spa because she once mentioned the excellent chef. Mental illness in our family was shrouded in silence. In my generation, Jessie was always the wild one who walked out of school in 10th grade and refused to go back. Her first attempt at suicide happened when she was 16, just before her 17th birthday and first of 5 marriages. When her unstable young husband turned out to be verbally and physically abusive, she tried to die by suicide a second time. When Kalen and Jessie came home and struggled to understand and manage their chronic illnesses, I realized that we had to educate ourselves fast if they were to survive and if we were to survive as a family. Jessie and Kalen told me that the stigma they were starting to experience was frequently worse than the illnesses themselves. Jessie was afraid to reveal her diagnosis to the parents of her daughter's friends for fear that they wouldn't allow their kids to come over to play. Kalen was feeling excruciating shame and loneliness because his diagnosis, schizophrenia, was the scariest of all. When he returned from McLean Hospital, none of his friends were there for him, not one, and they never came back. Jessie and Kalen asked me to help. I said I would, but only if they were willing to out themselves as living with mental illness on various national platforms. Without hesitation, they both said yes, and Bring Change to Mind was born. We had no idea of what we were getting into.
but we did know what our core message would be. Start the conversation. Talk about it. My education began. To understand more about the people for whom I was intending to advocate, I went to Fountain House in New York City, a clubhouse type of organization run by people with lived experience. I cooked with them, gardened with them, and helped edit their club newspaper. And I came away with a greater empathy and understanding about what it means to live with a chronic mental illness. Since I was in the movie business, I thought the natural first step was to shoot a PSA. We shot it in New York's Grand Central Station, one of the most iconic public spaces in the United States. We arrived at 7 a.m. and there was Ron Howard, who I had called out of the blue and asked to direct. Ron is a really good guy. He and his crew were setting up in the great cavernous space that we had known since childhood. It's impossible to shut down Grand Central Station, so they were setting up with a constant flow of people arriving and departing, going about their day. It was crowded and very echoey, and there was no refuge from the noise and the hustle. Jessie blanched and clutched her little service dog, Snitz, closer to her. Kalen quickly put on his dark glasses and kept them on throughout the day. I honestly didn't know if they would make it, but they did. For 12 noisy, long, insufferably hot hours, Jessie wore a t-shirt that said bipolar disorder, and Kalen wore one emblazoned with schizophrenia. For 12 hours, they were there with about 75 other consumer volunteers, mostly from Fountain House, with everyone wearing their illnesses on their chests as hundreds of people walked by and stared. That's heroic in my eyes. And I have to add that my daughter Annie and Jessie's daughter Maddie were also there wearing t-shirts that said cousin and sister. Afterwards, when we told our then 85-year-old mother who lived in a remote corner of Wyoming about it, she said, "Oh, if only I could have been there. Then it would have been 3 generations." In early 2015, Bring Change to Mind officially adopted a struggling program called Let's Erase the Stigma and began working with that model in schools and with community members in the Bay Area to develop the idea of science-based, peer-to-peer high school clubs. Today, Bring Change to Mind clubs create safe, stigma-free spaces where kids talk to each other, learn about their illnesses or that of their friends or family, provide each other with comfort and support, and come up with school-wide initiatives. By the fall of 2015, we had 25 clubs. By the fall of this year, we will be approaching 550 clubs in 42 states. But goodwill for goodwill's sake is uninteresting. We have to know that we are moving the needle. So to that end, we have always had a world-class scientific advisory board which, inspired by our kids, assure that our clubs are not only engaging but effective while helping to develop and evaluate new initiatives. Today, 71% of our Bring Change to Mind high school students want to pursue a career in behavioral health. Bring Change to Mind clubs are the pipeline we are building with our next generation. The clubs are full of courageous kids who are transforming their schools and their communities. I have listened in on national Zoom conferences, and I attended a conference in person, and I am continually moved and completely blown away by our kids who are starting and maintaining vital conversations every day. As for Jesse and Kaylin, they have up days and down days, but they have their lives. Jesse lives across the yard from me. I've learned how to help her get through the occasional difficult day, especially in April, which she calls her fetal position month. She has published 2 books, has finished the manuscript for a 3rd, and is always at the end of the line whenever people call her needing help with a mental health crisis. Kaylin is an artist, a husband, and an exceptional human being. The fact that my family lives with mental illness puts us right at the heart of the human condition. I feel that today, the last word should go to my beloved Jesse. This is the sign-off to that first public speech 13 years ago in front of 5,000 people at the American Psychiatric Association's big conference. And you can see, if you look, her service dog snits his ears because she always took her up with her to the podium. I used to miss my booze and wild self, but not anymore. I used to miss Kaylin's younger, not sick self, but not anymore. It has become evident that for us, we are exactly who we're meant to be. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am now thrilled and honored to introduce to you a Bring Change to Mind youth ambassador and leader, a former president of her Bring Change to Mind high school club in Virginia, and now a rising junior at UCLA majoring in physics. Ladies and gentlemen, April Smith.
Bring Change to Mind is absolutely necessary for high school students because it helps push the idea that mental health is just as important as physical health.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here with everyone today and to be a part of the conversation surrounding the future of mental health. It fills me with so much hope. In the fall of 2018, during my 3rd year at Maggie L. Walker High School in Richmond, Virginia, I joined my school's newly established Bring Change to Mind club. And I joined because during the past 5 years, I had gone through some of the most difficult struggles with depression and anxiety. And for the first time, after years of therapy and countless trials with various medicines, I had felt happier, stronger, and I wanted to use my experiences to see if I can make my community a place with less mental health stigma. And it was such a new experience. In this club, students, teachers, we talked about mental health with openness. We learned more about what it meant to be mentally ill. And we met with school administrators to call for policy changes that could help decrease the stigma surrounding mental health in our community. For so long, I've been ashamed of myself for being depressed, for being anxious. I was so afraid to go to a psychiatrist for the first time because I thought that if I had to see a doctor about what's in here, it would mean that I was admitting that my soul, myself, was sick. But here I was in a Bring Change to Mind club, casually talking about mental health and how we could change our community's perspectives about what it meant to be mentally ill. In 2021, I traveled to Los Angeles to begin my studies at the University of California. I was so excited to begin my adult life, study what I love, to be independent. What I didn't expect was that just a few months later, I'd be flying back home because I was having panic attacks every day. I was devastated. After 3 years of relative calm, I had relapsed into severe depression and anxiety. And for the rest of that year, I sat at home, depressed, hopeless, stagnant. But this past fall, I got the chance to return to my university. I knew that this was my last chance. If I couldn't make it this time, I knew I couldn't afford to try again. And on my first day back at UCLA, I met a girl named Khadija. She sat next to me in my math class, and I swallowed my shyness, and I introduced myself to her. Hey, I'm April. And a week later, we were doing math homework on the floor of her dorm. And a week after that, she was in my dorm studying. And sometime in early December, we had just finished our calculus homework. And it was just past midnight, and we were sitting on the edge of my bed. And we started talking. And by the end of that night, she had told me about her struggles with mental illness. And I had told her about my depression, my anxiety. For the rest of that year, she would come to my dorm, and we talked about things like mental health, personal struggles, our goals, our dreams. And I finished my first full year at UCLA last Friday. It was tough. There were times when I wasn't sure if I could make it, but I did. And before I left for the summer, I wrote Khadija a letter to let her know how much she had helped me. I told her, as we wrap up a weird, tumultuous, but wonderful year, I have one thing I've been needing to say, and that's thank you. Thank you for spending nights with me, talking about the most random things, about the most meaningful things. Thank you for making me feel less alone. Thank you for making me feel loved. Thank you for helping me conquer a whole year at UCLA, something I was ready to give up on just a year ago. I've realized that this is the effect that Bring Change to Mind has on the students in these clubs. I mean, here I was, someone who had hidden my mental health for so long, opening up so easily. This is how hundreds of small clubs across the country create thousands of young mental health ambassadors that go out and make giant changes in the global dialogue, the global attitude and global approach to how we talk about and think about mental health. And this change, it comes with being student-run. It comes with allowing the loudest voices in the room to be that of our most important stakeholders, the students themselves. It's true that one room of high school advocates might only create modest changes in the neighborhood. But when you have 500 rooms across 40 US states, combating mental health stigma in each of their community, you have yourselves a movement. Khadija later responded to my letter, and I want to end by reading to you what she said. She wrote, "Thank you for an amazing year too, April. I survived it, and partially because of you. You are one of the best friends I have ever had, and I can't thank you enough for always checking on me. It means a lot more than you know. I hope this summer you can be genuinely relaxed and happy with the people you love. I hope you find something to make you smile when you're on your own, because it's tough, I would know. Let's not let life get us down, my friend. We'll come back stronger next year. Thank you."
Amazing stories, amazing impact, real life. As we said in the morning, I think the stigma is coming off more and more and more. And I think after every panel, after every discussion, it's coming off stronger and stronger. So thank you to all the presenters and all the participants and all the panels. I think collectively, the situation looks better and better every minute. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome on stage the first partner of California, Jennifer Siebel Newsom. Jennifer is a documentary filmmaker, an actress, and an advocate known among her many important activities for her work on mental health, female representation, and gender equality. Through her films, advocacy, and influential role as the first partner, Jennifer strives to disrupt gender narratives and promote mental well-being, working towards a society that values inclusive stories and accessible mental health resources. First partner.
Mere days before my 7th birthday, I experienced the horrific loss of my older sister, Stacy. In minutes, my entire life changed, and I lost my best friend, my confidant, and my role model. My parents did their best in stoic Nordic fashion to return to some semblance of normal. My mom gave birth to 2 more girls. We spent a year living with horses and wild animals in Montana, and we even attempted family therapy once. But inside, I was broken. I spent years blaming myself, punishing myself, trying to be 2 daughters instead of 1. The unresolved trauma and survivor's guilt still haunt me to this day. Kids are our best teachers, reflecting back to us what we often don't see. So it wasn't until my youngest son was days away from his 7th birthday that I realized how pure and innocent he was, and how unfair it was of me to put so much guilt, shame, and pressure on myself. I tell this story because it is a personal reminder of how essential it is that we end the stigma around mental health and provide young people and their families with mental health resources at the earliest of ages when and where they need them. The leading cause of children's hospitalizations in California happened to be mental health related. And the CDC found that 60% of teen girls and 69% of LGBTQ+ youth report feelings of sadness and hopelessness. 1 in 3 teen girls have seriously considered suicide. This is a crisis, one that has been exacerbated globally by climate change, culture wars, wealth inequality, structural racism, political divisiveness, a global pandemic, and a growing and unhealthy reliance on smartphones and social media. Last month, U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy issued an advisory warning about social media's impact on developing young brains, stating that youth mental health is the defining public health issue of our time, and that there isn't enough evidence to show that social media platforms are safe for young kids and teens. I couldn't agree more. The advent of social media has brought with it unprecedented challenges. In-person relationships and community were still the norm and valued in America in 2010, but as we all began spending more time online, isolation and disconnection grew. Today, we have 24/7 access to unrealistic, filtered, and pornographic images, hateful and shameful rhetoric, and misinformation campaigns on these addictive smartphones that we carry with us everywhere we go. Adults can barely handle this. Children certainly cannot. Think about it for a second. Exposing children and adolescents to near constant toxicity while their emotional regulation, critical thinking skills, and cognition are still in development is supremely dangerous. I imagine you all know this. Perhaps it's why you are here. I'm here because we are at a precipice when it comes to youth mental health. And in the absence of a United States national youth mental health strategy, California is breaking down barriers between health, education, and social services and building a comprehensive system that meets the needs of all Californians ages 0 to 26. My husband, California Governor Gavin Newsom, has invested $4.7 billion to make this system a reality. These investments include training of 25,000 additional behavioral health professionals and 16,000 young people who can explore careers in behavioral health. It also includes training for teachers on early warning signs and trauma-informed care, and $20,000 scholarships for mental health workers that spend at least 2 years working in a school. This expansion of the behavioral health system ensures all California children are routinely assessed, served, and supported. And we all know an overhaul like this takes time. So California is taking a multi-pronged approach now to holistically meet the needs of our children. The truth is, either we ourselves or close loved ones will be in need of mental health support at some point in our lives. And while not every child will need clinical mental health services, they will all reap the benefits of prevention and anti-stigma efforts that help build a life of wellness, providing tools if and when a crisis arises. This is why I started a California for All Kids initiative in 2019. As a mother of 4 children, 2 daughters and 2 sons, the governor and I understood that physical and mental health are inextricably linked, and that both contribute to our kids' overall well-being. When developing California for All Kids, I thought back to my time at Montessori preschool. We explored nature on daily walks with Mrs. Terwilliger. We made fresh lunches using ingredients from our school garden, and we cared for animals in the classroom. Those experiences were fundamental in healing my own trauma, To this day, time in nature and care of loved ones and animals are part of my self-care routine. And so I knew we had to bring a similar model to California in order to give children the best start in life. Given the correlation between the food that our children consume and their mood, cognition, and well-being, we began working on the California Farm to School initiative. Farm to School and California's nation-leading universal school meals programs work collaboratively to ensure that California students have access to 2 free, delicious, nutritious, and locally sourced meals a day. To date, Farm to School programming has reached an estimated 1.5 million students across the state. We've also implemented programs such as the California State Library Parks Pass to break down financial barriers and increase equitable access to over 200 state parks. Anyone with a California library card can check out a Parks Pass for free. This is critical and reinforces that time in nature is healing. The Governor's Advisory Council on Physical Fitness and Mental Well-Being, which I co-chair, also builds upon this work. Through the council, we're addressing youth mental health by promoting evidence-based daily mindfulness and movement for Californians of all ages. We're also working diligently to address the mental health impacts of isolation and loneliness by promoting the use of public parks and spaces to bolster health, community, and belonging. As we know, a consistent barrier to care is knowing where to find it. To that, California has broken out of its bureaucratic silos and housed connections to mental health resources from across state agencies and nonprofit partners under one roof on our California Health and Human Services website. Many of the resources are multilingual to ensure that language isn't a barrier to care. One of the tools on the Resource Hub that I'm most proud of is the California Healthy Minds, Thriving Kids project. We partnered with the Child Mind Institute to develop this amazing evidence-based bilingual video series and curricula for youth, parents, and educators to utilize in their daily lives. These include education around understanding thoughts and feelings, how to manage intense emotions, breath work, and other relaxation techniques. This past January, this series had reached over 72,000 educators in California and an estimated 1.8 million students. And in January, we will launch a virtual services platform to provide California youth and parents with screenings and assessments, on-demand coaching, and connections to other virtual and in-person services. So I'm here to tell you that while we are building the plane as we fly it, working through a crisis, and redesigning an entire behavioral health system, I have hope. Hope in the California dream and all of the investments that we've made towards prevention and improving our children's well-being. And as someone who believes fully in the power of partnership, my title and a common theme in my work, I feel grateful to all of you for being here and for your commitment to mental health, and especially to Andreas Dracopoulos and SNF. Together, we are united around an essential goal, the holistic well-being of the world's children, and that is something worth fighting for. So now we're going to move on over here, and I get to ask one of the governors and my most valued partners to join me on stage, Dr. Mark Galley, Secretary of California Health and Human Services Agency, and a brilliant leader on youth behavioral health. Please welcome Mark. Dr. Galley, you wear many hats. You are a father of 4. You are a pediatrician and California's Health and Human Services Secretary. And you were our Dr. Fauci during the pandemic. Given your unique perspective on youth behavioral health, will you share with us why the overhaul of California's system is so important?
Well, first partner first, thank you for including me in this conversation. It's exciting to be here, to see the energy around youth mental health, in particular, mental health in general, something we've been hungry for back home and leading the way. I would say first off, you used the word overhauling the system. And today in California, young people wake up and expect to go to school because we have a system for schooling our young people. They expect to get at least 2 meals a day because so many are going hungry, but we have that system. We even have a system for physical health for all kids in California, but we haven't had a system that's been reliable. Kids wake up every day asking questions, just like April did. Where am I going to get the support? Where am I going to get answers to questions? Where am I going to get the help? And for us, making sure that Californians, millions of children, have a reliable, trusted way to get that support, whether it's on the backs of our schools, on our communities, our clinicians. We have that hope that anyone 0 to 26, wherever you are, northern, southern part of our state, whether English is your first language or if it isn't, that you get that service reliably. And we believe that by building that system, we're not only helping support the young people and families of today, but we're building a system that's going to allow us, as a pediatrician, I know that my patients stand up in class, willingly go to their teachers and say, may I be excused to go to my doctor's appointment. But our young people aren't doing that for their mental health help. The stigma is rich and real, and this system, we hope, is going to help break it down.
We only have a little bit more time, but I really want to jump into that California is doing more to lead in the realm of mental health, which is new and fresh, that folks might not know about. Earlier this week, the governor announced major changes to the Mental Health Services Act, and I was wondering if you could share with us the current status and why it's so critical now.
So
this man's taken on so much, and he's an incredible leader. We're so grateful to have him.
20 years ago, California chose to add another tax in California on millionaires. And that tax brings in about $3.5 to $4 billion a year to help support mental health services. This was before we had the Affordable Care Act that President Obama put in place that guaranteed health care to millions of Californians that didn't have it before we had concepts around equal treatment between behavioral health, mental health in particular, and physical health. So 20 years later, we decided it needed to be modernized, refreshed, a focus on making sure our most sick, our most severely impacted populations with behavioral health conditions, and we're very deliberate to use behavioral health. It was originally the Mental Health Services Act, but in recognition of the value and importance of ensuring that substance use disorders are included, we are refreshing this law to make sure that those with serious and disabling substance use disorders alone can receive the care, that housing is an important part of what those dollars can be used to pay for, multidisciplinary, evidence-based programming that recognizes that in 20 years, conference rooms like this one, research institutions, community-based practices have evolved, and really trying to make sure that California isn't stuck in 2 decades old policies and procedures, but rather making sure that we're current and building a system that Californians who, like the rest of the world, desperately need the care and support that I think we're all hungry to see, we're able to build it up more. So the courage of you and the governor, not just in our youth focus, but broadly in behavioral health for California gives me a great deal of hope that this modernization plus so many other things that you have led are going to give us a real opportunity to transform not just our own state, but hopefully the nation and partner with the world.
I agree. Couldn't agree more. Thank you so much, Dr. Galley. Thanks to all of you here and online. It's just been a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, everyone. It is Rusha from the YAC again. I hope you're all enjoying the sessions as much as we are. It is time for a short break, but please stay tuned for our panel on suicide prevention here at the Stavros Niarchos Hall and other equally interesting panels. See you after the break.
Hi, I go by the name Gakisa Olwetu. I am from UCRFM radio station, where your voice is our joy. Mental health refers to the emotional well-being of a person. I just want to let you know that you are worth it. Even if you are not okay, it's okay not to be okay. Take care of your health. Surround yourself with positive things and positive people. Welcome to SNF Nostos. You're listening to SNF Pop-Up Radio by Radio Workshop and Radio Panther, where we tell stories that #Refocus on Mental Health.
While we are live right here at Essence, just really talking about really mental health. I think the last hashtag was hashtag refocus on mental health. I really did enjoy that. It's exactly 27 minutes to the hour 11. And my name is Diniko Luyanda Mate. How are you guys?
Hello, Diniko. I'm Naya from Radio Parion.
I'm Tanya from Radio Padon as well. We're feeling very excited.
Yeah.
And I'm also Abigail Maeza from South Africa, Gauteng. I'm also from the Radio Workshop.
Yeah, how are you feeling at this moment? Like a
From a 1 to 10?
check.
1 to 10.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a solid 7 because I'm tired from yesterday.
Yeah.
But we're getting through it.
Okay. I'm a 5. Like, it just changed right now because I'm so anxious for the next interview because I'm just, I don't know what to expect, but I'm willing to learn more about, resilience.
Yeah, I think, okay, 5 minutes ago, if you asked me this, I was going to say 4. Nah.
4? That's a bit rough.
But now, I'm a solid 8. And I hope you guys are really doing fine as well as we got to learn, refocus, rethink, release.
Okay. I'm mates with you as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm really cheerful and I'm looking forward to these amazing interviews. We are very delighted that we have so amazing people here in sharing, in discussing about the topic that concerns us all.
Yeah, talking about really just going into interviews and learning. There's a lovely lady, Miss Serena Nassen, all the way from South Africa. She is a psychiatrist. She's a senior as well at the University of Stellenbosch, and she's from South Africa, and that really makes me happy because I'm also from South Africa, and she has a huge interest in arts therapy, and we're really going to go into that. So let's take a quick break to welcome her back in the studio. Thank you.
Ήρθατε στο SNF Nostos. Ακούτε το SNF Pop-Up Radio από το Radio Workshop και το Radio Pantheon, όπου λέμε ιστορίες που επανεστιάζουν και κάνουν φόκους στην ψυχική υγεία.
Good day, ma'am. How are you? you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I'm so glad you came. I was so excited about this interview. So when we got to Greece, there was a tour that we did, and there was the street vendor that was doing portraits
Yes.
of people. And I went to him, I'm like, I know my mom is going to say I'm full of myself and I love how I look, but can you please do a portrait of me? And it was so beautiful. And that whole experience just leads me to, like, art therapy and how it really heals the body and how it. What is art therapy really?
Yes, so in my context, I like to think of it as arts and creative therapies. So when you speak about creative arts therapies, you're talking about music therapy, art therapy, dance and movement therapy, and drama therapy. So these are all the non-verbal types of creative arts ways of being able to access what is happening to you emotionally. And it's great for children because all children don't do that well with the talking therapy. Very often you would ask a child to say what their difficulties are, and in the setting that I work as a child psychiatrist, they would say, I don't know. So what does one do in a case like that? Force them to go on talking? Usually we would offer the opportunity for play. But since 2016 at the hospital where I work, at Niarchos Hospital, I spearheaded a creative arts therapy project with a colleague. And through some funding, we were able to employ an art therapist and a music therapist. But since then, we have been hosting internships of music therapists, drama therapists, and just this week, I was contacted by a senior art therapist in Cape Town to ask whether I would host an art therapy intern. And I said, of course. And
that's great.
So that's what it's about. And what we've been able to do is to integrate these arts therapists, as we call them, as part of our multidisciplinary team, which usually are psychiatrists like myself, psychologists, occupational therapists, social workers, and nurses. So those are the kind of traditional kind of disciplines that conduct mental health. But for children, we really need the creative arts as part of the therapies.
Wow, great. You spoke about how you've have organized whereby kids, you teach them about the art therapy. So I want to know the first moment where you realize that this helps and for young people.
So I've always been a creative type of person. So I'm a musician. I was sent as a young child to learn to play the piano, and I almost landed up with a career in music before I decided to go to medical school. So it started then. It was a deep commitment and understanding of the value of music and the creative arts. But then in 2014, I have the most wonderful friends, and an older friend decided that I needed to do something to cope with my high workload. And so she dragged me to my first art lesson. And it's called process art. And the type of art that I started to attend in 2014 is called Awakening Spirit Through Art. So it encourages not for you to become an expert in art, but for you to express yourself. And that was the moment where I met my vulnerability. I could see things in what I was producing that gave me a clue about what I was experiencing emotionally that was not always as obvious as one would think it would be. And as I went along and I gained proficiency, I'm almost at the point of being able to call myself an artist because I will be doing my first exhibition next year.
Wow,
that's great.
But I've become absolutely convinced. So 2 years after I started with my own process art, I became absolutely committed to finding a way for this kind of art to be accessible to the young people that I treat in the hospital where I work.
So you mentioned dance and, you know...
Yes.
If I'm dancing, how do you then see what's wrong with me?
Well, I think in that it's not necessarily diagnostic, the dance part. The dance is more about expression of emotion and about release through movement. I think we rely so much in terms of the formal psychotherapies through the talking and the talking, but there's got to be a balance. And so with movement and gesture, it's the same thing, for example, that you could get with, say, some of the martial arts. And for example, I love Qigong. It's a form of Tai Chi, and there's a form of movement. And so that would be the way that dance and movement therapy could be helpful as a complement to conventional talking psychotherapy. But music therapy can be diagnostic.
Can what?
Music therapy. And art therapy, if you give a client or a patient an opportunity to do artwork, it can reveal a lot.
How possible is that?
Well, what did you ask?
Like how do you see that? Like it's like
well, I think in terms of the choice of colors, there could be a clue about your mood. I think anxiety could be evident on a page in what you produce, what the picture looks like, the lines and all of that. And it could give a clue. It's not going to be diagnostic in the way that a psychiatrist or psychologist is going to diagnose a disorder, but it's going to give you a clue to, this looks like this person may be struggling with anxiety. But it doesn't mean that you have a disorder. And I think that is the big mistake, that we tend to over-label every emotional state and condition as a disorder. And I think that we have to be careful in this day and age where mental health and the stigma of it has come out of the box, so to speak. And we have to be careful that we don't make the mistake of labeling ordinary emotional feelings, like feeling anxious, feeling down, feeling a bit depressed. It happens, it's transient. We have to be careful that we don't tell ourselves the wrong thing, that we've got a disorder.
I think my mom likes saying that you guys talk about depression as if it's a joke, like it's a trend. Like if you don't have anxiety, like you're a problem. Like it becomes like a trend. When you mention we tell ourselves that, it gives me back that memory of, are we really sick or we just trying to be relevant, especially for the young people? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I like your mom. I think I agree with her.
I think sometimes we trap ourselves in labels.
Absolutely. And what about the fact that ordinary human distress is normal, and that all of us are going to, sometime or other, find ourselves in a state of distress, where our emotional reactions are going to be amplified, and we're going to feel anxious or distressed or petrified or traumatized. But the mistake should not be that we should say, oh, I think I've got this illness now and it needs to be treated or medicated. And that is important, because if you look at the prevalence figures in the world of mental illnesses, it sits around 20%. In South Africa, we don't have good prevalence studies. We've got a lot of adversities. It probably is similar to the rest of the world or slightly more. So what about the rest? How is it that so many people face incredible adversities, but not everybody gets a mental illness? But everybody gets distress from time to time, don't they?
Indeed.
And so it is very important that we understand that we human beings are incredibly resilient. And I believe that the conversation going forward should be more balanced, and that we should have the conversations about mental health. We should destigmatize mental health, but we should also start to include concepts around resilience.
I'm very happy to hear that from a person who is constantly with children.
Yes.
And because these are messages that I think need to, from a very young age, flourish in children. And related to that, I would like to ask you, why did you choose to focus on child and adolescent health?
I was a family doctor before I specialized in psychiatry. And for reasons that I still don't understand, everybody started to bring their children to me.
What a joy.
And coupled with that, there was an incredible amount of people who presented with physical conditions where I started to realize that there was probably an underlying mental condition. But I have to make a confession. My first choice to specialize in was pediatrics and child health.
What's that?
And I didn't do that, so I wanted to be a pediatrician. But I somehow veered off that pathway to psychiatry, but I needed to find my way back to the children.
It will always stay be with you if it's with you.
If
it's the calling, it will always stay with you. Thank you so much, Ms. Rena.
Thank you so much. We took so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for this opportunity to meet you and speak for such important matters.
Thank you.
I think now I can obviously tell my friends, are you really depressed or are you just having a sad day? You know what I mean?
That's great.
And I can say, Ms. Serena told me this.
Yes.
But thank you so much. Let's go for a quick break. And after this, we'll have another discussion coming in quite soon. So do make your way to the conference room to have another conversation. What's the next conversation about? Do you have it? The list?
Yes, and we have Celine Desolé, and we're talking about trauma. So we're looking forward to that, and I think we can add to the tagline of this year's SNF Nostos conference: release, rethink, refocus, resilience. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Renu Kumar. Welcome to Son of Nostos. You're listening to Son of Nostos Pop-Up Radio by Radio Workshop and Radio Kythion, where we tell stories that #refocus on mental health.
So we are back. I switched with Nico. For everyone who don't remember me, I'm Naya. And we have together with us a special guest, Miss Celine Del Soya.
Celine Del Soya. Hello, nice to have you here.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
She is a social entrepreneur from El Salvador. Selena is also the co-founder and president of Glasswing International. It's an honor and we are delighted.
It's a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Starting off the conversation, trauma is a Greek word. To me, it's a deep wound that can be an obstacle in your journey if, when left untreated. Can you tell us what you understand about the word trauma throughout your work?
Well, I think it's something that it can be very common. It can be a consequence of being exposed to something that is, extreme, and that your capacity to cope with it is, you basically don't have what you need to cope with something, but you can acquire that, right? And it is something that we can treat. We can heal trauma, and especially through connections with other people. So I think it's also something that we have to see as something that we can address, we can address as a collective, as people, as communities.
Yeah, what tools would you suggest while healing trauma, dealing with trauma?
Well, I think it depends. It really depends. It's so different for different people. There can be different tools that, may help people. There's obviously getting access to mental health specialists, but even just having community and having people around you that support you, or caring individuals, caring relationships. And then there are also tools that people use, like mindfulness, like breathing, different strategies for coping. But I think more than anything else, it's connection. It's human. And for young people, we work a lot with young people. One of the best ways to address the impacts of trauma is having connections with caring adult figures, right? People who are consistent and support you.
No, so I just want to know how every day of your life you deal with people that come to you, talk about their traumas. How does that affect you as also a person?
Well, I think, a lot of what we do is to train people within communities. So although I am a social worker, I'm not directly dealing with individuals myself anymore. I used to, but I think being able to, I think in terms of like self-care, right? Being able to build your own support networks, being able to also understand what's happening to you. I think it's so important with trauma and just mental health in general to understand how it affects your body, how it affects your behavior, your conduct, your thoughts, because the more you know what's happening and the more you can understand it, the better you can address it. So I think when I'm stressed, it's also dealing with stress, right? Whether it's stress or trauma or just pain, or I think it's understanding what's happening and linking your emotions with your behaviors and your physical symptoms is so important. So I think understanding it is most important, and having those support networks around you that are key.
And it's the first step, I think, into helping others, helping yourself first, and being conscious about what's happening inside of you.
Exactly. You can't pour from an empty cup, right? So I think you all know this. So I think that's really important, to make sure that you are in a position to be able to do that, and that you can be present for someone else. And be present in a way that's full, I think. And just, again, the more we know and the more we understand the science of mental health and trauma, and it doesn't have to be super technical or big words, it's just understanding it enough so then you can be a good resource for other people, particularly young people, which is our focus, like children and young people, and safety. I think safety is one of the most, all of us want to feel safe, so really trying to make sure that you create spaces of safety and support and care.
Your work is very important, and it's very touching that I think you carry the message that each one of us can deal with trauma, and you don't need to be an expert in order to help.
That's right. I think we can all be part of an ecosystem of healing, right, and resilience, and that's what's exciting. I think there's a huge opportunity for us to learn more, to be able to support each other more, and then understand when we do need specialists, right? But really, in the beginning, we can all be that kind of base of support to prevent these negative impacts and help each other continue to build our resilience.
Has there been a connection in your life that taught you something special?
There have been a few. So in my family, I have family members who live with depression and bipolar. So I think that's been a huge learning for me, and being able to see that resilience, but also just to see how people can really overcome it. I think the power of lived experience. When we've hired 60 former students of ours, program participants, who are now full-time staff. And I think understanding that persons who have lived through a lot of adversity are sometimes the best, in some of the best positions to be able to support other people. So for me, that's been a huge part of this work. Like, how do we really bring in people, individuals with lived experience, and bring them into the work we're doing with other people, particularly young people.
Yeah, and also I want to ask, you've seen so much darkness in the world. Can you tell me about a moment when you felt most helpful about humanity?
I have to start by saying that I think, and I've learned this, I'm 47 and I just learned this, I think you can hold, and we were talking about this earlier, you can hold despair and hope at the same time. Like, I think you can sometimes feel these contradicting things. And I feel like I'm seeing so much more, I'm seeing in this conference, especially, so much of us coming around this and understanding that mental health is foundational for everything. And I think I see it when we see young, like some of our students then become leaders, like you guys are, right? Leaders in supporting other kids and supporting younger kids, supporting peers, and talking about these things. I think that gives me a lot of hope, because I think the more we talk about this openly, the more we make it okay and we share a language about mental health and about well-being and the importance of it. I think that gives me a lot of hope. And I see it in kids. And I even see it in my son, who's 12 years old. You know, the kind of the hope and the being able to talk about this. So I'm glad that now, after the pandemic, we're talking about this more, because I'm in Latin America. And in some of our countries, we don't talk about this as much. But I'm hopeful now that we're really bringing this to the center and to the front of global conversations.
And thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your amazing work. And thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to have met you and to participate in this program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
SNF Pop-Up Radio.
Now let us imagine that you're in the middle of your disc jockey program.
Hey, listen up, everybody.
It's gonna be so awesome. Yeah.
With the Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
Welcome back. How you guys?
That was doing very nice. The interview was amazing.
Yeah.
We took so much from it.
Are you guys hungry?
Yes.
That's a big truth.
So I have an announcement. So for your lunch, which is between 1 and 2, head to the Aligora Bistro and Canal Cafe at the SNFCC. Make sure you have your SNF Notes conference badge handy. The break will go on until 30:30, but during the time, be sure to check on Mental Health Revolution happening at the alternative stage, which is just past the reception desk at your entrance as the SNFCC from the left. And also, put your mental health through grassroots soccer mind skill curriculum. It is open for all ages, but also especially recommended for young people from age 10 to 19. And also check the app for more information. The grassroots soccer team will be at the back castle from 10, providing short drops in activities through the day.
So I can't wait for that. I actually enjoyed the grassroots session. I had so much fun. It was so much. I learned a lot from my team with that alone. You know what I mean? So do head on and go there and let's have lunch.
Yeah, let's go eat. It's a wrap.
Καλώς ήρθατε στο SNF Νόστος. Ακούτε το SNF Pop-Up Radio από το Radio Workshop και το Radio Pantheon, όπου λέμε ιστορίες που επανεστιάζουν και κάνουν φόκους στη ψυχική υγεία.
There's a river in the green field of mine. Sometimes it's black, sometimes it's white, like the cloudy mountains. Some days the grass is blooming, some days it turns to dust. I'm not longing for the sun, hoping that it lasts. There's a river in the green field of mine.
SNF Nostos 2023 is on its way to help analyze, discuss, and normalize every aspect of mental health on June 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Learning, conversation, and entertainment Become one and prove that taking care of our interior worlds begins out there. SNF Nostos 2023 from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. Release, rethink, refocus on mental health.
Hello, everyone. The topic we gather to discuss today is as profound as it is universal, and it is about the growing incidence of suicide among our young people. Across the globe, in every community, every country and every community, we've seen an unsettling rise in the rates of suicide, particularly among teens and young adults. From 2000 to 2021, suicide rates increased in the United States by a staggering 36%, claiming over 48,000 lives in the year 2021 alone. This is not, obviously, this is not just a number, this is not just a statistic. Each point represents a life, a world of potential tragically cut short. And each life lost sends shockwaves through families, schools, friends, and communities, leaving in its wake a lasting mark of pain and grief. Despite the vast cultural, societal, and economic differences that span our globe, this is a shared struggle. It's a human struggle, cutting across boundaries and borders. The common threats, mental health challenges, family dynamics, exposure to violence, social pressures, and access to lethal means make it clear that this is not an isolated problem, but a collective one. Today's conversation is a stepping stone towards a global unified response to this pressing issue. So let's lend our ears, open our hearts, and strengthen our resolve as we embark on the crucial discussion. To address this, we've gathered a panel of distinguished experts, so let's call them on stage. John McPhee, CEO of the JED Foundation, Louisa Benton, Executive Director of the Hope for Depression Research Foundation, Amy Kennedy, co-founder of the Kennedy Forum, and Paul Yip, Director of the Hong Kong Jockey Club Center for Suicide Research and Prevention. Welcome. Later on, Flora Papici, a psychologist of Regeneration in Progress, will also join the discussion.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for being here, and to SNF for hosting this extraordinary conference. I want to thank our panelists for joining this morning and look forward very, very much to this discussion about youth suicide. As noted, the panel includes Louisa Benton, who is the Vice President and Executive Director of the Hope for Depression Research Foundation, Paul Yip, who is the founder and director of the Center for Suicide Research and Prevention at the University of Hong Kong, and Amy Kennedy, who is the co-founder of the Kennedy Forum. Okay. So, we wanted to start and just give you a little bit more framing about youth suicide in the context of the world. And this chart shows you the suicide rate per 100,000 people. You'll see the suicide rate among these countries is highest in the United States, and that the trend among the whole population is rising in the United States. In some of the other countries, the suicide rate among the entire population is going down. But the primary point that we want to make here is that you can see across all of these countries that the suicide rate among the young, ages 15 to 24, is going up across the board, with the exception of Australia, where it's flat, right? So this truly is a major issue. You can see it in the media, right? There are lots of reports in the media from multiple countries here, South Korea and Japan, about the youth suicide rate and how it's rising. And more coverage here from Singapore and from the United States. And in fact, in the United States, Just recently, in the past months, the Surgeon General of the United States has declared a youth advisory, has also declared an advisory related to a growing epidemic of loneliness and isolation among the population, and has issued a third advisory about a growing body of evidence about the potential harms really, of social media and our need to act on that because as the evidence grows, obviously social media is having an impact, and in some cases, in many cases, that impact is harmful. So there is a lot happening around young people. At the beginning of this conference, Dr. Kopowitz from the Child Mind Institute talked about the fact that symptoms emerge of mental illness in 50% of the cases by age 14 among young people. But it takes many, many years for an accurate diagnosis to happen, right? So young people, when we think about protecting the mental health of young people, we need to think about 20% or so are going to have a mental illness, and that mental illness is emerging in youth. It's critical that they be noticed and they be referred to care and accurately diagnosed. But in addition, young people are dealing with a lot more. The macro environment is incredibly stressful, and we heard this from other panels. COVID, climate change, safety and tensions around racism. In the United States, shootings, school shootings, right? And young people are feeling enormous pressure to live up to expectations. Income inequality, which we've heard about, is putting pressure in this sense about sort of a binary sense about success or failure. And you can look at the list here in terms of all of the pressures on young people. And these are all in scope and things that we need to think about when we think about how to protect young people and reduce risks of suicide. So what I'd like to do is ask each panelist to just take a minute or two to let the audience know about yourself and your work before we dive into this discussion. And Amy, let me start with you, and then we'll come this way.
Sure, thanks, John. I really came to this work because I was first a public school educator. So I worked with middle school students, and in my time as an educator, although I had not had training around mental health, I could see very clearly the struggles that my students were having. And for a very long time, we thought that was just bad behavior at school. And as our awareness has grown, we're able to identify that as depression and anxiety and other influences that are creating some of the behaviors that we see as challenging in schools. And now my commitment has continued to grow as the mother of 5 kids. To that earlier statistic John said, it's 1 in 5 that will struggle with a mental health issue, and I think about the systems that we have in place and which one of my own children would I want to have go through the current system of care, and how can I be a part of the solution that's going to give them the best chance at a happy life.
Thank you, Paul.
Well, it's a pleasure to come to join these conferences, to be able to learn from so many esteemed scholars. And I've been working for suicide prevention in Hong Kong, for the past 20 years. And then we have been learning about not only to deal with the so-called the illness treatment, we like to work on the wellness promotion, because we firmly believe that prevention is better than cure. And also when you say 60%, I think, of the suicide death occur in the middle and low income country, and then where they might have only 10% of the resources. So I think it is a time that for us to rethink and refocus and then try to do the suicide prevention more effectively.
Thanks, John, and thank you all for being here. I come to this issue primarily from a biological perspective. As the Executive Director of Hope for Depression Research Foundation, our mission is to advance the understanding of depression in terms of its biology in the brain. And to that end, we've built a consortium, an international consortium of scientists from labs all over the world that are coming together in a collaborative way to pool expertise and data to drive the science forward that we can then bring to the treatment and prevention of depression in actual patients.
Terrific. Okay, so looking forward to this discussion with all of you. As we start, because we hear a lot of statistics, I want to dimensionalize this just a little bit. Imagine that you all here are 500 high school students in an assembly, okay? So you're 500 students gathered in an assembly. In this coming year, in this coming school year, 200 of you are going to feel persistently sad or hopeless for a period of 2 weeks or more that prevents you from effectively doing the things that you want and need to do. 200 of you. 50 of you, okay, are going to attempt suicide. And 14 of you are going to require medical treatment for that suicide attempt. Okay? Just to give you a sense, that's just one assembly, one school, right? So I offer that as a way to try to bring the statistics to life. So given all of this, Paul, what do we do?
I think school is the most appropriate way, I think, to engage our young people, because that is the place where the young people, they would go. And also, I think it's very important, I think, to make the school is a happy environment, which is the young people, they like to go to school. They like to be connected. And also, we like to ensure the school system itself, the curriculum itself, should be diversified enough to cater for the young people with different skill sets. And also, we also make sure the school teachers are better supported in their knowledge of the mental health, and also to have the time and the energy, I think, to help our young people. In one of our studies in Hong Kong, I think we asked the school teachers to go to do suicide prevention. But then the school teachers themselves, they said, I feel suicidal too. You know, how can I go into the school, I mean, to teach the classes? So I think it's very important. Now, when we deal with the young school children, we should look at it as a system, not as a fragmented or disconnected measure. You have to do the whole school system and then make this whole school embrace this wellness, I think, this principle. And as a DNA, the program doesn't help to do suicide prevention. It's the school environment, the school atmosphere, starting from the principals and the school board, the teachers, and the parents as well.
Okay, so, you know, at the JED Foundation where I work, we work with schools to do this kind of work. And one of the keys to it is to make sure that the school and school leaders at all levels, right, at the government level, at the superintendent, whatever that position is, down into the schools, have a plan, literally a written plan for how they're supporting mental health and well-being of students. And Paul, you're talking a lot about culture, a culture of caring and connection, right, and belonging in the school as being protective and reducing risks for suicide. Amy, you're an educator and you've done a lot of work in schools, so could you add, you know, what does this make you think of, and could you add to this?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that Paul talked about educator burnout and the fact that we really don't have the training we need for educators. When we think about how we're going to reach the greatest number of young people, we need to invest in that training, because it not only helps the young people, but it helps the educators themselves, who are, frankly, quitting at least in the United States, at unprecedented rates and leaving the profession. We know that by training them, they take that information back to their classrooms as well as to their homes and to their families. And so that training does not actually lead to an increase in number of students identified, but a higher quality in the identifications that they make in those students. So, you know, I think there's a fear that if you train more people around mental health, that then we'll have far too many students identified as in need of help. Rather, we're going to just see that they've done a better job at noticing who needs the right interventions. It extends beyond just the educators in the classroom. It's the entire school community, as you mentioned. It may be coaches, it may be the cafeteria staff. We are looking for kind of everyone in the building to have this training, and it would be at a, as JED does so well, multi-tiered systems of support. So that prevention level all the way up to having a plan for students who need serious interventions because they have significant challenges, and making sure that the school has a plan through community partnerships for how to best address that.
Terrific. So a key theme then is prevention, and prevention in the places that young people are. I mentioned the Surgeon General's advisory earlier, and one of the things the Surgeon General called out in terms of ways that we can protect young people is through what he called supportive adults. And you're both speaking about that concept in the school system. How do we train, how do we activate supportive adults? Because we know that non-parent supportive adults in the lives of young people are incredibly protective to their mental health.
And I would just add, John, it's also training the young people themselves, because we know not every child's going to turn to an adult. They often seek help from their friends. So they need to know when to have someone intervene and when it's serious and they've got to ask an adult for help. But training young people how to be a support for each other is going to be an important piece.
Yes, and undergirding all of this conversation is stigma, and which we've heard a lot about, and Glenn Close just spoke so beautifully about, and the role that we can all play in these settings and with young people to make sure that these conversations are okay to have. And a big part of what we can all do, and young people themselves can do, is starting those conversations, as Glenn said, so that it's okay, and that there's a culture of acceptance to talk about it and to say that you're not feeling okay, or to lean in and ask somebody, hey, you're not acting, or you seem different, is everything okay, can I listen? Luisa, you focus, as you said, on neuroscience and brain research. How are you and the Hope for Depression Research Foundation thinking about this issue, thinking about depression and mood disorders, which I know you focus on, which, of course, are also linked to suicide?
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the question. So I just want to thank all the panelists for talking about the importance of community in the school and the sense of community there. We do know, and the CDC has stated that is a really important protective factor for future mental health issues. The biology, that's coming out of the labs also supports this. We know that where some individuals can be very vulnerable to life stressors, there's also individuals that have a resilience to life's stressors. So what our scientists are really looking at is how we can enhance the natural resilience and how we can teach kids to do that. So another aspect of our work is to take the science into the schools, and we do panels with students to teach them about the brain, taking care of their brains. There's a lot of body positivity now, so let's have the brain be part of that. And we also do a lot of anti-stigma events. For example, we have a 5K Teen Race of Hope in New York City that's organized by teens. So they're reaching out together from different schools, and it's really bringing them together as activists as well. So it gives them a vision of the future that they can all share.
Terrific, thank you. Again, prevention, early theme in our panel's discussion. I want to now at this moment invite Flora Papizzi, who is a psychologist here in Greece from the organization Regeneration in Progress, to address all of us, tell us about her work here in Greece, and address the panel. Thanks, Flora.
Including me in the conversation. I will set more the stage about what the reality is here in Greece. As John said, my name is Flora Papizzi. I'm a psychologist. I'm currently collaborating with Regeneration and Progress, a non-profit organization which designs and implements free of charge a series of actions in the fields of health, sports and education with the exclusive financial support of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. One of our main actions are the mobile medical units, which is an innovative primary healthcare initiative and program that aims to provide access to healthcare to the residents of remote islands and mountain areas here in Greece. They need to have equal opportunities and access to high-quality primary health care, and that is our goal. A team of medical doctors visits those remote areas, and in one day they practically set a hospital there for them to have access to primary health care. Its mission includes a team of medical doctors offering their services, even conducting some minor operations there, and also a mental health counselor usually accompanies every mission. Visiting myself a variety of those remote areas and seeing people with different cultural elements, I noticed some similar patterns in terms of their approach to mental health. Stigma, as the panel has mentioned already, is a significant barrier in mental health for people in remote areas. People are more hesitant to talk about their problems, and that is because they feel that they may get stigmatized or even marginalized by their community. Their desire to, or their accessibility to, or acceptability to receive mental health care for a mental health problem can be challenging because of that societal stigma that they feel that they may have to face. This is also closely related to issues of anonymity. In small communities, anonymity and privacy are particularly challenging in those rural communities. Because of societal stigma, community members may be embarrassed if one of their friends or a family member finds out that they are seeking mental health treatment. A provider also may be a friend of them or even a family member, and this could make them reluctant to reach out for help because they will be afraid that there will be a lack of anonymity. Individuals may fear being seen walking into a mental health clinic or to a mental health professional because they may deter them from seeking help, because they may feel that they will get exposed and that will deter them from seeking help. Recently, in one of our missions in an island, I came across a teenage girl who had been harming herself for several years, but she hadn't talked about it to anyone. She tried once to talk about it to her mother, but her response was that it's nothing significant, it's something very minor that you shouldn't care about. She came to me to talk to me, to ask for help. She asked me to talk to her dad because she felt like he was the only one who could help her, or at least show her the way to find some help. And I decided to talk to the dad to be the intermediate for her to get some help. Once I talked to her dad, long story short, he told me he listened for a couple of minutes and then he started saying to me, do not listen to what my daughter has to say, because we are a good family. We're not a crazy family. We have values. We love our children. We try to do the best for our children. We care about them. No one has nothing bad to say about our family. Not a single question about what his daughter is experiencing, why she feels that way, what he can do about it. The discussion was more about him proving to me that they're not a crazy family and that they are good people. And that's not because he didn't care about his daughter, but he realized the burden of the stigma that this situation would bring to their family. He offered to have a friend of him who was a mental health provider to talk to his daughter, but the daughter didn't want to because she was a little bit skeptical about the issues of confidentiality and anonymity. And the girl didn't have any other option, or at least it was the only option that her family could offer her. So, my question to you is, what can we do for that girl and every other girl and boy that is facing those same situations and circumstances in remote areas? And even more, a step further or a step backwards, what can we do in order for them not to be facing such situations and prevent them, as you talked about prevention? And before you answer, I want to add another component to our discussion. I saw myself and a medical doctor me on my late 20s, a medical doctor on his 50s, and the dad on his 50s, talking about the girl and trying to speculate and imagine what it means to be like a teenage girl in a remote island and what she must be experiencing. But at the same time, we couldn't, because we're not that girl. We're not at that age anymore. She came to me to talk to me because I'm close to her age, and she felt like somehow we could relate to each other. She had tried to reach out to her teachers, but she felt that they couldn't understand her. So, to extend my previous question is, can we include those teenagers for the teenagers? Would it be better if she had the support for someone of her age? Or even have a campaign to look at that it would have been designed by someone young for those individuals that they're experiencing similar circumstances and barriers. Thank you.
Thanks, Flora. Stay with us, Flora,
Yes.
okay?
Thank you.
Those are two fantastic questions that we are about to respond to, but I wanted to first just say congratulations and just acknowledge the incredible work that you're doing, and to point out that you're talking about both treatment and prevention. And we've started here with a conversation about prevention. But a comprehensive approach, a multi-tiered system of support, as Amy talked about, requires both prevention and treatment. And the fact that you're mobilizing mobile healthcare units, physical health and mental health, into rural areas that don't have access to care is an extraordinary example of the kind of thing that needs to happen, because people must have access to mental health care, and that's one of our greatest challenges. So mobile units, also using digital technologies and platforms, which you've heard about at this conference, is another way to do that. But you're also doing prevention. So when you're there talking to the family, talking to the father, et cetera, you're starting to move that dial, I believe. But this first question is about what do we do in families, and how do we move families around this issue? Paul started with a discussion about schools, but really family is the core community or unit. So Paul.
It's very true. I think whenever we talk to the teachers, they say that whenever there are problem children, there must be a problematic families. So I think it is all connected. So whenever we try to deal with the student problem, you cannot just address the student problem per se. You have to look at what is underlying behind, and then you look at the whole system itself. And one thing it has come to us very strongly, I think, when we read the death notes left by the young people, they have suffered from this relationship problem, the relationship with the parents. So I think it is a time, for the parents, I think, to talk to our young people, to communicate with them, to walk with them. I think we are always saying about the school children, they always say, hey, you give me a mental health program, but you never ask us, what do we want? What do we need? So I think this co-creation, bottom up. So I think as what Amy has said, we have done some program is in the school. I think empower the school, I think the schoolmates as a gatekeeper itself, how to build up a strong bondage and such that it can create a much stronger safety net, I think, for the student who are in need.
Yes. Luisa, yes.
I'd love to comment on this. You know, the parent-child relationship is foundational for the building of resilience and trust. It really is the root of optimism. And that's where it all begins. We have to acknowledge, however, that that relationship can sometimes not be there. And often when we're talking about suicidal behavior, we're talking about kids where that traumatic event basically collapsed that resilience. So for those kids, we need to be sure that somehow we get to them the message that they need to find somebody that they trust, a trusted adult that they can speak to. And if that's a problem, trusted friends that, and John, I would love you to talk about what the JED Foundation is doing there. That also requires, educating kids themselves about what they can do for each other.
Yes. Amy, you're raising 5 kids. How do you approach this issue?
Well, I appreciate the reinforcement of one trusted adult in your life. That's so important because it's not always going to be your parent that you can go to. But I think to Flora's question, one thing that we heard from the UK is that they were doing interventions for self-harm, but those were happening at age 13. When they actually did surveys and collected data, they found that the young people in the UK primarily were beginning self-harm behaviors at 10, 11, and 12. So collecting that information is going to be very important as we try to look for interventions, because they realize they're starting too late. And there are things we can be teaching at a very young age when it comes to prevention. Everything from how crucial sleep is, all the way to more serious interventions. But those are things that, no 5-year-old is too young to learn how vital that is. And then when it comes to what can the interventions look like to address cultural competence, it's a question we have in the United States as well. So I live in New Jersey. It has a very high population. It would seemingly have lots of providers, and yet we're in a rural area as well. And we are in a provider desert, and there are cultural competency issues there. And so that's been addressed most recently through telehealth. And we've seen a lot more access in that way. So the telehealth option in schools has been really crucial. We've also seen the introduction in places like Utah of a chat feature, Safe UT, and that's been a real success for Utah. And then nationwide, the introduction of a 3-digit number called 988. So previously, there was a long phone number. If you needed help, you were going to call this number, or people dialed the police, the emergency line 911. And that was not the intervention that was most helpful, because it might be traumatizing, it was very scary, you weren't going to have a provider arrive at the same time. So the introduction of this special number that was just as easy to remember, 988, it's going to take a little education of the public to begin to use that number, as well as funding to make sure the call centers have the appropriate professionals to respond. But those features have been introduced and can help when there's a crisis.
Yeah, and I'll just add, so we've talked about supportive adults. And supportive adults are a call to action that most mental health advocates and nonprofits are telling young people to do. Find and talk to a supportive adult. And so I would say to all of you in the audience, I think this is one of the calls to action. Do you consider yourself a supportive adult to the young people in your life? And do they know that? And make sure that they know that. This is a very, very important part of the safety net for young people, to activate the older adults around them, and to do that in a way that they know. In our research with teenagers about who they talk to when they're in trouble or they're in distress, they talk to their friends, as has been noted earlier. Some of them do talk to their parents or to their siblings or to their aunts or uncles, but the key defining issue or factor about whether they do or not is whether or not that person provides comfort and acceptance versus tries to tell them what to do. Okay? They're going to people that will listen and will provide comfort first, and that they feel are safe. And we also, I think, in this, because this conversation is about suicide, need to acknowledge that LGBTQ youth have a much higher rate of suicide. And family acceptance or family rejection is the key factor in terms of whether they're going to thrive or they're going to struggle related to their risk for suicide. So a very important part of this conversation is about acceptance and love for that young person when they do come forward. Many of them are afraid to come forward, and they're struggling in silence. Flora, your second question was about bringing young people into this conversation. How do we center them? How do we make sure they're in this conversation? And, we're all young at heart, I'll say, but we represent the older generation, the generation of supportive adults. So to the panel, how should young people be brought into this conversation and really lead it?
Sure. This is what Hope for Depression Research Foundation is doing. Of course, this is a really complex issue. So just to get down to very specific, concrete examples, you know, yesterday we saw the SNF, The Run, and as I was heading back to my hotel, I saw all kinds of folks turning out for that run, and lots of parents and kids coming together. And at HDRF, we do have a 5K Race of Hope. It's a national race now. It's in New York as well as in Florida. And it's a really fun way for people to come out and talk about mental health in a way that's non-threatening, and to be together in a way that's non-threatening, and at the same time bring that issue into focus. And we've also heard that it creates a lot of conversations along the way. Not everybody is racing. A lot of people are walking, so they're walking together. Great way for parents and kids to start to talk is to walk together. So that's what we're doing to start these conversations, as well as, I mentioned before, bringing panels of scientists and other experts to the schools and actually in the classrooms to get the kids and make that a very safe space, to get the kids talking there. And we've had enormous success with that. That's been very profound and touching.
Terrific.
I think the young people always say, nothing about us without us. I think it is really important. I think they bring the young people, I think, in the whole campaign. I think it is about you. I think whatever we are doing is really, I think, helping you. And what we have gone through is to try to run some school program. You only that time have to give them a lot of money, just a small amount of money, and ask the school children, I think, they form some activities, and actually then they start to build up this bondage. I think they start to feel comfortable, I think, to share, I think, their anxiety and their worries with the mate. And actually that helps a lot. So actually the experiences from the school who have implemented this program, the school principal, they feel that, hey, now our teachers has less problem now. It's because the students themselves, I think they have built up some sort of supporting network itself. So I think it's very important is to get the students involved, get them participate, and give them the support, and give them a free hand too.
You know, one of the things that I'm seeing that's really interesting is in Colorado and some other states, young people are being hired as lobbyists for this effort. So being able to train young people not only to talk to legislators, but actually, you know, bringing them on and hiring them to do this work and empowering them to do the work of affecting policy change in the places where they live could be a really exciting opportunity to make the difference that they know is going to be important for them. Obviously, peer training is really key. We want to see that at all levels, but learning how to advocate for themselves is going to be, I think, a game changer.
Yeah, so I would just say in summary to your question, Flora, about young people, your two questions I think are actually connected in a way, right? It's important for young people to lead this effort on mental health, right? Youth mental health. It's about them. They should lead it, just as the panel said. But older adults around them also need to become more accepting, right? To reduce the stigma, to let go of that legacy stigma and meet young people in this movement to normalize mental health and to normalize mental health challenges. And I think that's the opportunity that we all have and that this conference is really about. So thank you so much, Flora.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Flora.
Luisa.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Flora. I just wanted to address another thing. It's okay, you can have a seat. But I didn't want you to go away today without also addressing what you said about stigma and this girl not wanting to see the psychiatrist and the father not wanting to see the psychiatrist because we're not those kind of people. And I think that really crystallizes the fact that for the need for the research, for biology research. Right now, psychiatry is really the only field of medicine that hasn't entered the molecular revolution of medicine. So it's not considered, high science yet. And I think that once we have a better understanding of the mechanisms, molecular mechanisms, circuit mechanisms in the brain that we can point to and treat, we will still have stigma because there will be so much misunderstanding, and misunderstanding is scary. So it is our hope that not tomorrow, but the research that is happening today will change the mental health landscape for the world by the time you're raising your own kids, by the time this young generation is adults.
So I want to bring up the issue of social media. As I noted, the Surgeon General put out an advisory in the U.S. essentially stating that there's growing evidence that it may be harmful, and we should probably shift our thinking to that fact that it may be harmful, as opposed to a frame that it may not be. Paul, in your work in suicide prevention and research, how do you think about social media, and what do you recommend?
I think all the data has been suggesting that if the young people, they spend more time on social media, I think they're less well with their mental health. I mean, that is quite definitive. Whenever we talk to our young people, but now, social media is there. We cannot take this away. So I always say that instead the parents and then the children, they argue how much time that you can use on the iPhone, on the social media. I think we really have to join them in a way that they realize, I think, the possible negative impact on the mental health. But at the same time, I mean, they have to rely on this, I think, to connect with the friends. And also, there's a lot of time that when we take them away, we do not give them any choices, any alternative. I think if you take away, ask them not to use the phone, but if the parents are spending more time, I mean, to ask them to go to sports and then to do something else, then they have the choices. In Hong Kong, I mean, we live in a very crowded places. I think the parents are working long hours. So there's not much choices, especially during the COVID. We see, because now the school suspension, all this, it has caused a crisis of the mental health among the school children, because all this supporting system, all this alternative activities has been disrupted. So I always say the social media, it is a good servant, but a bad master. So we just have to deal with them.
Terrific. So we're now at the point in our discussion where we're going to invite Marianne from the SNF Youth Advisory Committee to come out and join us, and she will lead the Q&A portion of this discussion. So, Marianne?
I'd like to start off by saying a very big thank you to all our panelists for sharing their expertise on this crucial topic that is suicide prevention. But I think, we are opening the floor to questions, but I want to get the ball rolling. And I think if there's one thing that stood out to me during this conversation, it's firstly the need for open conversations, but also creating a safe space. So I'd like to know, how can we, and when I say we, I mean like the average person like Marianne and the people in the audience, what can we do to actually facilitate open conversations in places like schools and communities overall that will make people feel like they can talk about mental health without the fear of being judged and facing stigma, because those are the type of things that hold them back from actually talking about it or seeking help.
Yeah, thank you, Marianne. I'll start, if that's okay, and say I think part of the answer here is all of us, when we can, sharing our own experiences, right? We have an opportunity, I think, because of COVID, because that caused so much grief and loss and anxiety that it opened up a conversation that we can all have with each other about how difficult that is and that was. There's also a body of evidence that people sharing lived experience with one another is incredibly effective at reducing stigma and opening up conversations. So part of this is an opportunity that we all have to describe and to share our own vulnerabilities with one another in small groups and in larger groups. And you asked about schools, and I think that starts also with the school leaders and the teachers and the administration, creating those safe spaces and sharing their own vulnerabilities as well. What would you all add?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, after this conversation, none of us would be surprised if a few people came up and shared their stories. But it takes one person talking about it, and then people feel comfortable to do that. And so having that opportunity really is important. And to Luisa's earlier point, the idea that there's stigma around this because people don't know that there is recovery and that there's hope. And once we know that that's possible, then it's a lot less scary to talk about. People don't want to talk about something if it feels like a death sentence. When someone can talk about their journey, but also can offer that there are evidence-based solutions, that there are things that we can do, that there is a path, then more willing to, identify and say, me too, I've had that. And I think it's human nature to join in a conversation that's being had, whether it's, what your flight over was like or whatever the topic. As soon as you start that conversation, somebody else adds their experience, and that's just our human nature. So we need to start by being vulnerable ourselves.
Well, I think what happened is when the teachers, when they start to do the mental health training among the school children, actually the school children find it very exciting if they can hear the story of these teachers, how themselves to go through this. So I think it is a time that we really say that, hey, it's not just only your problem, it's everyone's problem. So we always say it's okay not to be okay. Just come and then we live with it.
Yeah, I echo all of this. And at the same time, I just want to point out how much we rush. We rush. This world is really, really stressful. So I think that the more we can support one another in the recognition that we're all in this rushing, stressful place together, meditation is a great, it's evidence-based for reducing stress and enhancing brain health. And then there are 3 words that I love in terms of being a supportive listener, and those words are tell me more. Because I think even in the parent-child relationship, I think the parent wants to feel that they know everything and can offer help, and they want to fix the problem. And oftentimes that's not what the youth needs in that conversation. They need to be heard and to feel heard. And so tell me more is a great strategy for that.
Thank you all. These were really valuable answers. I would like the audience to raise their hand if they would like to ask any question. And we've got people with microphones. Okay, that was quick. Can we start up there? Those are the first hands I saw.
Can I start here? Hello? Can I start?
Sure.
My question is to all the panelists. Mental health seems to be a privilege of the rich nations, but mental health concerns are a global concern. It is a fact that there is a serious shortage of mental health professionals all over the world, whether it is psychiatrists, psychiatric counselors, clinical psychologists. Why aren't we talking about or even thinking about collaborating with other influencers in the society, such as faith leaders, healers, because they have influence, they can influence the adult mind, and that is a destigmatized space. And they also talk about healing. Why are we only constraining ourselves to mental health professionals and not broadening to bring collaborative partnership, which is respectful of each other's skills and influence in the mental health spectrum?
Yeah.
Thank you. Amy?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question, and it's one that we talk about a lot. I think you're right on with that question, because what we're doing, we're seeing different pilots where they are training not only faith leaders in this, but barbershops and hair salons and other places where you go and you spend time where there may be more trust. Because as you mentioned, I do have 5 kids. They're not always going to come to me. You know, my oldest has a very close relationship with her piano teacher. That's who she talks to and trusts. And that's who she goes to for advice. And I have to respect that that's an important place. Other communities, there's such distrust of medical professions that the faith leader, the spiritual leader may be the one where we see a deeper connection and a deeper trust. The hair salon, you're sitting there, you're in the chair, someone's trying to make you feel good. That's the nature of the person providing that service. And so by training them in some very basic interventions and also when and where to connect someone to a service is going to be really important. We know that there's even, just the training of grandparents that come to sit on a bench where a youth can sit and talk to someone else's grandparent. It's not necessarily their own, just another adult who's there to listen. So those are really key, and especially in places where there's less of the healthcare provider system.
Yeah, I would just quickly add, I think what you're asking about is the key to youth suicide prevention. We know we have an access to care problem all over the world. There's a shortage of mental health workers, and we need to address that. But the real key to success is activating the community. It takes a village in exactly the ways that you're asking about. You also talked about wealthier nations versus poorer nations, and there's a really, really important suicide prevention point in this also. People that are at socioeconomic disadvantage struggle more with their mental health because they have to deal with so much more that's additive stress. So things like affordable housing, basic incomes, minimum wage, universal health care, these are suicide prevention activities and initiatives, and they need to be part of this conversation. If we want to reduce suicide, we have to have a humane and adequate safety net for human beings.
That's right. If you care about mental health, you care about climate change, you care about gun control, you care about housing, you care about all of these other issues, and you can be advocating in all of those areas because they are adding to the social supports and stressors.
Well, I think the title of the theme is called Release. I think is if we can release, I think the community resources, I think to mobilize the community resources, I think to hold those people in need is very important, because for someone who are vulnerable, disadvantaged, low income, there must be much limitation. That's not much how much they can do. But if we can release, I think the community, the resources, the school resources, and then to build up a more caring community, I think that would help.
Would you like to add?
Oh, it just seems to me that we're talking now about prevention on an entire societal and government level. I know in the United States, the Biden administration has put mental health at the top of the national agenda because they do see that as a lever issue, not just a moral issue in and of itself, but as a lever issue that's affecting every aspect of life in our society. So I only hope that can be a model for other governments internationally, but it's, I'm not educated in that respect.
Thank you. We did have a couple of hands over. Oh, wow. Loving it. You can go.
Thank you for your nice conversation. I have 2 questions. One is something that I saw in downtown Athens. I was walking by a church, and they had a big sign outside the church saying that people that they are going suicide, it's because they find a weak solution. And I'm wondering about physical health, medical associations usually, if people give wrong information, they intervene. But when it comes to mental health, no one seems to bother about this. And my second question is, because I'm a preschool teacher and a psychology student, if it is necessary to train teachers and parents to learn to be energetic listeners in order to help children to express their feelings.
Well, I think that's very important. I think it's the basic knowledge of the mental health, raising the awareness, and hopefully, I think they can buy in their attitude, and then they change their behavior. But when they change their behavior, you need to have infrastructure support. I think the school teachers will complain if I have such a packed curriculum, if I have long hours, I just don't have time. And if you ask the parents, no, I do not want to spend time with my children because I have long working hours. So I think that is what I'm saying. You need to have a system change. You need to have everyone can contribute something. If you are the boss, be nice to your employee. I think if you're school teachers, I mean, try to spend more time, I mean, with your school children. I think we do need to work together on this.
We're seeing, that of course teachers are tapped out in their time and their training and feeling exhausted, but we haven't made the shift in the United States to include this as part of the examination requirements for a teacher preparation graduation. And that's where we have to move a little bit further upstream. It's not enough to just train the teachers who are already on the job, but what about those who are incoming? And make sure that that's a requirement not only for educators, but for doctors. Every doctor should be trained in this. Dentists, right, should be able to know the signs that they're looking for eating disorders. We should be training coaches as they're moving up through the profession. What should they be looking for? And so to the public awareness campaign that you're talking about, the misinformation, I think, unfortunately, it's not just the billboard. We're seeing it on social media. Where do kids go for information? Their first place they look for information about their own mental health is online. And there is so much misinformation there, lies, that they're being fed that we need regulation on, to your point, and we need to be able to say that what you can find online is going to be a health benefit. Instead, they're finding a lot of things that actually can make the situation worse.
We do have a question from the SNF Nostos app. Someone's asking, teen suicide is often a product of impulsive actions, following relationship difficulties and substance involved. Social media, lack of social constraints are exacerbated factors. How do we address this?
Yes, this is certainly true. And one of the most important, and I'm so glad this question was asked because it was something we wanted to talk about, one of the most important suicide prevention methods is what's called means restriction. So suicidal impulses can be impulsive, but they're fleeting, they pass. And so we want to make sure that people do not have access to lethal means for their suicide attempt. So in schools, for example, this means that we have window guards and rooftops are secured. In homes, it means that medicines are secured, right, and not available, or, in small quantities, that firearms are stored. Because that way, so if somebody doesn't, has having that suicidal crisis and impulse, and they don't have access to a lethal way to harm themselves, it will pass, they can get care. And most people who think about attempting suicide, even those who do attempt suicide, most do not attempt again.
Unfortunately, that is all we have the time for. I do want to say that you guys are more than welcome to reach out to our panelists, as it was mentioned that you are expected to be sharing your story, so please don't be shy to continue the conversation. Even if you take it to social media, we have the hashtag refocus on mental health, because like we said, if you want to hear people get vulnerable, you need to be vulnerable too. So we're super open to hearing your thoughts on this conversation. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists?
Thank you. And for you, Marianne. From Marianne and Flora. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we'll be connecting to the Dome at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center. There, for the past 3 days, children between the 1st and 6th grade have had the opportunity to explore sports, theater, and many other art forms as part of the program called Field of Life. So Field of Life was established with founding support from Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and we'll meet the Chief Operating Officer of Field of Life, Dimitris Yanakakis, who'll be telling us what exactly they've been up to over there. Over to you, Dimitris.
Hello, thank you for joining us here at Tholos. It's been an amazing 3 days at the Gnosis Festival. We've been here, we welcomed about 150 kids, first grade to sixth graders from all over Greece, mainly Nikia, other places of Attica, but for the first time we had the ability to welcome families from the three corners of Greece, from Kalpaki in Epirus North, Greek-Albanian borders, Nea Visa, which is in Evros, in north-eastern corner of Greece, at the Greek-Turkish borders, and from the remote island Tilos. It's a magical place. And all of us came together in these 3 days. They joined programs that had to do with basketball and art, culture, and education. The three pillars of Field of Life: sports, education, and culture. We are true believers that if those three pillars are co-developed, the kids get a perfect basis to build a strong character. And this is what we're fighting for. And we have the enormous and tireless support from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation to help. Thank you very much. And we're trying to achieve everybody here, and through our clubhouse that's coming, a fast upwards, which is our sign as well for every kid.
Thank you very much, Dimitris, and thank you all for being here today. Right now is time for lunch, so you can head on over and grab a delicious meal.
SNF Pop-Up Radio.
Now let us imagine that you're in the middle of your disc jockey program.
Hey, listen up, everybody.
It's gonna be so awesome.
With the Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
My name is Stavros Niarchos from the Radio Workshop. Here at the SNF Nostos Pop-Up Radio, we are bringing you pieces of the conference through interviews with some of the speakers, sharing their work and insights on mental health, on the impact mental health has on the world. Of course, I am not alone. I'm not alone. I hope everybody heard me. Release, rethink, and refocus on mental health. My name is Stavros Niarchos, a young reporter from the Radio Workshop. Here at the SNF Nostos Radio Pop-Up, we are bringing you pieces of the conference through interviews with the speakers who are here with us. Right now, I'm going to introduce, or rather, I'll let them introduce themselves. Yes, the radio.
Hello everyone, my name is Hara Kassioti. I'm a student at Pantheon University. I study psychology, and I'm also a producer from the university station Radio Pantheon.
Hello everyone, I'm Maria Bonaru. I also study at Pantheon University journalism, and I'm also a producer at Radio Pantheon.
Yes, as I have mentioned, we have speakers coming right after one and the other to tell us their experience on the term mental health. So, In a short while, we'll have a doctor with us who will, I believe Yara or, they'll introduce the doctor. So, let's go to a very short break, coming right up.
Hi, I'm Karabo Masemola, all the way from South Africa, and welcome to the SNF Nostos. You're listening to the SNF Nostos pop-up radio by Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon, where we tell stories that #refocus on mental health.
We're back again, and we have with us Dr. Christian Dizimira, the founder and executive director of the African Center for Research on End-of-Life Care in Rwanda. He's an international member of the Faculty of Palliative Care Center of Excellence. Could you tell us about a moment when you decided to get involved in palliative care?
So, thank you for welcoming me. My dream after the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda in 1994 was not to be a palliative care physician. My dream was to be a surgeon, as I can be. And until I met a very young guy, he was really dying in, 24 years old, he was really dying in liver cancer, advanced stage. And he was really in pain. And the sad story, his mom came to me and kneeled before me and asked if I can give just something which can relieve a son. And that time I feared. I feared to prescribe morphine because there is a myth at that time that morphine hasn't death. And you know, I kept on my comfort zone to not prescribe morphine. And the next day, the young guy died. So then I just realized that I failed twice. I failed as a physician because I couldn't prescribe morphine. It was available, but I couldn't prescribe it. And also I failed as a Rwandan because in our culture, when you see elder person kneel before a young person, in our culture you failed. So then I questioned myself, why did I spend so many years in medical school if I couldn't relieve someone who's dying? So what the reason to wear a lab coat, a white lab coat, and a stethoscope if it just witnesses the suffering? So then I realized I need to move from surgery, and I became a palliative care physician.
I'm actually a fourth-year psychology student, and I'm hopefully getting my degree this year. And I'm thinking of doing my master's on health psychology, which can involve palliative care. That all sounds like a very stressful environment to be in. How do you find hope?
What I'm hoping it's about relieving suffering. We have a saying in Rwanda, when you are well, you belong to yourself, but when you are sick, you belong to your family. So it's about patients' autonomy and community responsibility. So the hope is to bring both together. So you have expectation privacy from the patients, and you have also responsibility for the community. It's how you put them together. For me, that brings me hope. And hope that the patient will be surrendered by the good person and will receive the best care on that perspective. So, and it works. And from many years, I tried that, and yeah, I'm happy. I'm hoping for that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So you're working with people who are in their last moment, and how did that make you change the perspective you have in life? I mean, how does it help you understand your own mortality?
I think the good news, we all die one day. That is the good news. But yeah, it's not about death. It's about life until the end. It's not about death. It's about life until the end. And that is something really important. Because if you're thinking about death, you'll be stressed. You'll have anxiety. You'll keep depressed. But if you think about life until the end, so every day counts. Every moment counts. And every action counts. And that, for me, is the most important thing. So I don't think about my mortality. I think about my life until the end. So then I enjoying, and part of the lesson I've learned from my patients, two things I've learned. I mean, I learned so many things, but two major things. One, live your dream. Second, don't take yourself seriously. And that is, for me, is the most philosophy I'm using. So, yes, I'm thinking about my life until the end. Mortality, it's a very technical terminology. So I prefer life until the end.
It's very inspiring, and I hope people can understand that. And what sort of stories do people in their last moments tell you, maybe?
I think it's a life of regret. People regret many things. So, as I said, people regret to not do what they're supposed to do, you know. And as I said, don't take yourself seriously. It's one of the two lessons I've learned, and it's why when I had the opportunity to change from surgery to become a palliative care, I said, this is what I want to do. Of course, that time surgeons are well paid. Surgeon, you know, in a hierarchy of physician, when you are a surgeon, it's totally different when you are palliative care. But to be a palliative care, it's a passion. It's more than to be paid. It's a passion. And I'm happy what I'm doing. I don't need to be someone else. I don't need to do something else. And I'm just happy with what I'm doing. And the second thing is, as I said, don't take yourself seriously. There are people, they are focused about on social media, about their physics, about what people say about them. They are stressed about the environment. They are stressed about what people look like, everything. But I don't think that is most important. And most of patients regret they didn't live the life they're supposed to live. They are not alive. They take other lives instead of living their own lives. And that's, it's really important.
Dr. Dizimira, we would like to thank you for being here with us today and conversing with us and offering a new perspective on this matter.
Thank you.
Back to you, Puseletso.
Yes, as I've promised you guys, I told you that we have speakers after speakers. This was Dr. Dizimira's experience. He shared with us his knowledge, and I heard him at some point, he spoke about a dream. So here's one last question that I have for you. Are you living your dream?
100%. No, 200%.
I'm happy to hear that.
200%.
Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Let us go to a short break and we'll be right back.
Καλώς ήρθατε στο SNF Νόστος. Ακούτε το SNF Pop-Up Radio από το Radio Workshop και το Radio Pantheon, όπου λέμε ιστορίες που επανεστιάζουν και κάνουν focus στην ψυχική υγεία.
What did I say? I said speakers after speakers. Welcome back, everybody. And we have yet another speaker who will be sharing with us her insights.
So today with us we have Marjorie Morrison, is an author and a mental health advocate. She is the president and CEO of Seek Hub, which is a leading platform for mental health educational content. So what is the aim of Psych Hub?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I think it's amazing what you guys are doing, and I'm loving the show and all of the content that you're putting out there. Psych Hub is a mental health education platform. So we educate the whole ecosystem on mental health literacy, giving everybody from providers to employees to just everyday people information that they need. We do it in terms of courses and podcasts and videos, which we could talk about. And then we also have a public connection platform to help people get educated about mental health and then get connected to the right care for them.
Okay, so how do you make time each day for self-care? I mean, it's a lot of work. It must be difficult for you. How do you work it out to have time for you?
Oh, we're talking about me now. How do I have time for self-care? Okay, I'm really bad at that. So you're picking on something that I could talk about being a workaholic. Okay. And what it's like putting in 16-hour-long days, day after day. I think I could do better, so I don't want to give off that I have this figured out. But the one thing I do is I work to close my rings on my Apple Watch every day, which is like an extra 700 calories. So I always make sure that if I don't go to the gym, at least I'm walking. Or this morning when I went down to the lobby to get coffee, I walked up the 6 flights of stairs instead of taking the elevator, because I definitely find for me physical health also helps with my mental health. But I have some work to do personally to be able to take more time for self-care. I'm not even going to pretend that I've got that figured out right now.
What book have you recently read that changed the way you view mental health in general?
Oh, that's such a good question. You know, my reading right now is all across the board, from leadership books to... I just kind of reread that book, Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow. I love these books that are really help you stop and think twice about the way that you look at things. Where I think I'm at right now with reading is I've gotten really into these listservs that come in my morning email from all different topics, and then I've been picking on these different articles and then following more of these different authors that are writing more current events in different places. I'm finding so much interest going on, and like this whole conference, I've been in mental health my entire career, plus my father was a psychiatrist, so I'd say my whole life, and it's so exciting to see it here, you know, globally happening, and everyone, before nobody talked about mental health, now everyone's talking about it. So for me, I love reading about how it's happening in different countries. I got an opportunity to speak in Dubai a few months ago, and just hearing how UAE and Saudi Arabia and how cultures that are typically very stigmatized around mental health, how now they're embracing it. So right now, doing less book reading and a lot more like just articles and blogs from all different areas that kind of are all around mental health.
You mentioned your father being a psychiatrist. Do you think maybe that could have inspired you to get involved with mental health later?
Yeah, yes, I think so. It's funny because when I went to undergrad and then I went to grad school, I first went to school to be an industrial psychologist, because I thought, well, I don't want to be a therapist, but I'll be one for companies. But I didn't like that at all, because it was a lot of statistics and math, and I wasn't very good at that. So I went right into graduate school to be a therapist. I oftentimes joke that when I went to university, all my friends joined sororities. You know, I joined the crisis hotline, and that was my community and my group of people. And so I think I've always loved the connection with people, like being able to have deeper conversations. And so I think for me, that's what really, yes, having a father who was in this space, but somehow for me, it's like once you kind of get a taste of what that feels like, I always think it's the best gift that someone can give you is to share their kind of be vulnerable with you and share some of their kind of inner thoughts. And so so many times, I love that. I love those deeper, intimate connections. So for me, that's what's really driven me.
Okay, and just one last question about the conference. Have you had any exciting, surprising moments that you want to talk about maybe and tell us, please?
Well, yeah, it's a great question. You know what, being in mental health education, I love hearing almost every one of these talks. People are talking about prevention and training. And, you know, we've been talking about this for quite some time, but when you're not, people focus on, you know, intervention and access and quality, all of these things. But we're really on how do we train people earlier, right? How do we go earlier in the whole cycle so that people don't escalate to points of great need? And I'm finding that theme over and over and over again. And I think for us at Psych Hub, we care about education by meeting learners where they're at, right? So we have these courses that we produce with actors and things like that to train people, including we train mental health practitioners, like how to do evidence-based practice, because we don't treat an eating disorder the same as we would anxiety or trauma, but we don't really learn that in school. So we spend a lot of time training on that, but we also have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos. We partner with YouTube, so we have all these free resources. So if anyone wants to go to the Psych Hub YouTube channel, hundreds of videos on every topic imaginable of mental health, podcasts and things like that. So I'd say my favorite part of this conference is seeing the global focus, and then also just seeing this constant theme around education, training, prevention, early intervention. I think it's that expression, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound to cure. I think that's what that expression is, and I feel like it's been thematic here, so it's been great.
Great, thank you very much. Your talk has been very insightful. And again, thank you for being here and talking with us.
Thanks for having me.
Right. Right now, we are going for a very short break again. One last short break.
Hi guys, my name is Mbeli Matlo and I am a young reporter at Akhanang FM radio station. Mental health problems don't define who you are. They are what you experience. You walk in the rain, you feel the rain, but you are not the rain. And you are listening to Radio Workshop, hashtag 7th Conference 2023.
So we have another guest. Please welcome Amy Kennedy, who has been working with young people for many, many years. She worked as a public school teacher for over 10 years, so it's fair to see that she truly understands the psyche of young people. Along with Mr. Kennedy, they founded the Kennedy Forum in 2013. So, you just finished your speech regarding specific fields of young people's mental health. Can you tell us about how you decided to work with young people and when?
You know, I went to university and thought I would not go into education because both my parents are educators. So I, of course, figured I wanted to be something completely different than whatever they were studying, right? We all want to be our own person. And when I went to college, I took one class in child psychology, and it felt like natural. And I think that's because I grew up in a household of educators. where there was such a focus on young people. And because it came naturally, I ended up taking another course and another course, right? We gravitate towards what we're good at, and ended up getting my degree in primary education and teaching certificate for K to 8. And I went into the public school teaching middle school, and I did that for about 14 years. I taught history there. And through my time, I did not have training on mental health, but it was very clear to see which kids were having a hard time in my classroom, right? They didn't turn in their homework. They felt sick all the time. Can I go to the nurse? They had their hood up and they were slouched down in their seats, disinterested. And, you know, some of that was because maybe I was a little boring, but most of it, I think there was something else going on, because it's really hard to focus on learning when you're having a mental health crisis or just not able to concentrate. And so seeing that and then being able to put a name to it. Once I met my husband and he was so open with his own mental health struggles, I saw that, and I was able to shift what my thinking was about the students in my classroom and compare that to the struggles that he had faced. And it opened my eyes to the changes that needed to happen. And when you're teaching in your own classroom, you feel like I can impact, you know, maybe 30 students this year or 100 students this year. How can I take that and have a bigger impact? And yes, year after year, maybe 100, 200, but I want to make sure that all students are getting the support they need. And I realized that doing that would happen through policy change, not necessarily just in my own classroom.
Okay. What mental health campaigns would you say that you're passionate about?
I think it's really important that we bring more supports into the schools. And so for me, that would be everything from screening young people early. In our school system, they check your eyes, see if you need glasses, and they check your hearing to make sure you can hear the lesson, but they don't do a check for your brain. And if we want students to really be able to learn, then we need to be doing that screening as well. And so everything from screenings to how can we best teach you life skills so that you're able to not have ruminating thoughts, intrusive thoughts throughout the day, so that you can get along with and have good relationships, and building all of those skills like flexibility, and being able to manage our emotions. Those are the things that are going to help us throughout our lives, and realizing that teaching just the dates of an event in history, which is, you know, what my focus was, is not going to be the thing that helps you be successful no matter what you pursue. So having some of those life skills would be important, but knowing that that may not be enough for all students. So students may need to have some more support during difficult times. Maybe parents are going through a divorce, or maybe there's something happening in that young person's life and they need short-term intervention. Or maybe this is something that they're going through for a long period of time and we have to connect them with the health system. So having all of those in place and knowing how to connect young people from the school environment to the healthcare system, because it's really complicated and people don't know where to go to get that help, would be a big focus of mine. And so through the work we're doing at Kennedy Forum, we're focused on the policies, the laws that are going to make that more possible, because there's so many barriers to getting that help. And lawmakers need to understand what are the current challenges when it comes to the finances and funding available, but also electronic health records, or, you know, the training for educators, the number of providers, and making sure that we don't have staff shortages. All of that can be impacted by policy.
Okay. So as a professional, but also as a parent yourself, what advice can you give to parents who have children living with mental health conditions?
There is no great advice to make this less of a difficult time in their lives, the only thing they can do is make sure that they are also getting the support that they need, because it's very difficult to provide the strength and the help and support for that young person when you're also stressed. Some of what we're seeing when young people are getting help, parents' depression and anxiety also becomes less significant, even if they're not receiving the treatment themselves. But just by their child getting the help they need, it helps the adult. And likewise, if you want to help the child, the adult needs to be able to feel healthy and well. And, you know, you've all heard many times, you're only as happy as your saddest child, right? And so knowing that that's the truth and that people are going to struggle, who can you bring into your circle to be some of that added support? I remember going through a difficult time myself, and I just could not be that light for my oldest child. And so I made sure that my best friend Lynn was there every day, and we would go to her house for dinner. And even though maybe I didn't have the smile that I needed to, and I wasn't able to be as engaging or loving as I wanted to, I had the warmth of my best friends, and they did that for me for that period of time. And it was just, you know, maybe 3 months. There was a cycle where I just needed someone else to do that, and knowing when to reach out for that and say, I need that extended family to, you know, whether it's a friend or a parent, and say, you're going to be that light person in my life.
So I guess a support system is of great importance then.
Huge, huge. And it doesn't have to be family. If it can be, that's great. If it needs to be a neighbor, if it needs to be someone else in your life, you know, we can take that support from lots of different places. One person, like your spouse, cannot be all things, right? So we have to get that support from a lot of different people that might be able to add it.
A chosen family, perhaps.
Yeah.
So you think it's very important for people to communicate with each other their mental health issues or even their well-being, like everything that has to do with mental health?
It's, you know, a funny habit that we have of when someone asks us how we're doing, we all say, great, how are you? Oh, I'm doing well, how are you? We always give that same response, and we haven't retrained ourselves to be honest and to be vulnerable, myself included. And of course, we say, just put the happy face on and give the best answer. But there is a time to be more vulnerable, and it teaches others to be more vulnerable. And in doing that, you know, then people feel more open to share that with you as well.
Yeah. So thank you so much for being here with us today. We appreciate you taking this time of the day to talk with us, and it was very, very interesting.
Oh, thank you for having me.
SNF Pop-Up Radio with the Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
we are back at the SNF Nostos pop-up radio. Okay, those were insightful conversations, really, like what we just heard here. You know, can you believe that this is my third day knowing what palliative care is? I had no idea. Thank you so much, Yara, for, sharing it.
You're welcome.
So I'd like to ask both of you guys, like, what did you take from the speakers that we just had right now?
I feel like we did learn a lot, and I especially appreciated the moments when the people we interviewed took the time to share personal experiences. We shouldn't take that for granted because it's a vulnerable experience to do that.
I think I really liked the way they were all very passionate about what they were talking about, and I think it helped me understand better their purpose and the information they gave us. So I think it was very, very, very interesting.
It really was very interesting. One thing that I took, living to the end. He said that we're gonna die. All of us are going to die, but you need to live to the end. So that's what I took from the doctor. And also, Amy said that they have programs whereby the children in the schools are screened and everything. I wish we had that in my village, because honestly, in my village, if you have a mental health condition, sometimes they just say that no, it's that time of growing. It's adolescence, and it's not that serious. You have demons, such things. It's not taken seriously, and I wish that we could just change that. We could see what the world is doing, and get in line with combating stigma around mental health.
The stigma is still, unfortunately, very strong, because what you just described about your village is probably it's very, very similar to the experience I've had in my village. I would see young children and then teens with mental health issues, and they would get treated like they were crazy, in quotation marks.
Yeah, I think it's a whole, we need to leave behind the stigma that there is around mental health, and maybe approach each other in a better way, to understand each other and communicate and live our life.
And have it together. So it's the final day. It's the final day of the conference, right? So I wanted to ask a question, but I believe I'll ask it at the end of our session. Right now, we'll be joined by Yiming Bai. She's a PhD student in population health at the University of Hong Kong, and she is also a member of the Youth Advisory Council.
SNF Pop-Up Radio.
Now let us imagine that you're in the middle of your disc jockey program.
Hey, listen up, everybody. It's gonna be so awesome.
With the Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
Right, we are back. Before the small break, I told you guys we have a speaker with us today. So, Yiming, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, of course. Hello, everyone. I'm Yiming. I'm currently a student in Hong Kong University to study in population health, and I'm so interested in mental health. So I'm being here and to attend this very wonderful conference here.
Would like to know about your experience, of course. So tell us about how your mental health was impacted during by COVID-19.
Yeah, actually, because I was studying and living in Hong Kong, so we really have a severe impact from the COVID, the whole city locked down, and we cannot have that much contact with the outside, the fresh air as we have before. So actually, I think contacting the nature, the outside environment, is very important to our mental health. So we don't have when you don't have the connection with the nature, it will be a huge attack for your mental health. So that is one point that I felt it's really a disaster for everyone in that city during the COVID. And the second thing is when you only can have those online attachment to others, you can have your Zoom class, you have your online video chatting with your friends and your families. I think that will make you lost a lot of feelings about the real human being. So this will make you lost a lot of emotional attachments. So it's also, I think, a very bad thing for your mental health.
During quarantine, how did the lack of human interaction affect you, and what did you miss the most from it?
Yes, I think first of all, when you cannot see other people's face, you cannot touch each other, you cannot give a hug to your friends and your families, you feel you are so isolated. So that kind of negative emotion cannot be really leased out by yourself. So I think contact with other people, maybe a simple hug, is very, very helpful when you feel depressed or you have some anxiety inside. So during the COVID, I cannot really have this physical attachment with people. I feel it's make me not feel really good.
Mm-hmm. So I have two friends from Hangzhou area in China, and I talked with them during COVID of how they took care of themselves. They told me it was pretty difficult. How did you manage that? How did you make sure you took care of yourself during that time?
Yeah, actually, it's really a challenge for me because at that time I was living by myself. So you have to feed yourself with sufficient food, and also you have to entertain yourself. And at the same time, as a student, you have to balance your work and your spare time. So I think some mental health play a really important role when you have to balancing yourself under a really challenging environment. So when you in a very good mood, very stable emotions, you can handle everything very well. You can have a really good balance between your pressure and your entertaining emotions. But at that time, actually, I cannot handle it very well because as you know, I lost every contact from the outside, so I feel really depressed, and I just devote myself into my work, my study. But very soon I found out I cannot really work as efficient as I think, because actually when I was really down, I just it looks like I was working all the time, but it cannot be really efficient work. You cannot produce as much inspiring result as you can before. So when you stay in a really healthy status of mental health, I think is kind of encouraging thing for your study and your work.
I have one more question. What was it like reuniting with your friends and your loved ones after COVID, after not having this contact with them for so long?
Yeah, I think the first thing when we met each other, of course, a big hug, and of course we go get some food. We can really have some food offline, really to see each other. We can have some chat, and to really show our caring and show our how much I miss you.
So I think that's the first thing and the most impressive thing of me.
I love how hearing this, I can relate to it. We're two different people with different experience, but I think this is the human experience, like missing your friends, wanting to do things with them. That sounds very much like my first reunion with my friends after COVID.
Yeah, even doing nothing is still like really therapeutic for me. Yeah.
COVID-19 had an impact on a whole lot of people's mental well-being. Thank you for being here with us and sharing your experience. It's truly an honor. Right now, we have to leave, everybody. We have to leave the pop-up radio. But remember that at 3:20, at 20 minutes past 3, Dr. Christian Desimira is presenting a talk called Naked But Not Ashamed, Ubuntu as the resilience of well-being of life until the end. And in the Greek National Opera lobby, you can see designs for hospitals that offer a groundbreaking healing environment for healthcare staff, patients, and their families. You can check out the architectural models of the hospitals designed by the Renzo Piano Building Workshop and explanatory videos on display. That's in the Greek Opera lobby. Also, one last message. If you haven't had your lunch, you can head to the Agora Bistro and Canal Cafe at the SNFCC and make sure that you have your SNF Nostos Conference badge in handy. That's very important. Great people, the app. Engage on the SNF app. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers that we had here. It was truly amazing having you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Καλώς ήρθατε στο SNF Νόστος. Ακούτε το SNF Pop-Up Radio από το Radio Workshop και το Radio Pantheon, όπου λέμε ιστορίες που επανεστιάζουν και κάνουν focus στην ψυχική υγεία.
Good afternoon again, everyone. It's so wonderful to see you. How many of you came back today after coming to our first session yesterday? Wow, thank you, thank you. Did you come back to listen to me speak again? I have some bad news for you then. Because today I'm giving a 30-minute talk without doing much talking at all. I'll tell you what I mean by that. Yesterday, we went on a journey across space and time to understand what makes Nostos 2023 possible today. It was a journey to celebrate the history of humanity, starting with the scientific revolution all the way up to the current moment in time, to understand why mental health is one of the most important topics of this century. But in order for us to move forward and do something about it, to catalyze something, to take action, you can't just listen to me talk about this for the next 30 minutes. I need your help. So yesterday I began by asking for 4 volunteers. It looks like we might have about 200 people in the audience right now. I'm not sure. My estimation might be off. I'm going to need 200 volunteers today. I'd like to ask everybody to please stand up. And I know you've just gotten comfortable in your seats, but I'd like you to join me on stage today. Please give the entire audience a round of applause as you come and join me. Everybody on stage, get comfortable. Let's go, let's go. Don't be shy. I don't have some kind of nuclear radius around me. You can come close. Come on, come on. This is perfect, beautiful. We're building a community, yeah? You can't sit like passive observers and just listen to talks all week if we're going to do something together. Yeah, this is an incredible group of people. You're all brilliant. You're all doing something extraordinary. Come closer. I'm not radioactive, it's okay. So we have to start joining together as a group, as an entire community, right? In order to get something done. And so we had a lot of discussions this week about all of these great organizations that are doing wonderful things, and I bet all of you are a part of wonderful organizations too. And I'll bet you'd like to know what some of the audience members are doing. Now, when I go to conferences, there's a very common question. Okay, I guess we want to part the seas. There we go. That's for our camera crew. Round of applause for the camera crew, right? Aren't they amazing? I mean, making this accessible to everyone and the park and in the community, this is wild. This is just amazing. So back to what we're doing here today. We have now the opportunity to start building that community from the ground up. But how? Because typically at conferences, there's one question that I hear more than all other questions. What do you do? How many of you love being asked that question at conferences? What do you do? Huh, I don't see many hands raised. That's very interesting. One hand, 2 hands, fantastic, okay. No, I'm not looking for hands because I actually, I get bored with that question after a while. I want to get to know people on a personal level. I don't want to know what you do. I want to know why you do what you do. I want to know who you are. I want to know what makes you passionate, what makes you come alive, and what we can do together based on that collaborative emotional experience. I want to ask everyone, find someone in the audience who you've never met before, a complete stranger, and pair up with them right now. Fantastic, fantastic. If you can hear me, raise your hand. 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 Can I get your attention for just one moment? If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me, raise your hand. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, yes. The question that will begin for the next 2 minutes. We have partner 1 and partner 2. Whoever has the longest hair will begin speaking first. And the question is, why do you do what you do? Why do you do what you do? Partner 1, Answers first, why do you do what you do? For 2 minutes. I will let you know when 2 minutes is up. Then partner 2 answers, why do you do what you do? For 2 minutes, and I'll let you know when time is up, starting now. Come down, come down. Partner 1, you have 1 minute left. 1 minute left. And switch partners, switch partners. Why do you do what you do? No, you're switching partners now. So the second partner is now speaking. Finish, please. Come back to center. Come with me. If you can hear me, raise your hand and finish your conversation. Raise your hand and finish your conversation. Everyone come back. Come back. Come back. Yes, yes. Sorry? Does my mic work? I think so. I think so. Okay, okay. Did you get to learn something about your partner on a personal level? Yeah. Fantastic. We need to take this one step deeper, though, because we can't just meet one other person. In your pair, so you just paired with someone, find another pair who you haven't met before and group together as 4. Find another pair and group together as 4. And there's another prompt. The second question is, if you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me, raise your hand. One moment, please. Yes, yes, yes. The second question is, why is mental health personally meaningful to you? Why is mental health personally meaningful to you? 2 minutes per person, starting with the one with the longest hair and going around to the right.
Yeah, we didn't do that 2 minutes on my side.
That's okay, you can work it in. The slide, please. And switch to person number 2. Switch to person number 2. And switch to person number 3. Switch to person number 3.
I was here yesterday. I couldn't make it until now. Can I still come in?
Of course. Find a group.
I missed the beginning.
Jump in.
Into.
So maybe after this round, we can have you join in to a group.
Thank you.
No problem. Hi.
I really enjoyed this. I really hope you could answer all these questions at maybe one part of the speech or after.
Great idea. Happy to. Thank you. group of 4 now.
Yes.
Yep, yep. And now switch to person number 4. It's time for person number 4. And now we come back to center. Let's come back to center together. Stay in your groups of 4. If you can hear me, raise your hand. And let's complete our round for right now. I promise there's more talking to be had. And for those of you who are waiting on the sidelines, just itching to come in, please come down on the stage. Round of applause for any shy introverts who are now coming down onto the stage to participate. Yes, yes, come in. Believe it or not, I'm an introvert. This kind of stuff terrifies me. Next round. If you followed the mathematical pattern so far, the next point is to get your group of 4 to find another group of 4 and make a group of 8. Find a group of 8. And each person in your group, for 30 seconds each, what is your number 1 hope for your personal well-being? Your number 1 hope for your personal well-being. What are you working on in your personal well-being? 30 seconds, starting with the person with the shortest hair. Shortest hair begins. Starting now. And it's okay. If you have a smaller group, that's totally fine. You can have a smaller group if you'd like. What's that?
The question.
What is your hope for your personal well-being? Your personal well-being. What are you working on personally for your well-being? Switch to the next person, please.
What do we do?
You're speaking on what is your hope for your personal well-being. switch to the next person.
If you don't have a group, you can join us.
Of course, of course. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I have to keep time, though. Please switch to the next person.
Another question, or we're still doing our 30 seconds?
Still doing your 30 seconds, yes. Switch to the next person. You can continue. What do you think? You're good at math, yeah? Please switch to the next person. Hello. Welcome. Please switch to the next person. Please switch to the next person. And please switch to your last person. Please switch to the last person. Final 30 seconds. Final 30 seconds. And now, according to our mathematical sequence, what's next?
Find another group of 8.
Find a group of 16. Create a group of 16. Go, go, go. Find your group of 16. And in one word per person, what is your hope for the future of humanity? In one word, what is your hope for the future of humanity? Starting now. The question is, what is your one hope for the future of humanity in one word? In one word. One word. Your hope for the future of humanity. Please finish your circle. Please finish your circle because we have one step left. We need to all unite in the center because this is the moment that the emotion revolution is catalyzed, the mental health revolution. Everybody, please come to the center. Hands in the center. Anybody who's been on the sidelines, come in. And on the count of 3, we're going to say yes together in commitment to mental health for ourselves and for the future of our children and for humanity. Hands in. Yes on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes! Thank you, everybody! Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love the group.
Thank you.
Where are you based? What country? What?
I live in Bali, but I'm from the United States.
Where in the United States?
Well, thank you, Daniel, and all for this extraordinary session. Dear friends, please join us again in 10 minutes for a unique, once-in-a-lifetime chance to connect live with Antarctica and meet the loneliest people on Earth. See you all in a bit.
field of mine. Sometimes it's black, sometimes it's white, like the cloudy mountains. Some days the grass is blooming, some days it turns to dust. I'm a tree longing for the sun, hoping that it lasts. There's a river in the green field of mine.
SNF Nostos 2023 is on its way to help analyze, discuss, and normalize every aspect of mental health on June 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Learning, conversation, and entertainment become one and prove that taking care of our interior worlds begins out there. SNF Nostos 2023 from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. Release, rethink, refocus on mental health.
Hello, everyone. I trust you're all having a good afternoon. It's Thibaut here again from the Youth Advisory Committee. Prepare yourselves now for an extraordinary treat. We're going live directly from Antarctica with a space analog research station. We'll delve into themes of isolation, the wilderness, and the vastness of space. Let's give a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, Adrianos Golemis, flight surgeon for astronaut missions at MEDES, for the European Space Agency, and Sasha Vrijgang, ESA Research MD, stationed in Antarctica at the Concordia Station. Please join me in giving them a warm welcome.
Thank you. And greetings. My name is Adrianos Golemis. I'm a medical doctor, and I'd like to share, with the help of our colleagues in Antarctica, a few experiences that are really related to isolation, and this actually links there's a link with loneliness, right? So you had a nice session just before where everybody got together and mixed up. This is kind of the opposite. Touches really on the loneliness that we can feel. So here you see Antarctica, but talking about loneliness and the connection to mental health, that's why we're here. I'd like to take you a step back, and this is something we all can relate to. That was COVID, that was 2020. Coincidentally, during that time, I was working as a medical doctor in a hospital, in a psychiatric ward. And if you think about it, we had psychiatric patients that were battling against their ailment, and in the same time, they were lonely. Why was that? Because they could not have visits from family or friends. That was prohibited due to the virus, right? And then you had your nurse and your doctor talking to you dressed up like that. So, you have an overall, you have a mask, and this really prohibits person-to-person communication that can make you lonely. And there was definitely, we observed actually a link to mental health due to that effect. And if we talk about loneliness and isolation, the other thing that comes into my head is spaceflight, human spaceflight. And so my other job is medical support of European astronauts. And what we do with my colleagues is we put the astronauts under a lot of tests, a lot of examinations. We want to be sure that they are fit and healthy to fly when the mission comes to be. And this is pre-flight. When they go to space, actually, we do the quarantine with them, and then we stay on the ground there in space, and through telemedicine, we actually monitor their health. And of course, when they come back, we need to make sure, with an enlarged team, that they can readapt to life in our planet. And that's both body, but also mind, workload, the demands of society. And let me tell you that space flight can be lonely, and that's because, you know, if you go to space, you would be up there for 6 months in a tin can, you would do research, you would have a heavy workload, you wouldn't see your family or friends, you can't take a stroll in the park, right? And you cannot even exit your spacecraft on request. That's only very exceptional spacewalks that are being made. So talking about that, I had the rich experience of going through an astronaut selection myself last year, and I'm really happy and proud to be the first Greek to finish the European selection for astronauts. And, oh, we're far from it yet, thanks, but the important thing is the connection of space to society, not who gets to do the research there. And that's actually what I want to share. I want to share that when you go through such a procedure of getting selected, actually, they really test you harshly to be sure that you can make it in isolation. And the photo I have here is actually from Russia, from Moscow. The Russian cosmonauts, before flying into space, as part of their training, they have to sit in this room. This is called the Quant Room. It's in Moscow. And they have to sit in there for 3 days with no sleep and alone. So they really want to make sure that, you know, these people, when they go into space, they can really pull it together, even in the most lonely conditions. But to take you to an even more remote and isolated place, let's go to Antarctica. And here you have Concordia Station. That's a place, a research station, as Thibaut said, that is very dear to me because I spent a year there doing research. And we'll hear actually now the feeling of isolation and loneliness from the crew that is currently there. What's important to note is that this is a station in the heart of Antarctica, right? So the temperatures are pretty low, and they are so low that planes cannot reach you. They cannot fly to you, and you cannot fly out even when you need to. There's complete isolation and confinement for 9 months. Here's a photo of the old crew when I was there, and a photo of the station in the middle of the day. And just by chance, when I was there, actually, in isolation, the Greek Society of Polar Zones was founded. So the name is Elepos. If you're in Athens, if you're interested into research in the polar regions, be sure to look it up. And now, with the help of Google, we'll take a trip together from Athens, where we are. We'll go through space, which I love, and we'll end up in Antarctica in isolation. And there we'll hear from the current crew in isolation. So we'd like to welcome him with us. That would be Sasha, that's the ESA research doctor. Thank you, Sasha, and from our side, I hope I can get this right, but we also want to say hi to the entire crew. So if I remember things correctly, that would be Andrea, Claude, Davide, then you would have Damian and Domenico, and Jacopo and Luca, and of course, Rudy, Vincent, and Stefan. And if I get it right, the hardest part of the presentation is behind me.
That's correct. I just hand over the microphone to everybody to say what they are doing in the station.
Hello everyone, good morning. I'm Davide Carlucci, I'm the station leader here for the C19 mission.
Hi everyone, I'm Domenico Mura, I'm in charge of the projects of astronomy and astrophysics.
Hello everyone, I am Daniel Thielen, I'm the French glaciologist.
Hi everybody, I'm Stefan, I'm the medical doctor.
Hello, I'm Luca Rago and I'm the Italian glaciologist.
Hi everybody, I'm Andrea, I'm Italian and I'm the ICT in charge of information communication technologies.
Hello everybody, I'm Damien Pessiot, I'm French and I'm the plumber.
Hello, my name is Claude Blanc, I'm French mechanic engineer.
Hello everybody, I'm Rudy, I'm the technical manager of the station.
Good morning everybody, I'm Vincent, I'm the electrician.
Good morning everybody, I'm Jacopo, I'm
chef of the station.
So thanks, and we know that actually this is the only vacation you get in a year, midwinter, so we really appreciate that you take the time to share with us your experience. And actually I think what's on everybody's mind is, can you share from your side, how does it feel to be isolated? Is it lonely? How do you feel in the special conditions of Concordia?
Yes, of course, I hand it over to Damien.
Hello. Yes, as you say, we are quite remote, and this is the first thing they told us, that no plane and no vehicle on Earth can go and pick us up during the winter. But I think we prefer to focus on the next summer and the sunrise that will happen in 1 month and a half. Yeah, we try to keep a good mood, and that's the more important in isolation, I think.
And that's true. We didn't mention that you're in the middle of polar night, so actually you don't see the sun rise for a while, and you're already 5 months in isolation. Is that correct?
Yes, we started our winter over on the 6th of February, and since the 5th of May, the sun didn't rise. We've been in darkness ever since.
And maybe on that, you can share with us actually what coping mechanisms or strategies you have to deal with that, the feeling of being so away from everything.
Yes, I kindly hand this over to Luca.
Yeah, we have the possibility to communicate with our friends and family, so that helps a lot. And personally, I like to be updated with my passion, with my hobbies, so I follow news about cinema, video games, and staying in the conversation helps me to cope with the isolation.
And could you tell us a bit more about communication? Because we know that the connection that we have now is not given. The details of communication are interested to connect to the fact of being isolated.
Yeah, I'll hand this over to answer the details of communication to Andrea.
Well, okay, the things are changed a little bit during the years, and now we have a stable internet connection, coping with the problems that we are in the most isolated place in the world, and we have to communicate only by satellite. And that's sometimes is a little bit difficult. But anyway, we have a more or less stable connection with the internet, so anyone here can communicate with the family more or less in real time, with only small interruptions. So it's not in this moment a big issue.
Thank you. And Sasa, coming back to you, as you're the European Space Agency research doctor there, could you share with us some of the research you do, maybe related to isolation, but also in general, and how can that actually benefit society from your work and your commitment there?
Yes, I want to say that we all contribute with a lot of effort to this research. So I'm the one running it, but we all do a lot of things to gather the data. We are running 8 projects this year, and they are all related to space flight mainly. So we want to aid future astronauts to stay healthy in long-term space missions. But we also do one study that is particularly interesting also for people in Europe and all over the world. It's called Choice 3, and it's investigating the changes in the immune system in isolation and chronic hypoxia, because we are on a quite high altitude here in Concordia. So we look in very detail in the immune system. It's a study from Munich. And maybe patients in intensive care units that are also suffering from hypoxia may benefit from these results. And of course also astronauts flying for a long time in space hopefully benefit from these results from the study.
Thank you, and I think that's a perfect link that you made, that research that's been done in space and in unique environments like Concordia, it really pays back to society. And then, of course, with your help, we'd like to invite the audience to take a look outside of your station. Can you show us a bit of what's outside? We know it's nighttime now, 24 hours a day, but maybe we can get a good sense of how isolated you are.
Yes, we'll share the screen. Andrea will kindly share it. It's actually about 600 meters from the station. It's our astronomy shelter. and the camera is pointing towards the station, and you can see it's only a glimpse of light in the middle of nowhere, and that's actually how it feels when you look outside. It's pitch black, and we are just a tiny, tiny spot in a vast
So we see a bit of the reflection and light, but yeah, the station, so this is actually a place where no one is right now, and the camera is looking at the station, which is far, far away in the darkness. Oh, and that's a very impressive view.
I saw.
Yes, also this is maybe you can see a little more from this video. This is a camera pointed at the French telescopes, which is it is currently searching for extrasolar planets, and I think that from this visual you can get a pretty good impression of the the isolation and the lighthouse keeper feeling that we get by working there.
And I think these are also the clearest skies worldwide, if I'm not mistaken. So thanks a lot about that. Before we bid you farewell, I have a couple of quick photos to show on my side, if the control panel can give us back the presentation. Okay, so that's an old photo that I took from Concordia from outside. It's pitch black, as the crew told us. So that's loneliness, right? That's being alone in the middle of nowhere for 9 months. But the next photo is actually about the antidote, what you use to counter that. And if we can move to the next one, let me try to find that. So the antidote is really people. And if you're lonely, it might be the person next to you, and it might be your friends and your family. I'd like to thank my family because they're here with us. But also, this is a photo of my family that flew to space, and we got it back. So with that, we'd really like to thank the Stavros Niarchos Foundation for having us. Of course, all of you, the audience, and a special thank and round of applause for Concordia that connected with us on their vacation day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go. Thank you so much, Adrianos, Sasha, and Concordia crew for your unique and important perspectives. Up next, we get to examine solutions for loneliness via the development of innovative, multifunctional public spaces and social impact bonds with Dr. Hila Oren, CEO of the Tel Aviv Foundation, and Sharon Bloom-Melamed, the Director of Welfare, Social Services, and Public Health Administration at the Tel Aviv-Yafo Municipality. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much. Can we start? Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being with us and sharing the loneliness in Tel Aviv, cracking the innovation code. Thank you, Sharon, for joining me. And where's my flicker? They lost it. Anyhow, my name is Dr. Hila Oren. I would like to thank the Stavros Niarchos Foundation for bringing us here. It is such a pleasure to come to our neighboring city, Athens. And as they taught me, thank you so much. Kalimera. I refer to myself as a city maker, not a shoemaker, not a filmmaker, a little bit of a matchmaker, because if you want to crack the innovation code and make changes in cities, you have to be a matchmaker, a little bit of one. My passion is cracking the urban innovation code, because everything, we're in a mental health summit, but everything happens in cities. It's an era of cities, of global cities, and if we want to make a change, this is our canvas. This is where we make it. Just remember 3 years ago, remember our streets? They were neglected. This is in Tel Aviv. Maybe someone has been there, Rothschild Boulevard, but I'm sure your streets look the same. They were totally loneliness, pandemic, and as the USA Surgeon General says, social disconnection is comparable to smoking daily. We have to make a big change and have to make sure that loneliness is reduced and is not as a major part of our life as it is. So in Tel Aviv, we developed two innovative tools that we're going to focus on it to reduce loneliness. One is social impact bonds, which Sharon will elaborate in a minute, and the second one is public pockets of well-being. The Tel Aviv Foundation, and that is again a very nice and generate invitation of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, where we can learn a lot, but we're trying to be a little sis to that. It's a city foundation promoting pluralism, equality, and opportunity to the residents of Tel Aviv-Yafo and to the commuters and tourists that come along. When we're talking about Tel Aviv Foundation, we have our mayor as the chair, which helps any city to promote anything, public philanthropy partnership by matching programs dollar to dollar. That means if we do anything, those things are matched by private gifts. Solving problems, and this is the main thing before I hand over to Sharon, means to create an impact. And how do we create an impact? Remember this, and this is not easy. You always have to cut red tapes and roll red carpets. If you want real partnerships, it's not about our egos, it's about partnerships. Partnerships are not easy. It's about us city makers to cut the red tapes, but it's about you guys to come on our rolling red carpets with our partners. And this is my opportunity to move it on to Sharon. This is your flicker for your slides.
Hello everyone, I'm Sharon and I'm the Director of Welfare, Social Services and Public Health in the city of Tel Aviv-Yafo. You can see here our vision, and according to that vision of the administration, for us, a human being is a human being is a human being. That's why we give more to those who need more. And we are going on from intervention to prevention. And we also would like to be innovative and creative. So we have 3 keys for success. The first one is dream, the second one is act, and the third one is connect. We connect to our residents. They know what's best for them. But we also connect to other organizations such as Hila and the Tel Aviv Foundation, NGOs and governmental organizations. But the real issue is to make a change for our residents with them. So every year we map our strategic challenges, and for the last few years, reducing loneliness across ages is one of the major challenges. And why? Because loneliness increases risk for anxiety and depression, it's higher risk for heart disease, it's higher risk for dementia, it's higher risk for stroke, it reduces productivity in work life and also in schools, and it diminished civic engagement. So what do we know about loneliness in Tel Aviv-Yafo? We know that a person, an old man or woman who suffers from loneliness costs for 7 years of life $15,000 for 7 years. It's a lot. We also know that 45% of the population in Israel report on an increased incidence of loneliness. So our real aim, our real challenge is to develop and test tools to reduce loneliness pandemic for elderly people in Tel Aviv-Yafo. We also know that 15% of our population are residents at the age of 65 and more. One man told us he was sitting on a bench in Yafo, which is part of Tel Aviv. He said, I'm sitting in a bench with a cigar. I know everyone. Everyone passed me by. I smoke the cigar until it burns out, and I'm left alone with my thoughts. It's very hard to hear it. another woman told us, being lonely is death. It wasn't that. Those are very hard words saying by elderly people in our city. We have lots of programs for elderly people in Tel Aviv, Yafo. But do they make the chance? Are we really making an impact? That's why in 2018, we collaborate with the Tel Aviv Foundation and SFI, Social Finance Israel, and we make a social bond to reduce loneliness among elderly people. Why social bond? Because we want to know what's best to reduce loneliness. In my administration, we have a responsibility for the money that we spend or on program. We are working according to the accountability. It means that we have to explain why we do what we do, why we spend money on this program and not on another program. So we started a pilot with the SFI to reduce loneliness. We use the UCLA scale to measure loneliness, and we have 2,000 participants by the average age of 80. 83% of them were women, and they all suffer from loneliness. Those are the results. What we see from the result, and we have 3 measures, at the beginning of the intervention, at the end of the intervention, and 6 months later. Why? Because we want to see if we are reducing loneliness, but not only reducing, we also want to conserve the reduction in loneliness. So what you can see here, that we succeeded in reduction the sense of loneliness among all the participants in the program. We know now that over the time we succeeded to conserve the results, the reduction in loneliness, but we also know that it works better with women. We know that this program works better with old people by the age of 86, and it's even better for Holocaust survivors. We also learn about best practices, and I'll speak about some of them. We know that the duration of intervention should be not less than 9 months. We use technology tools. We have a very good application in Israel called Uniper. It's a digital club for active aging. But we know that if we want to use Uniper, we should do it 2 months after starting the intervention. We also know that CBT works wonderful with elderly people. And we know that we should train the volunteers how to work with elderly people. So, to summarize, social bonds model allow us to provide better and accountable service to reduce loneliness pandemic. We also know that the partnership with Tel Aviv Foundation provide us a framework which allows us to dream and to act. Thank you.
To dream and to act. Thank you, Sharon. This is fascinating. 3 years ago, we didn't believe we would do it together, but it just showed you that it can, and we're sure we can still learn so much together. So when we say cracking the innovation code, social bonds are something that are measurable, smaller public funded budgets, better results, fully measurable and accountable outcomes. This is a focus on the elderly. But let's take and jump to another innovative tool, and we're talking only tools, right? Public places. Who doesn't talk these days about public places and their importance? We call them the pockets of well-being. I believe it just like I have my own pocket here. What are urban public places and what makes them so innovative? Now, this is a question that looks odd, but just 5 years ago, we would refer to public place as a place you go around, you stroll, you run out. You don't meet people and you don't use the place as functional to work, to learn, to eat. Our streets are actually places where we can meet by decision, not by occasionally. have a meeting, have a saloon, as young kids can do that, students can do it, elderly can do it, so we can learn and make out of for our well-being, and we're connected. We're very, very lucky to be consulted by the Bloomberg Associates, but Jeanette Sadiq Khan, who was the first one to close Broadway Street with all her team and with Mike Bloomberg as a mayor. But what it really puts out is a fundamental human right. Just as clear air and free speech are, public space is a human right for all of us. We shouldn't leave it outside. The city, in a way, is an equalizer. Just around the globe, you have the equalizer where you have all the resources, where the best atmosphere is here. Whoever's been in Tel Aviv can know Dizengoff Square. Before, it used to be like a rampa on top of the roads. Now, when we lowered it down, it is totally different, and everybody feels this is their living room. Even on Yom Kippur, people came to pray there. That means all different communities feel this is their place, this is their home, this is where they can connect. So we're moving from urban planning, and probably here on the crowd there are people that are architects and are urban planners, to social planning, where the person, the human, is in the middle, from uses to users. And these are little adjusting words, but they are so important and so fundamental. So we're moving actually from the term space, which in a way is cold, to place, to public space, to placemaking, human design based on human terms. And I'm adding another thing, just because we could elaborate on that so much, using the gender lens. The men around here feel quite safe to walk at 12 p.m., even if the light doesn't really work here. I know we won't admit it, but most of the women don't feel that secure to walk at night. This is something, again, we have to put a focus, because the public place, remember, is a human right to all, not only to 50% of the population. And here is a place where I took the liberty of using the most beautiful public space that I saw. And if you've been there, 11:30 p.m. yesterday, this image actually is not at its best, because it was packed with people running, eating, playing, dancing. This is what a real public place is. Not only our squares outside, a rooftop, a lobby, a porch, a hallway. We can reimagine our buildings. Before, we didn't think our offices could be WeWork, right? Now we all share our office spaces. We didn't think about our Airbnb, about our houses. All these sharing economy gives us a whole different reaction to an outdoor living room, an outdoor office, an outdoor classroom where you can come out with your computers, get plugged, and start working. But remember, it needs to be functional. That means you have to make sure that all the places have shade, they have water, they have restrooms in the area, they're green, they have power outlets and Wi-Fi, distress buttons, sustainable outdoor furniture. This is really important, that the chairs could be movable, that the tables could be used, accessible and clear entry points where you can see each other. These are just the beginning of the list that we are making to make sure that the public space is as accessible, as homey, as fun as our own homes. And with making those places, they become actually a public pockets of well-being. So I think now you start understanding why we refer to this as innovative tool. There's nothing really innovative. It's not a digital or a technology wish. It's just a different way of looking at things. And the most important thing, since we can't forget we are in the summit, that the issue is to reduce loneliness. That means through social bonds, through public pockets of well-being. Hopefully, we will get all of you to join us in the effort to reduce loneliness globally. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, guys. And for Sharon and me, thank you so much. It was really important to have 3 minutes for your questions. So we did it we're on time. And if anyone wants to ask us, here's the first question there. And the question is, in Saloniki you have pocket gardens, and the question is? You're just sharing how important it is.
Similar project.
So
I hope this will spread all over Greece, because some municipalities have these efforts.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, it's a very nice effort.
Thank you so much. Hopefully you'll all join us. Yes.
First, thank you very much for the
These stress buttons are using technologies where you have buttons in the city. You can push them when you're in an emergency case. And then since our city has cameras all over, the people that sit on the moked, on the whatever, on the control room, exactly. They can see where the problem is and can send someone very quickly to help whoever's sitting there and is distressed. Let me look at that side. Yes, here you've got the
conversation. I remembered a movie, Japanese movie, that it was a park, and they were going to sit with strangers to play a traditional game. And my question is, do you believe you can make places with games in order to make people feel more comfortable to speak with a stranger? Because a lot of times when we go outside and we don't know people, or some stranger come to speak to us, we think that, who is that creep?
So I'll answer it, because if I'm looking at elderly people, for example, what we are doing, we call it outside parliaments. It means that we took professionals like social workers or others, and we arranged those meetings at the beginning so people can really see each other. There is someone who is taking care or is looking, and then they continue by doing it alone. So we have our mission is to allow this to happen, and to make sure that people can meet outside. They don't know each other, but we help them connecting each other at the beginning, and then they continue to do it.
And to elaborate on that, when public space feels like home, the strangers do not really feel so much strange, but this is probably in the future.
For example, we also do it for families giving birth to their newborns, so we arrange meeting outside.
Last questions?
Excellent presentation. I want to ask, have you ever considered creating this type of spaces outside hospitals to release the stress from either the patients and also like relatives and the healthcare personnel?
So in Tel Aviv Medical Center, which called Ichilov, that's the name, there is a very big space at the roof of the hospital where people can go outside. The staff of the hospital take them out. My daughter was hospitalized 2 months ago, and we were sitting outside most of the day, having families and friends. It's very nice. It's very similar to what Hila shows. So we try to create it, yes.
And you actually, to elaborate on that, not only hospitals, schools, any institutions that are public, temples, mosques, should be used with their public spaces when they're not used for what they need to be used, just to give away to anything, not only for free, but also for special programs.
Do you have a policy? Whoa, sorry. Do you have a policy or program that trains people when they are with those that are in the elderly community, so there's no taking advantage of them situation? Any kind of protection and measure within your programs?
Yes, we do it. Actually, next week we're going to have special train with a new startup in Tel Aviv that we are going to train elderly people about the IT world and how to do the right things in the digital world. And yes, we do.
And to wrap up on that, we have a program called U95, Urban 95, how the city looks from a 95 centimeter for kids. So the same question that was just referring to elderly refers to young kids. Again, thank you so much in the name of Sharon and of me.
Thank you very much.
We really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much to Ms. Sharon Bloom-Melamed and Dr. Gila Oren. Now, on to the next theme. Aging is a part of life. In fact, some might say aging is the most natural part of life. However, what is not so natural is the way that society thinks of and treats people entering the third age. Sometimes, it is as though seniors are really only defined by their age. Every other shade and color of their being fades, and eventually, so do they. The next session will explore the ways that Service Program for Older People uses to recognize the cumulative experiences of each person to help us understand the challenges, strengths, and insights that older age affords us. Let's all welcome Nancy Harvey, Chief Executive Officer at Service Program for Older People.
We're the only agency in New York City that is solely focused on mental health services to older adults.
I was a wreck. I was a mess. I'd gone through losing my home, my husband and I separating.
You're in pain and you're having friends who kind of deserting you. It's tough.
I really felt as though I needed help and needed a counselor.
There's always something I come away with every time, and that is one thing that's awe-inspiring about special service for older people.
The goal is for everybody to make some progress towards personalized goals.
Seeing them almost like blossom in a way into this other person that had you seen a year ago when they first came through these doors, you wouldn't believe.
I know there's someone here that can help me.
I go to confronting anxiety, I go to a dance group, I go to a yoga group, I go to an art group. It made me a whole person. It's been amazing. It's like a new life.
It's a population that traditionally has been ignored.
It's my job to help them shape a story that they'd be happy telling somebody.
This is the place that they kind of check in and get renewed every week and then have the courage to go back out in the world. And SPOP's one of the few organizations that is doing this in New York, both seeing people on site and at home and in the clinic.
I've been 6 programs since 1978, but this one program is the best. It's like a second home here.
They know the ropes of getting older, and they're kind and they're understanding. I mean, it's been great for me.
I have so much confidence in myself now that I didn't have before. And I don't see myself as being helpless. They're like a lifeline for me.
There is that great essence of being focused on keeping my independence as an individual.
SPOP have really been blessings in a way for me. So I've been very lucky, fortunate, and I'm thankful for all of it. I'm a groupie now.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Harvey, Chief Executive Officer of Service Program for Older People, located in New York City. And I'd like to thank the Stavros Niarchos Foundation and the SNF conference team for the opportunity to speak here today. about mental health care for older adults. During my 33 years at SPOP, I've learned 3 important lessons. Our lives become more complicated as we grow older. Some of us are likely to experience mental health disorders in our later years, but are definitely less likely to have access to treatment. And our communities are stronger when our older parents, friends, and neighbors are healthy and independent. SPOP has built a program based on those 3 core beliefs. We serve a client population that spans 40 years and reflects the racial and ethnic diversity of New York City. Our doors are open to people of all walks of life, working or retired, grieving a loss, or seeking new relationships, barely getting by or middle income. What they have in common is their age and a need for affordable mental health care. Our goal is to help each client rethink any misconceptions that they can't improve their lives even when they are confronting ageism, racism, sexism, or homophobia. I don't want to dwell too much on the assumptions we make about older adults. That's a subject for another talk. But we need to acknowledge the ageist thinking that permeates many of our cultures. Negative stereotypes teach us that older adults are often depressed and helpless. Now, I identify strongly with that age bracket, and the last thing I feel is helpless. And as far as mental health conditions are concerned, the rates among older adults are the same as the general population, which is to say about 20%. But negative stereotypes can make it easy for us to forget that people can benefit from mental health care at any age. Let me share a few statistics about aging. People over the age of 60 are the fastest growing segment of the population throughout the world. In fact, with improved health care and a declining birth rate, there are now more people over age 60 than children under 5. Aging can be expensive when you consider the cost of health care, institutional or nursing home care, and other supports. That said, in the United States, less than 50% of older adults with mental health or substance use disorders ever receive treatment, even though one of the easiest ways to reduce the cost of aging is to support the physical and mental health care of older adults so they can live independently. There are some very real barriers that older adults faced. As I mentioned before, negative stereotypes teach us that depression is a normal part of growing older. There are very few providers that offer affordable and age-sensitive treatment. Many adults are put off by stigma or shame. And finally, some older adults are unable to travel to see a therapist. I'd like to tell you about 2 of our clients, Alice and Isabel, whose stories show how we work to address those challenges. Alice was 83 when she came to SPOP. Her husband had just died, and she was so overwhelmed by grief that her primary care doctor told him that she didn't want to live anymore. Her doctor took that seriously, put her in touch with us, and we saw her right away. During intake, Alice described how she had struggled to care for her husband while he was sick, how difficult her marriage had been, and how empty her life was now that he was gone. She had lost touch with most of her friends. She had no energy for personal care. We connected her with a therapist who was trained in treating complicated grief, and they met each week. At the end of a year, Alice thanked her therapist for having saved her life. She was like a different person. She now feels more independent, has reconnected with old friends, and is once again taking care of herself. She has turned her life around. Let's break this story down to examine the critical moments. To start with, Alice was fortunate to have a doctor who recognized that she was depressed and knew how to connect her to SPOP. The doctor didn't just dismiss Alice as a widow who just needed help to move on, but instead assured her that there was no shame in seeking help. Also, by listening without judgment, we were able to gather information about Alice's experience and gain her trust. Most importantly, we connected her to a therapist who believed that she could grow and change at age 83. The outcome was that Alice has a new lease on life. Isabel is 15 years younger than Alice and identifies as a Black Latina lesbian. She was referred by our community partner, SAGE, the leading advocacy center for LGBTQ plus adults in the United States. During her intake interview, Isabel said she was depressed, but she kept repeating that she didn't want therapy. She had tried it in the past and felt it was just for rich white people. And no therapist could ever understand her story. Fortunately, we kept her on the line and listened closely. The more Isabel talked, the clearer it became that she faced a long history of discrimination because of her skin color, sexual orientation, and poverty. She was not partnered, had few friends, and was estranged from her family. We connected Isabel with a therapist, and now 10 months into the process, Isabel reports that she feels seen, heard, and fully acknowledged for the first time in her life. She has joined an LGBTQ plus support group and feels that she'll find genuine friendships there. It was clear in the very first conversation that Isabel had a lot to say, starting with her mistrust of the mental health system. She was upset and yearned for help, yet she was reluctant to accept it. Just untangling her story required exceptional skills, and I'm proud that our staff knew how to listen and move her through the process. These two stories are examples of how SPOP uses an intersectional framework or an understanding of life experiences, backgrounds, or commonalities to support older adults. What do I mean by an intersectional framework? We often say that SPOP sits at the corner of aging and mental health in New York City. That's where our expertise lies, but our greatest strength comes from working with partner agencies with explicit expertise in other areas. These can include physical disabilities, substance misuse, being unhoused, financial hardship, or anything else that affects the well-being of older adults. By working with these partners, we have built bridges to underserved communities and connected to individuals who might never find us on their own. In fact, our community partners refer over 1,000 adults to SPOP each year. They trust that we will see each person as an individual, not an age. And they connect clients to us with the confidence that we have the skills and expertise to help. The intersectional framework also helps us to pair clients with therapy groups. We offer groups for adults with shared experiences, such as living with chronic illness, serving as a caregiver, managing anxiety, recovering from depression, or other points of connection. All of our groups currently meet using telehealth, which makes it easy to participate without the challenges of transportation or inclement weather. Telehealth has been the biggest breakthrough I could have ever imagined for older adults. When we made the decision to close our offices during the pandemic, we had no idea how our clients would manage. We had trained our staff in telehealth, but I'm a little embarrassed to say this. We weren't sure if older adults would be tech savvy enough to participate. You see, even if those of us working in the field can make ageist assumptions. We were so wrong. Our clients love telehealth. Older adults suffered during the pandemic, but many also found new pathways to learn new skills and coping strategies. Technology has enabled them to engage in therapy in the privacy of their home, chat with friends and family members, participate in religious services, or attend online social groups. Telehealth has also transformed our profession and may be the most compelling reminder that we can all grow and change at any age. There is no substitute for coming together in person, but we have heard from countless clients that telehealth was a true lifeline when they were most alone and frightened. As we leave this beautiful place and return to our homes, I'd like to ask you to join with me in creating a new conversation about mental health and older adults. There are 3 things we can all do. Reject negative stereotypes about aging. Acknowledge each older person as an individual, not an age. And finally, spread the word that our communities are stronger when mental health care is available at every phase of life. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now I'd like to welcome some questions.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you for your enlightening talk. And now I would like to kick off our Q&A section with my question from myself. How do you think, how can we ensure the intergenerational relationship could be nurtured and sustained in order to promote the quality of life and well-being of the older people, and at the same time addressing their challenges and complexities they may facing?
That's a great question. During our work, we spend a great deal of time talking about the importance of intergenerational relationships. And in addition, how important social engagements are with friends and neighbors and how much that can lead to healthy aging. What we do find, interestingly enough, is that a lot of younger people who have had strong and memorable relationships with grandparents and older friends and neighbors are entering the field, which is wonderful. But really the most important thing is listening and communication between generations. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. As we are running out of time, so thank you again, Nancy Harvey.
Thank you so much.
And today, Dr. Dizamira will be sharing his insight on Naked But Not Shame. Ubuntu as a resilience of well-being of life until end. Ubuntu is a traditional African philosophy that reflect people to emphasize the importance of community and interconnectedness. Dr. Dizamira will be discussing how his philosophy can be applied to end-of-life care, and with a focus on the idea that the self is never an isolated, but also a center of relationships. Dr. Dizamira's work is a powerful reminder of us the importance of collective well-being and the role that community plays in supporting each other through the life's most challenging moments. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Christine Dizamira come to the stage.
When I finished medical school, my dream was to be a surgeon. Until I met a very young guy, 24 years old, who was really dying with liver cancer. And the sad story, his mom came to me and kneeled before me and said in Kinyarwanda, which is our mother tongue, "Mbabarira mwana wange, mbabarira," which means, I beg you, please, She just wanted if I can give something small to help a son to sleep and wake up no more. I felt that I failed twice. I failed as a physician because I couldn't prescribe morphine that time because the fear and the myth beyond using morphine. And I failed as a Rwandan because in our culture, when elder person kneel before a young person, culturally, you failed. I live in Rwanda, one of the smallest countries in Africa. Rwanda is a small country, but not a small nation. 50% of the population under 20 years, with a population density almost 500 by kilometer square. This is now almost 30 years after the genocide against the Tutsi, where 1 million people died in 100 days. But humanity itself seems lost that time. And I strongly believe that the concept of palliative care will bring back the sense of humanity we lost during the genocide. Why? Because palliative care is not about death. It's about dignity, humanity, life until the end, and Ubuntu. Contrary to the Cartesian philosophy, I think, therefore I am, Ubuntu talk about a soul. We don't define as I, we define as we. It's humanity towards others. Ubuntu values life because it's life until the end. Ubuntu values dignity because treating the disease and treating the person is two different concepts. You can treat the disease without treating the person, but if you treat the person, you must treat the disease. Ubuntu value compassion, understand the local context. Humanness, global is local, as local is global. If we need to bring a global community, we need to start at the local level. And we cannot connect community without connecting identities. Harmony, understand adopting and adopted. We need first to adopt before to adapt, and reconciliation, because the disease fractures individuals, community, and society. In Rwanda, in social context, we have a saying, when you are well, you belong to yourself, but when you are sick, you belong to your family. It's not only about patient autonomy, it's about also community responsibility for the better decision making. So we are using a butterfly approach. And we came with this concept, the Safari concept, relieving patient suffering through family support. Safari means journey. It's nothing with animals. It's just journey in Swahili. And it's decoding language of family members. And the last 10 years, I had almost 800 family meetings. And the concept is based on value, expertise through personal experience. And I came with 12 animal archetypes as a metaphor, as a language of suffering from family members. 3 examples. One, the giraffe suffering, the distance. It's the suffering when family came with unexpected and realistic expectation from the physician. Our interpretation that demonstrates mistrust to the healthcare providers. Our management, confidence with humility is the solution. Hyena suffering, conflict. When there is conflict in the family, parents, brothers, sisters, uncles, cousins, the meaning of that suffering, the patient who is the source of conflict is also the source of connection. Our management is to find who is the lion in the family, the most influential person in the family. And the last example is tortures. Strong shield, people came with miracles, philosophy, and thinking about curable. Our interpretation, meaning there is something left over, unaccomplished work. Management, the choice of the world, is significant. So the family meeting is based on looking for the lion or the lioness in the room. And that is the most important thing for decision making, because that person is the one who will be in charge to support the family and reduce stress, anxiety, and depression. So in Africa, we need to use different approach, what I call anthropo-psychological approach, which is combine anthropology and psychology for the better comprehension of community dynamic and different methodologies. I came with this picture from my friends, and when I just realized these dirty ants, which carries clear screws, I came with this poem I wrote on my book. I feel naked when the dignity and the value of patients are viewed through the lens of the disease and not the humanity. I feel naked when I see that access to treatment depends on your place in the world. I feel naked when inequality, social injustice, and the culture of me prevail over the connection between people and culture. I feel naked when people are happy to publish data from developing countries, but less eager to support those countries. I feel naked when colleagues from developed countries claim what they were doing is not palliative care. I feel naked because they focused only to the comparison, not to the reality of our compassionate effort to support patient and family with our limited resources. I feel naked when I read the expression of gratitude, satisfaction, hope, and life in the eyes of our patients and their families, just because we are there. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed because we are not beholden to hate, guilt, fear, death, stigma, but to life, hope, dignity, and Ubuntu. I'm not ashamed because though I cannot do everything, I must do something. I'm not ashamed at all. And remember, the way people die can reflect how the society lives. So my name is Christian Izimira. I'm a palliative care from Rwanda. Thank you.
Hello, this is Yimi from YAC. It's time to have a break. Before doing so, let's do a quick check of the result of the mood check. Based on our responses, it looks like we have a mix of emotion in the room. 41% we are happy, 16% of you are stressed, 15% are overwhelmed, and 29% are excited. So it's great to say that majority of us are in a happy mood. So please keep that energy up and continue to have more great time. We will convene our next session at 16 o'clock. Thank you and enjoy your break.
Dear friends, please note that the panel discussion on refugees and mental health will be partly conducted in Greek. So if you need live translation, please make sure you get a headset from the reception before we come.
Hi guys, my name is Mbali Matlo and I am a young reporter at Akhanang FM radio station. Mental health problems don't define who you are. They are what you experience. You walk in the rain, you feel the rain, but you are not the rain. And you are listening to Radio Workshop, hashtag 7th Conference 2023.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Zanele Mola, and I'm a youth reporter with the Radio Workshop. It is still a scorching hot afternoon at the SNF Nostos 2023, and I'm not riding alone, obviously. I'm with my co-host. Can you guys please introduce yourselves?
Yeah. Greetings, everybody. My name is Mkansi Tato, aka Dave T, and from Radio Workshop in South Africa.
And I am Helena Gridzelaki, and I'm from Radio Pantheon.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah,
But
so
then,
nice.
if there's one thing I know is that I'm super exhausted. But I just want to know, how are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling exhausted too, but at the same time happy. I just don't know. I have mixed emotions, kind of thing. So
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to, But I'm feeling exhausted and happy. How are you feeling, Helena?
I'm actually feeling very well. I don't know. I was exhausted at first, but now that it's our last session here and the day is wrapping up, I don't know. I'm just giving it my all.
I just needed to do like a quick recap of our previous sessions and of what we've covered today, and yeah, the whole experience of the conference. What still is my highlight of the day though is our opening interview. I felt like we have very powerful and inspiring interviewees, and they're very insightful to listen to. So Helena, what was your highlight for the day so far?
The opening interview was truly amazing. It went way better than I thought. Tatu, what about you?
It definitely has to be the opening interview. Like, it was so powerful. Like it's more like a motive behind it that says, like, when you work, it doesn't have to feel like working. It has to feel like you have to enjoy what you're doing. You have to enjoy the work that you're doing. So you don't have to feel like you're at work at all.
Exactly.
That's the power behind that whole interview.
Yeah, so we've been talking about mental health for literally the whole conference, and we were going to dive into the experience of reporting for the past 3 days. But right about now, our gorgeous Helena is going to interview Hannah, who's going to talk a lot more about her mental health experiences and the type of work that she does. So see you in a jiffy.
With the Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
We are back at the SNF Nostos Pop-Up Radio, and here with us we have Hannah Travers, who is the director of the Arts Fundraisers. It's lovely having you here.
Thank you so much for having me, Helen.
Could you kindly tell us what exactly the Art Fundraisers do?
So we work with a range of organisations across the world that deal predominantly where art and creativity meet social impact. So using the creative arts in all of its wonderful, varied, diverse forms to reach out to people and give people a way to connect with communities, to enhance their mental health and well-being, and to learn new skills and find their voice.
So is there any specific age group that you guys focus on, or is it just an open slot?
No, we work with lots of different organisations. So we focus a lot working with young people, but also, for instance, we take choirs into prisons with an organisation called Liberty Choir, where we work both in juvenile detention centres but also in adult prisons. So it varies in age a lot. And we also work a lot with the older generation, so combating loneliness through bringing, people over 60 to cabaret afternoons and drag tea parties and such like. Nice. So really celebrate, bringing the joy out.
Yeah. Oh my God, I love how you focus on different art forms. I'd like to ask you, have you ever went through something in your life where you had to use art as a coping mechanism?
Oh, absolutely. I have a chronic illness. So I have type 1 diabetes, and got it when I was 7 years old, which back when I was 7 years old, we didn't have mental health care for children when they get a chronic illness. So a lot of my way of dealing and coping with that was I joined a theatre group.
Ooh.
And so working with other children to really try and express what I was going through and to find a way to have a voice in a community that understood what was going on with my life. So for me, that was a great outlet, because you can be angry on stage. You can be sad on stage and nobody goes, "Are you okay?"
Yeah.
You have a way of expressing yourself without everyone getting really worried about you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very powerful.
So can you tell me about the moment when you decided to invest in the arts?
I think I've always been invested in the arts. I have, ever since I've been growing up, I've loved art, all forms. I've played the saxophone. I've been in theatre groups. Then when I got older, I realised I have an ability and a passion for raising money and communicating and to powerfully communicating stories for other people.
That's an art form in itself, I think.
Well, it is. It's writing, and it's not just creative writing, but powerful communication. How can, through the written word, I make you understand what somebody is going through? And the impact of a creative project on that person's life. So I combined the two, my love of art and my love of writing. So it's been a passion of my whole life, but I think I gradually worked out how I could make a career and a living out of it.
Amazing.
That's great. The fact that you managed to combine that and make it into your living, that's something very admirable, I think. I'd like to ask you, I saw in your website that you have a very small employee group. How do you guys work under so much pressure? Because you have so many projects going on.
Well, we're constantly growing. We're also very lucky. We employ a large group of people, and we actively employ people who wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity to be employed otherwise.
Wow.
So a lot of single mums, a lot of people who've moved to other countries. We have employees in Mexico, we have employees in Berlin, in Paris, where they've moved for various reasons, people who are disabled, who can't leave the home as easily as others. So working with us is a really lovely way to engage with an industry where there isn't sort of set times, and they can be flexible.
Okay,
I love how you're giving. So I'm so sorry for interrupting you, but I love how you're giving back to the community so much. It's very inspiring.
Oh, thank you. We also actually have we're taking on apprentices around different places in the world. So, for instance, we've got apprentices in Kenya and Uganda, where fundraising isn't really an industry as such, but it gives them the skills to build a career themselves, which can be international, but out of Nairobi and out of Uganda. Yeah.
That's amazing. Also, what can I take away from you? What advice would you give me if I say maybe I'm having a depression or something like that, but I want to engage myself in art? So what advice would you give me? Which activities can I do? Something like that?
I would say the quickest way to make the quickest way to improve your well-being and mental health is to join a choir.
Oh.
A choir?
Yes, singing. So there's two quick ways to form trust and a bond with a community. The quickest way is to laugh with somebody. If you laugh with somebody, then immediately the barriers come down. You want to be with that person, you trust them more, and you build a relationship. The second quickest way is to sing with somebody. It releases oxytocin, you feel better, you are vulnerable when you sing, so you increase trust with that person, and you feel good. And it allows you to emote. Singing is a very emotional, emotive way. So what I would say is go out, find a choir, join a choir, be around people where you don't necessarily have to talk directly about how you feel, but you can express yourself.
Definitely reconsidering that. Thank you so much for being with us right here.
Oh, absolute pleasure, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Καλώς ήρθατε στο SNF Νόστος. Ακούτε το SNF Pop-Up Radio από το Radio Workshop και το Radio Pantheon, όπου λέμε ιστορίες που επανεστιάζουν και κάνουν focus στην ψυχική υγεία.
Just now we had a very insightful conversation about how music can heal people, and we're here with the experts. So Zanele, I'm passing it over to you.
Right, thanks Helena. So right now we're with Naya Kete, who is a song healer and a transformational breath coach. Hi Naya.
Hi, so happy to be here.
I'm so excited to have you. So Naya, it's been a very long and scorching hot and exhausting day. Can you please heal us with a young song, even if it's 2 verses? We're tired. Can you pretty please?
Okay, let's see what wants to come through. I'm free to feel, free to feel. I wanna heal, free to feel, free to feel. I keep it real. I'm free to feel, and I can heal, free to feel. Free to feel.
Phenomenal.
Now my body giving me goosebumps. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
That was wonderful. That was, oh my God. So Naya, can you take us back to the moment when you realized that your music heals, like your music and your songwriting actually heals?
I don't think it was as much of a moment as it was an unfolding. You know, during the pandemic, I had a lot of time to think. As a full-time, pre-pandemic, I was a full-time touring musician and performing artist. So overnight, my livelihood went away. And so I got to really think. And personally, what the memories that came to mind were me being a girl, sitting on my bed with a guitar in my hand, feeling like I had to write a song that would make me cry. And I didn't realize I was doing it at the time. I was just doing something that helped me to get my emotion out. But looking back at that as an adult, I realized like, oh, that was me healing myself through song. So I started to understand that, and I really just kind of thought to myself, okay, well, if I could do that for myself, if I could heal myself through my own music, could I do that for others? And it was just a question that I had at first. And I'm so grateful that through the work of Song Healing Trauma and the young people that have been courageous enough to share their stories with me, I did see healing happen before my eyes when I would work with these young people, hear their stories, and channel these songs. It was really an unfolding.
So take me through the feeling, as you've mentioned, that young people trust you with your stories. It must be a very incredible feeling. Like, they trust you with your stories. Some of them, maybe, I think it might be their first time venting out to you. So how does it feel? Take me through that.
It feels like a privilege. You know, it feels like an incredible privilege and an incredible responsibility. It's not just stories these young people are telling me, it's the most horrific moments of their lives. And they're coming to me to have an opportunity to feel all that and to speak about all that without being triggered by all that. And that's a really challenging thing to do. I think about trauma less as the thing that happened and more as the body's physiological response. Right? So even if it's years later, even though you're not experiencing the trauma anymore, the body is still responding as if the event were still occurring, right? And so they're coming to me with these kinds of experiences, hoping to find some way of healing that physiological response. And then beyond that, you know, for a lot of these young people who are particularly survivors of sexual assault or domestic violence or still members of gangs in some cases and are dealing with real threats of violence, I'm navigating how to be able to not only heal themselves but also protect themselves and their loved ones from further harm. And so it's an it's a privilege, it's a responsibility, and I've had to trust myself to be able to navigate such complexities. I can't go in with any kind of doubt about my my capacity to hold space and be that safe space for a young person, and also trust when I know it's beyond my expertise to be able to call in support from other healers and, therapists and mental health practitioners and things of that nature, right? So I need to be really clear. There's a clarity and a trust required as well.
So what we're getting from you, right, and some of our previous guests as well, is that mental health is a journey. And earlier on, you mentioned that your unfolding happened during COVID. And a lot of us weren't thriving during COVID. We were calling suicide hotlines, depression hotlines, and all of that. So how did you keep your mental health in check during COVID in order for you to be tuned in to let your unfolding happen? How did you do that?
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, the years leading up to COVID had kind of prepared me for it. So my personal mental health and trauma healing journey began as a weight loss journey. I was an artist in a full-time performing artist living in Los Angeles, which has a reputation for being quite vain. And I had a manager at the time who told me I needed to lose weight for my career, basically. And so I began that journey. And so I decided that I needed to, if I was going to go on that journey for myself, I was going to go on that journey for myself, right? And so I decided to use my weight loss journey as a way to take care of my body. And so I succeeded in that, and I was able to take care of my body. So what I will say is that I think a holistic approach to anything, to any kind of health, be that physical health or mental health, is really important. So
There's a river in the green field of mine. Sometimes it's black, sometimes it's white, like the cloudy mountains. Some days the grass is blooming, some days it turns to dust. I'm a tree longing for the sun, hoping that it lasts. There's a river in the green field of mine.
SNF Nostos 2023 is on its way to help analyze, discuss, and normalize every aspect of mental health on June 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Learning, conversation, and entertainment become one and prove that taking care of our interior worlds begins out there. SNF Nostos 2023 from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. Release, rethink, refocus on mental health.
Hello everyone. Hello and welcome to our next session. Join us now as we welcome our panelists, Ruth R. Faden, founder of the Johns Hopkins Berman Institute of Bioethics, and Philip Franklin Quagley, professor of biomedical ethics, Jeremy Green, professor at the Johns Hopkins University, and Ketil Slagstad from the Institute of History and Medicine and Ethics in Medicine, Charité Berlin. Together, they will explore the power and impact of diagnostic labels on our society, shedding light on the history, normalization, and stigma surrounding sexual and gender minorities. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are just delighted to see so many of you. We were worried that there might be a little conference fatigue, but you're all here, and we're so pleased. All right. So let's get going. No professionals have done more for mental health and advancing the mental health of people than psychiatrists and psychologists, and we all know this. But the impact of psychiatry on the well-being and the rights of some groups in society has been, shall we say, complex. Over the next 30 minutes, we're going to explore this complexity, this complex history, in the specific context of sexual preference, gender identity, and the social role of women. So this is a session devoted to history. We're going to try to learn a bit from the past so that we can better understand the present and hopefully improve the future. I cannot think of any better panelists to inform us in this journey than Dr. Jeremy Green and Dr. Kettle Schlagstadt. They are two leading historians of medicine, and they are also themselves physicians. If we had had more time, it would have been wonderful to have joined on the panel members of the communities that are most affected by the history that will be discussed. Unfortunately, we have only 20 minutes for our part, so that's not possible. But we urge you to attend a session later this afternoon called Learning with Love, and it features a conversation between a trans person and his mother. So please join that later. So here's how the session will go. I'm going to moderate a conversation, a dialogue, if you like, between Jeremy, Kettle, and myself. And that will go for about, at this point, 17 minutes and 48 seconds. We have a counter here. At that point, we're going to switch to questions from all of you. As has been said many times during this remarkable conference, this conference is about all of us attendees. And it's most important and most gratifying to hear your questions and your comments. So we hope we will have time for at least a few of them. With that, let's get started. And Jeremy, could you begin with some kind of big picture thoughts?
Sure. So thanks so much, Ruth. It's such a pleasure to be here today and take part in this remarkable conference. And you know, as a physician who works in a community health center in East Baltimore in the United States, and as a historian, I find myself spending a lot of time thinking about diagnoses and the kind of work that diagnoses do for better and for worse in both mental health and in advocacy for minoritized populations. And so I want to start with a moment, because oftentimes history works well in narratives. And I'll start with a day, which is December 15th, 1973. And it's just a show of hands. Does anyone know why I'm mentioning that date? So December 15th, 1973 is the day that the American Psychiatric Association changed 81 words in the what was called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, otherwise known as the DSM, and undid homosexuality as a pathology and reclassified homosexuality as a variant, a normal variant of human existence. Now, so this is a remarkable day, right? And on the one hand, it's a foundational milestone in the history of queer rights in the United States and really around the world. But on the other hand, it was a deeply destabilizing moment for the field of mental health in many ways. So if you think about this, in the early 1970s, there was a very strong anti-psychiatry movement of folks like the author Thomas Szasz, who saw all mental illnesses as social constructions, and for whom psychiatry was really a form of wielding social power over populations defined as deviant. And so in this context, the undoing of a disease that had been on the books for a century was also very threatening to the broader efforts of prioritizing mental health in the world. And it's important to realize that this change in the American Psychiatric Association was the result of years of work by a small group of gay psychiatrists with varying degrees of being out or not being out and meeting together or meeting in secret, working against the grain. About 90% of psychiatrists at the time believed homosexuality was a pathology. But that it really was a work much more so of queer activists outside of the field of psychiatry. So if we think of the Stonewall riots in 1969 as a foundational moment in the American gay rights movement, this is 69, and by 1970, the annual meeting of the American Psychiatric Association in San Francisco became the target for gay rights activists who really disrupted the meeting, took it over, did it again in 1971, did it again in 1972. So this change in 1973 doesn't just come from inside the field of psychiatry.
So wait a minute, Jeremy, are you telling us that the psychiatrists were always the bad guys? I mean, is that...
Well, yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out what the full import
crowd
is.
here, yeah.
So,
well, yes.
I'm sure we've got some psychiatrists in the room, so just saying.
It's yes, and no. And I think it's important to think about both of these things, right? Because I know for any of you who wants to know more about this particular story, there's a wonderful podcast by This American Life, American National Public Radio, called 81 Days, that details the many complex positions that different gay psychiatrists inside of the APA had and their complicated relationships to the broader visible gay rights movement. But I think what we need to understand is that even many psychiatrists that were defending the pathologization of homosexuality in the 70s, and even practicing conversion therapy, believed themselves to be acting as allies to their homosexual patients. And it's hard to sit with how a group of people that believed themselves to be forces for progressive change can now be the villains in this narrative. But especially when it was seen as the only alternative they could conceive of to homosexuality disease is the only alternative to homosexuality as a moral failing or homosexuality as a criminal act. And we need to remember that right now, as we sit here in this room, there are, to my last count, 64 countries around the world in which homosexuality is still illegal, right? And while several countries in recent years, Singapore, for example, Barbados, have taken those laws off the books, there are other countries, Nigeria, Uganda, in which we've actually seen more of a crackdown on those laws. And so historian Bert Hansen has looked at the complexity by which early American psychiatrists in the late 19th century, when they were creating the category of homosexuality as a pathology, believed themselves to be acting sympathetically to create an alternative to the criminalization of the field. And I'll quote Bert Hansen. He says that their case notes, when published, offered thousands of uncertain people an identity, a way to think of themselves as fundamentally different, but neither immoral nor vicious. So it really is yes and no.
It's a very complicated history and relationship then. So the idea here is in pathologizing homosexuality, the allyship came from essentially providing an alternative to either homosexuality as sin or homosexuality as crime.
Yes.
So now we get homosexuality as a disease, which has its own problems, many problems. So with that, I've been wanting to get you into the conversation for a bit now, watching the clock go, Kettle. There's a lot to the story that is less well known, not that what Jeremy has told us is so well known. And some of it's very European. Could you?
I think it's always good to de-Americanize this perspective sometimes, both in the history of psychiatry and in the history of queer people more generally. Actually, we talked about Stonewall. There was a gay activism movement 100 years earlier in Germany. I want to mention two people in particular. So it was firstly Karl Heinrich Ulrich, who was a lawyer, mid-19th, late 19th century, who campaigned against criminalization laws against homosexuality. And, at that time, there was no concept of homosexuality, so he referred to himself as Ordning, or a female soul in a male body. And those writings were picked up by psychiatrists and turned into psychiatric diagnosis. And so that's an example of pathologization, right? The second figure I wanted to mention was Magnus Hirschfeld. He was a Jewish doctor, a gay man, and a sexologist. And in 1897, he founded the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, campaigning, mobilizing scientific knowledge for the decriminalization of homosexuality. He campaigned for the rights of queer people in Germany at that time and founded in 1919 the Institute of Sexology. The Institute of Sexology he produced certificates for trans people so that they could walk freely on the street without the risk of being arrested. He offered the first gender-affirming therapies with hormones and surgeries in the 1920s and early 1930s. And he created an immense library that constructed the largest library of literature on queer people in the world. You know, as a gay man, homosexual, sexologist, and a Jew, he was not in favor when the Nazis came to power in 1933. Right? So the first thing the Nazi student movement did in 1933 was to march into his institute. They demolished it, they tore out all the books, and they burned it on the public book burning. And I think there is a very clear parallel from the Nazis burning books about queer people in 1933 to the banning of books in American libraries today. The parallel is some people are not supposed to be seen in the public.
It's an extraordinary history. It was not known to me, and I'm suspecting not known to many of you as well. So thank you very much for that. And I cannot imagine what it must have been like for that man at that time. Kettle, could you say a little bit more? Because you've talked to us about gay people and also about trans people. Can you talk about how this pathological sort of approach and the depathologicaling of these categories have different implications and took different paths for the activists in these two communities?
Right, because I think it's a very complex and ambivalent story, because on the one hand, the labels offered a scientific labeling in the late 19th century and the early 20th century, away from crime, away from sin. It was better to be sick than criminal or sinful, right? On the other hand, the psychiatric labels legitimized throughout the 20th century harmful practices such as sterilization, castration, conversion therapy, electroconvulsive therapy, and neurological high-dose neuroleptics to change people's identities, right? In the 1970s, you see a shift because the gay movement and the first gay activist organization in Greece was founded in 1976. And with the Stonewall rise, I mean, there is no longer need for the label from psychiatry to have legitimacy in society, right? It's different for trans people because, on the one hand, you know that diagnoses are the entry ticket to the healthcare system. So when the World Health Organization reformed the diagnostic classification system in the 11th edition, the last 10 years, trans advocates were wary that removing the diagnosis completely would remove their only entry ticket to get health services that many trans people rely on for transition, right? Yes. So they ended up removing the highly stigmatizing diagnostic label of gender identity disorder. Think about that. I mean, your identity in itself is disordered. It was removed from the chapter on psychiatric illnesses and replaced with a new diagnosis of gender incongruence in a chapter on sexual health. So now it's regarded as a human variation that sometimes is in need of medical help, online with in the same category as pregnancy.
Yeah, it's a very important analogy in many respects and a segue, right, from pregnancy to my question to Jeremy. But I hope it's clear to everyone this importance of holding on to some way of being able to claim a right to trans medical care. And it's very difficult to do that in most countries if there isn't some kind of diagnostic label that enables the healthcare system to deliver this treatment. So this is a major step forward, but the story is by no means finished. So maybe not so artful transition, but Jeremy, could you broaden this discussion about pathology and mental health and its relationship to structural justice and social and political equality to now other disadvantaged groups and their struggle for equality? And let's start with the context of patriarchy, misogyny, and sexism. So how has psychiatry been a force that's retrograde, and where has it been an ally for the interests of women?
Yeah, no, thanks for the opportunity to broaden this, because really what we're talking about is power, right? And sure. the naming of a diagnosis is a form of power, and it's often been allied with understanding medical authority as a form of patriarchal authority. And so, women are not a gender minority in the world, right? That's a nonsensical statement, but women are certainly minoritized in positions of power, right? Certainly historically within the medical profession, right? And that psychiatric diagnosis has played a role in this, right? From the invocation of hysteria, right, through the invocation of more recent categories like PMS, right, or premenstrual syndrome. There's ways of using diagnostic structures to delegitimize women's claim to equal participation in the franchise, the right to vote, in serving office, in participation in institutions of higher education and the learned professions. And so it takes time to extract the role of medical knowledge, right? But every wave of feminism, right, first, second, third, right, has had to take on the patriarchal basis of medical knowledge and what becomes seen as commonplace restrictions. And I guess one can look in some complicated ways in which this pharmaceutical sphere intersects with this as well. So many of you may remember in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, there's a blockbuster marketing of tranquilizers, of minor tranquilizers like Valium. They become popularly known as mother's little helpers, and they're very much associated with a highly gendered diagnosis of anxiety disorders, right? So this is a diagnostic category.
Jeremy, would you say that's sort of the freshened up, updated version of hysteria, or?
Well, in many ways. I mean, history is all warp and weft and continuity and change. Yeah. But what's so interesting in this is that many psychiatrists in prescribing mother's little helpers believe themselves to be helping the person in front of them continue in the stresses of a job in an equitable workplace or getting by in a domestic life in the face of gendered violence in the home, right? And at the same time, they're also, health feminists say, well, no, you're providing a Band-Aid that helps to prop up an unjust system that fundamentally helps to potentiate the structural violence that actually causes this. So is adjustment disorder, which is what hysteria becomes called, are you supposed to adjust to a terrible system, right?
We're supposed to get used to being oppressed, right? That is the right approach to mental health. So we have time, I think, for one quick segue, and then I want to give Keto the last word. So we weren't initially going to include race and racism in this conversation, but could you give a couple of examples of similar ways in which psychiatry has enabled the continued oppression? This will be a more American conversation, this part, but just
actually,
for a minute or two.
It's much bigger than America, of course.
Tell us all.
But I think, it's an especially devastating intersection between race and psychiatry. And I think if you look at the American Psychiatric Association, until very recently, its iconic foundational figure, Benjamin Rush, right, theorized psychiatry in racialized terms. There were black minds and white minds. They were understood to function differently in pathology and in health. And many generations of psychiatrists followed suit in this. Perhaps most famously is the diagnosis of drapetomania, which in the antebellum American South was used by physicians to pathologize the irrational desire of enslaved people to flee the condition of their enslavement.
Could you just say that again? Because it's pretty stunning. What was it called, this diagnosis?
So drapetomania. And the mania makes D-R-A-P-E-T-O-M-A-N-I-A. Yeah, it has some Greek origins. But it is mania being a form of insanity, and drapeto having to do with specifically the context of flight, of fleeing. Yeah, and now we might want to relegate this to the past, right? But then if you look in 1968, as the historian and psychiatrist Jonathan Metzl has done in a book called The Protest Psychosis, protest psychosis was a term mobilized by American psychiatrists in 1968 to take the political demonstrations of radical black activists like the Black Panthers and classify them as a special form of paranoid schizophrenia, as a pathological. So this is a medicalization to delegitimate a political action to take on structural injustice. And then in the present, I'll just say one more thing, there's the category of excited delirium. Have any of you come across this? This is a category that is very much in use today. It is a category that has not been recognized by the APA, by the DSM, by the World Health Organization, or the ICD, but it is used to describe at autopsy, to describe the cause of death, predominantly of young black men killed while in police custody, to classify the site of pathology to a form of delirium that happened in their brain that while restrained. and that explains how and why they actually died. So it is still actively being used to legitimate institutionalized and racialized violence.
So the murdered black man is given a post-mortem psychiatric diagnosis.
Yes.
Okay, so we need something uplifting before we close and go to your question. So you get the unenviable job, Kettle. Please give us a little bit more about how psychiatry has had a liberatory role as well, and some words or thoughts for the future.
Well, that's a lot of pressure, but I think I think this discussion really raises the question of what is knowledge and what counts as knowledge. We have seen, for example, in the late 19th century, people like psychiatry taking the stories of people, their own knowledge, and turning it into pathology. Or we have seen examples of doctors using those stories for liberatory purposes, right? And the question really is who speaks for who. History, I think, shows the danger of a top-down, hierarchical, gatekeeping models of medical interactions between patients and caregivers, but also the promises of cooperation, guidance, and working as shepherds in people's lives so that they can live good lives with their different bodies and identities.
That's pretty optimistic. Right? We'll go with that. And we're already in the question and answer period, so join me in thanking my colleagues, and we'll move on to Yanis, who is, please.
Thank you so much. That was truly amazing. So yeah, we're now in the Q&A. You can file your questions in the SNF Nostos app, and I get dips to the first question. So I was listening to you, and you talked about some experts that were not in the line of what we now call progressive conception of what is psychiatry. So the society imposed on them the feeling to move forward. And you said that some were silently in the other side, they're disagreeing, and they didn't know how to push that forward because they were afraid of the society. So I am wondering, what is the relationship between society and science and medicine? And if society, in the end, may sometimes move science forward where scientists couldn't do that?
Sure, I can answer very shortly. I think what is scary in the current political situation is the politicization of research and science and medicine, right? And also the threats against healthcare workers trying to provide care to gender and sex minorities. So I think what we really need is associations and people to speak up to defend medical knowledge and science. Yeah.
Did you want to add something, Jeremy?
I'll just add briefly that it's in the story of the APA in the early 70s. It's remarkable how many gay psychiatrists didn't feel that they could speak up and thought it was inevitable, that there was no way this change would happen. And just to take this a bit into the present, many of us as historians of medicine have been talking for a while about the racialization of diagnosis of lung function, for example, of kidney functions. I've been teaching about it for at least 10 years, but it's only in the last couple years that just some students really took this and ran with it. I think the same thing happened in the AMA. It was a younger generation. So I just want to emphasize, with the focus on youth and mental health, with you yourself here, there's so much about actually being able to challenge what those who have been within the beast actually have taken for granted, and I want to hold on to that.
Thank you so much. So you think it still happens, this thing that was back in the 1970s? Yeah. Okay, now we will move on the first question from the audience.
Hello, thank you very much. My name's Julie, and I'm a fundraiser, and one of the areas that we specialise in the fundraising businesses that I've got is working with the transgender community. We do a lot of work in the LGBT community generally, but particularly the trans community. And this morning I sat in a session about preventing suicide in which the word trans wasn't mentioned, which to me, LGBT was mentioned, but trans wasn't mentioned. And as any of us that have been around that field know, actually the suicide rates for the trans community are ridiculously off the charts. in the context of the fact that psychiatry hasn't always been helpful, but also in the context of the fact that we're in a world in which it seems that the leaders on the right are using the trans community to stoke up division. And actually we're seeing a rowing back of trans rights globally across the world. What do you think psychologists and the psychiatry profession can do to be an ally to the community now?
It's a great question. Yours was a great question too. I didn't mean to say otherwise. Who would like to, either one of you? Or I have some thoughts too, but.
You should start with.
Well, I was going to respond that I'm very glad you asked your question for a couple of reasons. We heard how the World Health Organization's process for changing the label, very, very welcome as of January 2022. And it's kind of ironic that at the same time that, in fact, the medical community, the psychiatric and psychological communities have made this major positive step, that at the same time we are seeing so much anti-trans political repression. I'm trying to pick my words carefully. And I don't think it's unrelated. I think that there's a backlash against a movement on the part of mental health professionals to become more and more supportive of the interests and rights and well-being of trans people. And this is terribly threatening to the communities where the notion that you could normalize, right, a lifestyle that is perceived as so wrong, unfortunately, sinful, criminal, right, is just not good. So it's almost as if, as mental health professionals are becoming more supportive and progressive and right in their approach, you see repressive communities going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I really appreciate your question. I think also history here has some guidance, and I think there is a tendency sometimes in medical communities to shed away from engagement with communities because that way kind of like only sticking to evidence-based medicine. And I think what like the history I told you about from Hirschfeld is really like creating a community center, but also modifying what counts as knowledge. It actually means engaging with the people you are talking about, right? And I think there sometimes is fear in the medical community, so actually engaging with the communities that you're caring for.
Yeah, and I'll just add that there's a bit of a knife edge here, right? You're pointing out it's very important that you're raising the question of suicide, right? Because attending to gender-conforming medicine, attending to trans care saves lives, right? It's unquestionable, right? And yet mobilizing mental health information as a differential quality of trans people is also used as a repressive form, right, to justify anti-transness. So we see even in the story today, kind of the left hand and the right hand of the state, if you will. And so the question is, how can mental health professionals make sure to communicate the way that this evidence needs to be used in a positive light? And I think that's a hard thing, but it's crucial.
Okay, so I see we have time for one last question. It's in the same spirit. It will be from the SNF Nostos Hub. I'm sorry. It's in the same spirit, so you'll get to expand more on this. So, in which degree teen mental health is going to be impacted by the partial ban of gender-affirming care in the US? Are we going backwards instead of forwards regarding inclusivity of LGBTQ youth?
Who wants to do this one? All right.
Well, I'm not an American, so I guess I can say something without like...
You can say whatever you like.
The risk of saying something wrong.
Whatever you say will not be harsh enough, so go ahead.
I just think that always when there is, I mean, what we witnessed the last 20 years, and in the terms of trans rights in general, like and specifically, is like larger visibility, right? So if we have the tipping point with William Cox on the first page of Time, and like it looked like everything was going forward, and then we witnessed like a backlash now the last 7 years or so. But I think and it was the same thing we saw in 1933, everything that threatens a very conservative and binary understanding of how life and bodies should look like is threatening to people. Everything that crosses boundaries, right? We can't predict future, but I think we can look to history to at least see similar backlashes when people have stepped forward.
So we have a theme going of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and it's very important to attend to and to anticipate the backlashes and then to figure out how we can buffer and protect and mitigate the harm that these backlashes are going to generate. One advantage we have over 1933, I hope, is there has been some progress in moral attitudes in at least some communities of health professionals. But Jeremy, do you want the last word, and then we'll...
Well, I mean, I'm resonating with what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, thinking back to the talk from President Obama last night about the differences in the world he grew up in and the world today, right? So that there has been clear and sustained progress in many fronts. One of the questions is, how do we produce sustainable change? Because what we're talking about right now is areas where when the medical profession works to try and really embrace and take on an active allyship, whether it's engaging with racialization of care, whether it's engaging with sexism in care, engaging with sexual minorities and trans care, there's this backlash and smackdown that is so strong, right? And the critique of what is being called woke medicine in the United States, which is trying to dismiss all of this work, even when we have hard evidence of lives saved, and why it makes a difference for every medical trainee. If you want to call yourself a doctor, you need to know how to engage, right? That this is being called ideological. And so what I think we need to do is basically take a center here and say, this is not ideology, this is good medicine. And this is sort of a basic aspect of what one needs to do in order to be a care provider in the 21st century.
And if I could just throw in to add to that at the end, we haven't had, because it's primarily a focus on mental health, but the situation in the United States, which I fear is threatening in other countries as well, with regard to the stripping of the protection of the rights to abortion, and the same need, right, on the part of health and medical professionals globally to acknowledge this is not a matter of ideology, this is a matter of good medicine, right? Yeah. Women need access to care, trans people need access to care, gay people need access to care that is appropriate for them. This is not ideological, to underscore Jeremy's point. This is good medical care, and we need the community, everyone here who is a health professional, a mental health professional, to be part of that dialogue.
Thank you. That was great. That was great. Thank you so much, and thank you for your participation. And now,
thank you so much. Oh, I'll give you a hug.
Now join us for a compelling panel discussion on the impact of family separation and detention on the mental health of refugees, as well as possible prospects for reform. We are honored to have with us Mamari Fofana, a trainee nurse with first-hand experience in the complex mental health challenges faced by displaced individuals, Becca Heller, who is committed to protecting refugee rights as the Executive Director of the International Refugee Assistance Project, and Michael Wisney, William O. Douglas Clinical Professor of Law and Deputy Dean for Experiential Education at Yale Law School, whose expertise in immigration law will shed light on the pursuit of justice and reform. Together, they will help us delve into the immense challenges faced by refugees and discuss the urgent need for change in our systems. So, a warm welcome.
Thank you, Yanis. And may we remind you all that this next session will be conducted in both English and Greek. So if you need an appropriate headset to follow the discussion, you have one last chance to get yours at the reception. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're going to go ahead and get started. My name is Mike Wishney, and it's terrific to be here today. In the aftermath of the terrible tragedy last week, it's tempting to spend our time talking about migration policy writ large, and to overlook the centrality of mental health and mental health policy in the experience of refugees and migrants around the world. But we're not going to do that. We are going to talk about mental health, which is too often pushed a bit to the side. To start with a few facts, many refugees are exposed to trauma. They're exposed to trauma in their home country and the conditions that compel them to flee. They're exposed to trauma during the journey to safety, if they can reach it. And they're exposed to trauma when they arrive, in many situations, in the camps and in their treatment and in the camps. As of the end of last year, UNHCR estimated that there is over 100 million forcibly displaced persons in the world, of whom approximately 40 million are refugees or asylum seekers. So not everyone exposed to trauma, of course, experiences a mental health challenge, but many do. The recent literature survey looking at hundreds of studies of the prevalence of mental health conditions among refugees concluded that approximately 31% of refugees have PTSD, another 31% meet diagnostic criteria for depression, and 11% for anxiety. That was a study of studies. Some individual studies have found rates as high as 80 or 90% of particular populations. In the United States, the laws protecting persons with a disability sweep more broadly even than diagnostic criteria. That is to say that it is not necessary to have a clinical diagnosis to be subject to the protections of disability law in the United States and many other countries. So this has a lot of implications for thinking about refugee and migrant populations, including for the necessary psychosocial supports for people after they reach safety. Becca's organization, IRAP, recently issued a terrific report and toolkit for federal, state, and local governments thinking about psychosocial supports and other mental health programs for refugees who have reached a place of safety. But I want to talk briefly about implications of two other kinds. First, the implications for refugee processing. If one takes seriously that a substantial number of refugees have a diagnosed mental health condition or otherwise qualify for protection under disability laws, that actually would require a very different kind of processing from the interviews and screenings that happen in the United States and many countries. It would require accommodating disabilities such as PTSD that can have such profound impacts on memory, concentration, and ability to communicate. It might require radically altering the way we do processing, to slow it down, to revise our architecture, our training of staff, to provide counsel, to allow for repeated questioning. It may even, in some cases, require delaying the processing until someone can reach a place of stability sufficient to communicate their experience to someone who will decide whether to believe them or not and give them protection. It may, in some cases, require release from detention, because the fact of detention alone interacts with a mental health condition that precludes someone from telling their story in a way that can be understood by the person who will decide whether to allow them to stay or to return them to a place of persecution. If one thinks about people in a wheelchair trying to access a courthouse, you would never say, we're not going to build you a ramp to go to your hearing. But for refugees with mental health conditions, the ramp that they need to meaningfully participate in their hearings may look very different from the kinds of conditions that interviews are conducted today. Second, and finally, The prevalence of mental health in conditions among refugee populations may have significant implications for the stories we tell. Many panels to this conference have talked about the importance of storytelling in policy change and social change. It may be difficult for many people to connect their life experience with the experience of a refugee who may look different, may talk differently, seem to have entirely different life experiences, and that othering does not help bring generous policies. But disability can be a point of contact. Many decision makers, from judges to politicians, are also older and may have had a personal experience of disability themselves or know someone with a disability. Talking about refugees with disabilities may allow a story that actually connects with a decision maker who otherwise thinks they have no point in common. And so the implications of thinking seriously about mental health in refugee populations may actually counterintuitively expand opportunities to find common ground across difference.
Thanks, Mike. Hi, I'm Becca. I have a lot of stuff in my lap, so if it all falls on the floor, don't interpret that as like a metaphor for anything. It's just that I'm a klutz. I want to focus in on two particular areas where I think migration intersects with trauma and mental health issues. The first is family separation, and the second, as Mike alluded to a bit, is just the process of going through refugee resettlement or asylum seeking in the first place. Family separation is something that happens to many, many, many displaced people. A lot of the time it's something that happens by chance because of the way that a journey or a flight or being in hiding has to work. And sometimes it's something that happens on purpose because a government is trying to divide families as a punishment to try to prevent people from seeking safety within their borders. And they think that if we can make showing up at the border as bad as whatever you're fleeing from, maybe you won't come anymore. Which is, I think, cruel and also, frankly, delusional and not a good solution to family separation. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees estimates that there are 2 to 3 million displaced people in the world who are eligible for legal family separation, meaning like instead of getting in a raft, they can just get on a plane and land somewhere, who aren't applying because they either don't know that they're eligible or they don't know how to navigate the super complicated process. So my organization, the International Refugee Assistance Project, is standing up the first global legal aid program to try to reunite separated families all over the world in legal ways. And to quote the British Somali poet Warsan Shira in a poem called Home, no one flees home unless home is the mouth of a shark, and no one puts their child in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. So institutions and governments and civil society who are dealing with refugees need to prioritize keeping families together for folks' mental health, for their dignity, and also because being with your family is the single biggest predictor of successful rebuilding and integration in a new country. It's about community, and the heart of community is family, whatever that means to you. I also want to speak for 1 minute and 23 seconds about the process. The process of being a refugee and an asylum seeker is a nightmare in a lot of ways, but one of them is that in order to qualify for asylum or for refugee status, you basically have to prove that something really horrible happened to you. And the way that you have to do that is that you get interviewed multiple times, and often for like 3 to 4 hours at a time, about what's probably the worst thing that ever happened in your life. And having to go into that level of detail about that sort of event over and over and over again means that the process by which we try to protect people actually tends to re-traumatize folks. And so the policy solution that I would suggest for that, there's a fancy legal word called presumption, and we could get all deep in that in a different panel, but I would just say, try believing people. Like, if someone flees Islamic State-occupied Mosul, gets to a neighboring country, stays in a camp for 10 years, and goes to apply for asylum, maybe we could just take their word for it that they wouldn't have done all of that if something really, really bad weren't forcing them to in the first place, and not cause people to relive their trauma in a pretty adversarial atmosphere where basically someone's trying to see if you're lying in order to get the protective status that we're allegedly offering them. So with that, I'm happy to turn it over to Mamadi, who will share a bit about his own experience, and he'll be sharing in Greek. So for those of you who need to translate from Greek to something else, it's time to put on your headsets.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having given me the chance to be here tonight. Mamadi Fofana is my name, from Guinea, 22. Many years ago, I had a happy life. I was living with my family. I would go to school as other children of my age. I never imagined that I would come to Europe. My dream was to become a physician, to save lives. But everything changed when I lost my parents because of the civil war. God may rest their soul. A few days after the funeral of my father, I was still in shock. My uncle said that we were in danger and we had to flee for our safety. So we left Guinea, and the first country we reached was Iran. Until I reached Greece, I was faced with violence, danger, hunger, violence by traffickers, and until before reaching the country, we didn't have any water to drink or any food to eat. Those who could not walk were abandoned on the street. In Turkey, we stayed in an abandoned house until we could find money to go on board a boat to come to Greece. When I reached Greece, I was 16, and I thought that the nightmare was over, but it was exactly the opposite. A few days before my asylum application, I woke up and found a letter with 20 euro from my uncle, who was apologizing for having to flee without taking me with him. I was in shock again, disappointed, frustrated. I didn't know what to do. I was in a camp. I had never traveled so far in my life. I didn't know anyone there. I felt so lonely there. But at the end, I was transferred in a camp with other kids. I was feeling better. And in Greece, I was helped by many different organizations. I got to know people, friends who cared for me. And I was feeling I had a family here. I was feeling I had a family and a life in Greece, but the most important thing was that I found love and trust, and I was able to stand on my own feet and make a new start. So in 2019, I started attending school. I sat the national exams. I didn't manage to go into the School of Medicine. When I became of age, I thought I could pursue my dream again. So I started nursing, and now I'm doing my internship in Soteria Hospital. I admit that I was faced with many difficulties. I have to admit it. I was faced with many challenges before fleeing my country, during the journey, but also in Greece, where I arrived. I was faced with the same problems faced by many refugees or migrants who were forced to flee the country without having any other choice. All those people are in a state of shock, which is traumatic for mental health. I'm proud today for doing a job, being able to help those people. I'm working for the program Community Social Worker in collaboration with EPEPC, in collaboration with the High Commissioner of the UN for Refugees. Refugees such as me are offering mental health assistance to those people. So as a refugee, I can make my compatriots feel more comfortable, because they know I've been through the same, and they are more open. They can discuss what is stressful for them, what they have been through. And the fact that I'm speaking the same language makes it easier for them. The important thing is that this program offers employment possibilities for refugees. And then with our salary, we can be independent and cover our expenses. I hope that having given this chance from EPAPC in collaboration with UN High Commissioner for Refugees, I can help those people with my example, because despite the difficulties they have been through, I want to show them that they can still manage and that there are still opportunities for them. Thank you very much for your time.
Allô? Mamadou, merci beaucoup. Je sais que tu parles français. I'm extending my gratitude to Mamadou, and I also want to thank you for taking us through this very sensitive topic. And as a refugee myself who was obliged to flee his home country at a very young age, I strongly connect to this. And I want to congratulate you for all what you have achieved, and also you for the long-time commitment work that you have been doing for this marginalized group of our community. So, unfortunately, for time's sake, I'll be taking just one question, and the question is going to be mine. So, you'll take it like that. And I would like to say that there is no doubt that separating families from their loved ones has long-term damaging mental health consequences on community as a whole. I mean, like separating children. I mean, like I expressed it in firsthand, and I know what it means. My question to you is like, how can we improve these services? How can we improve mental health services for this marginalized group of our community?
I'm going to assume that the family separation was somewhat aimed at me, so I'll go first. I think there's a ton of things that we can do. I mean, there's a lot of really interesting interventions like Papsi's doing, that Mamadi's working on, sort of working with folks who have already arrived somewhere and providing psychosocial support. I think providing psychosocial support during the process of seeking asylum and refugee status is very important. One intervention that I know Mike and I have both done that I like is bringing in psychiatrists and psychologists to work with people who have trouble testifying about their own trauma, and then write like an expert witness report saying like, if Becca comes up and she's talking about this horrible thing that happened, but maybe she doesn't cry, or she's not emotional, or she forgets a detail, that's not because she's lying, right? That is because that is the way that trauma manifests after like a really crucial event. I also just think there is no global program focused on reuniting families right now. Like there's nothing. The United Nations has tried a number of things, and they mostly haven't worked because people just get stuck on like crazy requirements of the process. So for example, there was a backlog of about 8,000 Eritrean kids trying to reunite with a parent in Germany, and they were all rejected because they didn't have passports. But under EU law, a refugee doesn't have to have a passport, but nobody noticed. So we came in and started working on those cases, and then we're like, oh shit, this shouldn't be happening, right? And went to court in Germany and won that the kids didn't need passports anymore. But there needs to be a lot more of that on a much larger scale, not just focusing on sort of traditional refugee resettlement and asylum pathways, but other legal pathways that exist that can reunite families and that are built in enough in the sort of law and fabric of a society that if a leader takes over a country who's anti-migrant, that those pathways still exist.
I will add two things. First, on the family reunification, families belong together. I think we all know that. And it's not only in my interest to be with my children or my parents, it's in my interest that Becca and Mamadi and you get to live with your family too. We are knit together in our communities, in our nations, in the world. And it is not, I am not unaffected by your distance and separation from your family, just as you are not unaffected from me. And I don't mean that just in a general theoretical sense. I mean that in a very concrete way. There should be a human right to family integrity. And there are some cases beginning to recognize that, but it's not the experience in the world. Second, on the mental health piece, one additional thing to the many suggestions Becca made is what's happening here, simply naming it. People in acute distress who just arrived have immediate needs for housing and food and maybe have visible physical conditions that need medical attention. Mental health is often pushed to the side. We'll get to it. It'll come later. But it can be every bit as acute as any other human need. And so simply naming that, as is happening here in this conference, is a big step to treating it as important as any other human need.
Wonderful, extremely well put. Thank you very much. Exclusion is a reality. Inclusion is the solution. And we'll have more great examples like Mamadou. Thank you very much. And now, today we have the privilege of being here in presence of a true visionary leader, a leader in the field of law. And our next speaker has developed her extraordinary career in legal scholarship and in advancement of higher education. She has inspired future generations with her high knowledge on constitutional and administrative law, while making a significant contribution in the field too. Her leadership role spanned from being a student council president to serving as the vice dean at the University of Virginia, dean at the Stanford Law School provost at the University of Virginia, and now president at University of Pennsylvania. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the exceptional Elizabeth McGill.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. Δώσε τη λες με κύριε. Παιδιά, είναι ο κόσμος πάνω της, είναι ο κόσμος πάνω της. Είναι το χειρόφωνο το 8χρηστο.
Thank you, Mr. Mbale. It's fantastic to be here in Athens, the city that is synonymous with world-changing ideas. It's also home to one of the most iconic arenas anywhere, the Panathenaic Stadium, which was constructed in 330 BC. As I think of that stadium, which is less than 7 kilometers from where we are now, another stadium comes to mind. It's somewhat further away. It's 7,800 kilometers away in New Haven, which is home to Yale University, which is the undergraduate alma mater that I share with Mr. Shriver. There you're going to find a stadium called the Yale Bowl. That's a century old, which by Athenian historical standards means it was built about 10 o'clock yesterday morning. It's also the setting for a story that Mr. Shriver tells in his New York Times best-selling book, Fully Alive, Discovering What Matters Most. The setting was the opening ceremony for the 1995 Special Olympics World Games, and one of the speakers at that ceremony was President Bill Clinton. As a security precaution, he was stationed high up on the top of the Yale Bowl for security reasons, and as he was speaking, one of the photographers noticed that one group of athletes on the field were all holding their disposable cameras strangely. They were looking through their cameras backwards. Assuming they needed help, this photographer approached and offered advice to the athletes. He said, "Turn the camera around. Point the lens at the president, and that's the way you can take your snapshot." But they said, "Why, thank you, but we're using this for a different purpose. By turning the camera around, we're treating it as a telescope. We're using it as a way to get a better look at President Clinton." The athletes overturned any number of assumptions there, and Mr. Shriver's story offers us a powerful insight. To understand a different view of the world, you should turn your lens around. A leading educator and uniter, Tim's story tells us something, and he knows what he's talking about. He's the co-founder of and chair of the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. And in this capacity, he leads school reform with a focus on social and emotional learning. More recently, he co-founded and chairs an initiative to promote national solidarity called Unite. He has also harnessed the power of film, executive producing 6 films that are aimed at getting us to see one another. He's been, of course, instrumental in the growth of the Special Olympics and is one of the world's leading disability rights advocates. Few people can speak more potently about understanding a different view of the world. Here to help us turn the lens around, please give a very warm welcome to the chairman of the board of the Special Olympics International, Tim Shriver.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. It's not often that you get introduced with almost the exact text of your prepared remarks, including the story she just told, which is so beautiful. And I asked her to stay just for a minute so she can see how in sync we were, even though we've only just begun talking a few minutes ago. I'm going to open with this image here, and I know we've talked a lot about mental health, mental illness, the treatment, the care of people who are struggling with various forms and various dimensions of mental challenges. I'm going to invite you, just because I've come today from Berlin, where the Special Olympics World Summer Games are going on right now. There's 180 countries represented in Berlin right now, in the city that knows something about tearing down walls. And I thought to myself, why not start with the image of a wall, but remind us that there are a lot of walls we can't see. The walls that fear and contempt and misunderstanding and intolerance create, what I call attitudes of mass destruction. These attitudes are deeply well known in the Special Olympics movement, because almost every person who grows up with an intellectual or developmental disability has felt the humiliation, the scorn, the exclusion, the contempt, the attitudes that create walls that often lock people in their homes, not because of their diagnosis or condition or identity, but because of the cultural boundaries that lock them out of opportunity. So you can see here this image, Madam President. I was going to tell this whole story, but you told it perfectly. This is the image of the stadium. She just told the story of these athletes down on the field while President Clinton was talking. In my view, part of why this story is so powerful, the way the President shared it, is that it invites us to change our lens. The athletes knew what they were doing. The photographer who looked over at them made a judgment. He assumed that they didn't know what they were doing, that's incompetent, right? They've got their cameras backwards. I mean, obviously they have a disability. But it turned out to be the exact opposite. Creative, innovative. They'd adapted the camera to use, as she just so beautifully explained, in a whole different way. The photographer said, I realized how often we get each other wrong. Not just when it comes to big, grand things like disability or race or culture or gender or sexuality or all these other topics we talk about. We get each other wrong across the kitchen table. You know, we get our family members wrong. We jump to conclusions with people we love. And it often takes a long time to undo the damage that comes when we as human beings make snap judgments. Black shirt, white man, okay, I know who that guy is. No, I don't. I have no idea. I learned this lesson a little bit in an unusual way. In my house, when I was growing up, the Special Olympics movement was created when I was just 4 years old. My mom was creating it. My dad had already launched and created the Peace Corps. He went on to create, in our living room, Head Start, the Job Corps, Legal Services Corporation. I was raised in a house that said, there's things that are wrong in the world, go out and fix them. Get after it. Off your butt. You know, if my mother came in and saw us in the middle of the day watching television, out the door. We were inspired to go out and solve problems. But there was an anomaly in this, and this is my mom on the left as a young woman with her sister, Rosemary. Rosemary was born in 1918 and was diagnosed almost immediately as having an intellectual disability. In 1929, when Rosemary was 9 years old, the United States Supreme Court ruled in Buck v. Bell in the great state of Virginia that women with intellectual disabilities could be forcibly sterilized against their will in institutions across the United States. The key line from the decision on Rosemary's 9th birthday was 3 generations of imbeciles are enough. A eugenics plan clearly articulated at the highest levels of law and Order in the United States called for halting the spread of this terrible toxin, intellectual disability. That's the environment in which my Aunt Rosemary grew up. By the time she came, you know, my grandmother tried to help her. My grandmother would say, there was nothing for Rosemary, nothing, 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 nothing. Hang up the phone, calling people, asking, begging. No, there's nothing for Rosemary. By the time I was a little kid, Rosemary would visit us from time to time. She had lost a lot of her function because my grandparents tried very hard to help her, including trying in some ways almost to change her, to fix her, to help adapt her. A terrible operation went awry. She had lost most of her speech. But what I learned very early on was that Rosemary wasn't a problem we could fix. She was a person we could love. She was a person we could value. But she didn't represent, like a lot of other things that were going on in my life, something where we had to go out and solve someone's problem. It was an inner game. You could watch my mom swim with her sister on the weekend in the swimming pool, and they'd swim back and forth together, Rosemary not speaking but swimming. And you could tell something else was going on here. This was a different kind of work. It was a crisis that she brought to us, was not a crisis of her ability or disability, it was the crisis of connection. And when you don't have connection, when Rosemary was robbed of connection from the culture around her, robbed of school, robbed of friends, robbed of the chance to grow and develop, robbed of the chance to do anything except with her siblings, when you rob people of connection, you open the door for contempt. And so in all of the ways in which I saw the zeal necessary of solving big problems, and many of you are doing this today, I also somehow got a second message, which is that of all the crises, economic, political, racial, that I grew up seeing, geopolitical, the Vietnam War, the Civil Rights Movement, all these things, women's movements, I also saw there was a crisis of connection in our country and in our culture, that if we didn't heal, Rosemary could never have a full life. It's my view that we are now in a deeper and deeper crisis of connection. That many of the symptoms we see are in fact an outcome from the scaling up of a whole industrial complex that rewards contempt. And notice the word here from Arthur Brooks, the Harvard scholar, and quite conservative, by the way, just to be clear, we're not in a politically polarizing discussion. Listen, look at the word. We have an addiction. Later in this quote, he says it's like meth. It's like we've been hit by meth. And we're told over and over again, fear, contempt, come back, I'll tell you. How do you save yourself from those people? They're after you, you know. And they're trying to get you, you know. And keep that in mind. We have a contempt problem, which is the definition of destroying connection. Amanda Ripley has written about this in some of her great journalism. But let's be clear that the language, the geopolitical language of contempt and hatred affects our inner lives. It's not just politics. It's all of us. The rise of racism and anti-Semitism and anxiety and loneliness. We don't have randomized controlled trials that prove this, but we have more than enough evidence to suggest that the more toxins we put into ourselves, the more likely we are to be lonely, to be anxious, and to be afraid of other people. And that is, at least in my world, a disaster. So many of you, I just put this up here quickly. It may make you uncomfortable, and I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand if you've ever used one of these expressions. But most of us have. And whether you're conservative or progressive, whether you're black or white or rich or poor, or from the first or the third, or it doesn't matter which dimension, time zone you're in, most of us have used this language about the other group. And let me be very clear, someone else has used it about you. You think that it's very clear that they're the problem, that they hate our values, that it's their fault. You think that it's really clear that it's them that's causing all the trouble, and they think it's really clear too. Now, this is not to say positions underneath of these differences are irrelevant. It's just to say that the toll on our kids, and I'm guessing you've been here for a while, I don't need to show you this data. But look at our young people. This is recent data. Look at the level of despair we're feeding our children. And again, this is a room of experts. I just saw this particular chart day before yesterday, and I just thought, you know, of all the charts I've got, you know, you probably have 100 slides like this in your computers, and you've got data and studies and so on, but it just broke my heart to see it laid out this way. I can't do anything right, half of our kids. We're not going to be able to treat or medicate our way out of this. It just won't work. I mean, even if we had the money, we wouldn't have the people. And even if we had the people, we wouldn't be able to address many of the underlying problems, I fear. I'm not against treatment, and I'm certainly not against great medication. Those things are essential to the lives of many of us. But this problem has reached beyond those proportions. So you might say, why do I put Desmond Tutu up here? Well, I was at an event once where someone asked him, Archbishop, this was about 15 years ago, isn't it clear that evil is more powerful? Isn't it clear that all these things are natural? I mean, look, we're human beings, we're going to hate each other, right? We're violent, we're horrible, right? Isn't it clear that evil's more powerful than good? And he answered, no, evil is not more powerful than good. And then he cracked one of these little, if any of you have seen him in video or had the privilege of hearing him speak, one of these little smiles, he said, but it is better organized. So the work I want to share with you today is what we would call primary prevention. It's the organizing of the forces of connection. How do we organize for connection? So my view is that we need not just a mental health strategy, but a mental wealth strategy. How do you fill the tank of people? People could call it resilience, people could call it prevention. Mental wealth may be too kitschy, but here you have it. What do we need in order to support each other? Not just our children, by the way. That data was about children, but the rest of us, I'll speak for myself, need a lot of support. I'm not going to go through this. I just want you to know it exists. And here's what it is. This is a field that I, together with several other people, founded about almost 30 years ago to try to organize in schools a field to nurture connection. Not an assembly to nurture connection or an after-school program or an activity or a community-based program, but a field of education designed to nurture connection. I'm so far behind my schedule, I'm going to keep going. Two quick points about this field. The first thing is we didn't know 30 years ago what we know now, which is that the brain actually depends on connection for stimulation. Are there any brain scientists in here? Because I'll cut this short and you can ask the brain scientist later. Okay, so ask her more questions about the brain science. What I know, I hope I'm right, is that the brain has a filter. Like if you're paying attention to me now, I've made some kind of a connection with you. And if you're on your phone or you're thinking about yesterday or you're planning dinner, I've lost you. I'm saying things that you don't find relevant, and our relationship is broken, right? But if I've got you, that's because something about our conversation, our imagined conversation, has engaged your desire for connection, right? So the brain, and your brain will tune out the minute that's done. You can't do anything about it. You can say, I should pay attention, but you can't. Physiologically, you're going to be gone. Our kids are the same. This is just one quick experiment. I'll just tell you very quickly. This is Pat Kuehl's experiment in her infant lab, teaching Chinese to children 9, 10, 11, 12 months old. She has this teacher. They had, I think, about 30 or 40 infants they taught Chinese to in that early stage. They measured the acquisition of the tones and language of Chinese. Then they did it the exact same thing to children using the same teacher on a screen. Any guesses on the percentage of acquisition from human to screen? What do you think? Shout a number. 50%? 0. you're wired for eye contact. You may be like me, spending too much time on that screen, but we're wired for each other. That's why we're so sick after COVID, whether we got it or not. You know, we're still trying to bet the muscle back that actually allows us to look and see. Oh my God, I've got 4 minutes. Okay, so here's, I'm just going to show you a couple fun things. This is the science of social and emotional learning teaches children how to connect and cope. So you can teach these skills. This is a second grade curriculum, very, very advanced. Most people in the room can't do it, but you could try. When you feel stressed out, boom, boom, drop in, positive self-talk, count to 10, take a deep breath. Not easy. It's not easy. I promise you, you will be happier the next time you have a conflict if you try it. Here's a little quick master class. If we can make this work. You got to pay close attention.
Are you smart? Yeah. Are you strong? Yeah. Are you brave? Yeah. Are you pretty? Yeah. Are you kind?
Not really. That's self-awareness. Another critical skill. Because if you're lying to people about who you are when you're trying to connect with them, they pick it up and they start to go, you know, you're lying. You say you're kind, you're not kind. She knows it, right? So she can have it in a conversation. So these are super advanced, again, way above most people in this room. Here's strategies for how to teach people how to connect when they disagree. Think about again, no time to do it here, but I want you to know 9th graders can learn these skills. They can be taught, they can be measured, they can be reinforced, right? The hardest one here, anybody want to guess? What's the hardest one? Before I give you the answer, I should just give you the answer because I have 2 minutes and 54 seconds left. What do you think? 3, 5, 4, 2. 2 is the right answer. People can they can get better and better and better at all the tactical skills. They still don't believe the person they disagree with actually they think the person's a jerk. Deep down. Deep down, they just can't get their head around, you know, Mr. Minister, you know, I know we disagree on this trade thing, but I think that's because you're a jerk. That's what people think. So you have to train yourself out of that, and you have to learn to look beneath the surface. That's why 2 is so hard. You have to try to dig down and find the core. Because when you disagree with someone, especially on a sensitive matter, Gerald, when you've encountered people that were cruel and, you know, it's hard to believe they have positive intent, right? This is not easy. I don't mean to suggest that it is, but it can be taught. This is the last one, lots of words here. This is what Special Olympics is doing to introduce into this curriculum the idea of an inclusive mindset. Because the most powerful skill set combination to create connection where there has been isolation is what we call an inclusive mindset. Here are the 3, this is brand new research out of Harvard, the 3 dimensions of what we think of as an includer. None of us were ever taught to be an includer. You might have been taught to be tolerant, or you might have been taught the history of inclusion, or you might have been taught to protest or work on something that was inclusive, but you never got to sit down and say, let me build up. So I look at this and I've learned, just from watching this, I'm not going to tell you where I'm strong and where I'm weak, but I've noticed that I have weaknesses in this scheme. And again, if we had more time, I could tell you all about it. We don't have time to watch the video, so I'm sorry. It's so good. But anyway, let me just say, as an educational matter, this primary prevention work works. We've got 30 years of data. It doesn't just work to improve behavior. It doesn't just work to improve mood and affect. It reduces psychopathology over a 20-year period. I don't have time to put all the data up. It increases academic performance for children. Why? Because they feel safe. Don't you think you'd learn more if you felt safe? Right? And don't you think you'd learn more if you felt the teacher understood you? And you had a strong relationship with your teacher and you weren't threatened by your peers? It doesn't sound that complicated, but it's never been a field in education. Well, maybe in ancient Greece it was. I shouldn't say that. So here's the last point I'm going to make, and I'm going to make it very fast. This is not just for kids. Go back to the outrage industrial complex and the contempt in our culture. We need political leadership that stops bullying each other and setting an example that says contempt is acceptable. Yeah. So this is a new tool. This is brand new. This is trying to take the lessons of the inclusive mindset and apply it to a challenge to our politicians. So we've just launched this a few months ago, and we've started. Oh, 0. We've started. Is it really 0? Should I just, yes? Everybody wants to leave. Yes, okay. All right. Is there anybody else coming in here? Everybody can leave and I can just keep talking. No. Anyway, look at this. Take a picture of it if you want. But notice your own point of view in this when you talk about people on the other political side. Most people are a 3 or a 2. I'm not saying you are. It's not an accusation. But most people are. Most people think my side is the good people and the other side is the bad people. And that's just a hair's breadth above a 1. So it's not surprising. I was flying down here. Let me just read this to you. And this came up on my feed. A person I'm not going to say which side it is. Just you can imagine. We're up against a side that doesn't play by the rules. This is yesterday on television, cable television. We're up against a side that doesn't play by the rules. They break the law and they do the things they need to do. Somebody is going to have to pull a trigger. Most people will say 3 and 2, we're up against the side that doesn't play by the rules. This guy goes right to the 1, right? And 1s are bad. This is a bad deal. Here's a 1. I know I'm out of time. Look at the minister's looking at his watch. Here's quotes from the Holocaust and quotes from the Rwandan genocide. These are 1s, but they're not far from 2s. And if you've slipped into a 2, notice how close you are to stimulating other people to slip into a 1. I guess I get to close. I'm going to go jump all the way up the scale to an 8, which is the opposite from hatred and contempt, all the way up to treating people with dignity. And here's the quote I'm going to unfortunately have to leave you with. And maybe I could ask, Gerald, would you read this out loud? Can you do that? Does your mic work?
Hello? Oh. Yeah, there is a time when I look at some one of those who are described as monsters, and I honestly believe that there are, but for the grace of God, go I. I do not say this because I am some singular saint. I say this because I have sat with condemned men on death row. I have spoken with former police officers who have admitted inflicted the cruelest torture. I have visited child soldiers who have committed acts of nauseating depravity, and I have recognized each of them a depth of humanity that was a mirror of my own.
That's
Desmond Tutu, the Book of Forgiving.
That's an 8.
Thank you.
So this movement, come on, Gerald. I'm going to leave you with this image that we just launched in Berlin, which, as you can see, has got the great support of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. Our aim is to bring inclusive mindsets, the primary prevention of the threats to our mental health and our stability to young people around the world. We need all of us to conspire to work together on this, and we'll end up in a place like this. This is Sanaa, who was carrying the torch on the track where Jesse Owens ran in 1936. It's the first time an Olympic flame has been in that stadium in almost 90 years. She was in a chain 2 years ago, locked. Today, she's running. Thank you.
Thank you for this tremendous.
Turned off my mic.
Thank you for this tremendous presentation,
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
And now, let's jump on to another important topic, gender-affirming healthcare. To help us navigate this very important dialogue, today we will invite on stage Amanda Ryan-Smith, who is the Chief Development Officer of the Trevor Project, Kaiden Slaughter, student, Kristen Slaughter, K-12 school counselor, and also the mom of Kaiden. Please help me and welcome them on stage.
Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Amanda Ryan Smith. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Chief Development Officer at the Trevor Project. Our mission at Trevor is to end suicide among lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning young people. We provide 24/7 crisis services via phone, text, and chat in the US and Mexico. And we also have research, advocacy, education, and a peer support network called Trevor Space. We're going to start off today with seeing a short video.
I went to a very conservative seminary, and I was taught that God created the male and female, that there was no other genders, that when someone is born either male or female, that's God's original intent, and that God doesn't make mistakes.
My statement was like, how in the world could you know that you wanted to be a man at 3 and 4 years old?
We're just very conservative, and we didn't understand that it was not a phase.
I always knew.
I never wanted to be in dresses or skirts or heels, even putting on nail polish. Like I never wanted that.
I knew from a very young age that I was male, but also knew from a very young age that I would be destined to lose my family. And unfortunately, that is what happened.
I did not understand what this meant. A man is a man and a woman is a woman. How am I going to get grandchildren? You know, that was my expectation.
It was hard, especially when you just want to be a kid. You just want to live, you know, and be happy.
You know, all my encounters with LGBTQ people were people who were trying to change. People who wanted me to help them change even. I had never met people who were harmed by the church.
Seemingly the world split open, and we were the root cause of that because our daughter is trans.
We have not been together for at least 6 years, and it may be longer than that. And it's been a waste. It's been a waste, as far as I'm concerned. It's just been a waste.
I began to see just so clearly that the church has done wrong. It dawned on me, I was the one that was committing sin. I was the one that was committing harm.
What you just watched is the trailer for Learn with Love, which is a film available on YouTube that features 3 transgender young people and the adults in their life who love them. I'm so honored to be sitting here today with 2 exceptional individuals who are featured in this short film, Caden and Kristen Slaughter. Today we're going to talk about transgender and non-binary young people. So I want to start with some definitions to make sure everyone understands what we're talking about. For transgender, it's people whose gender identity differs from the sex they were assigned at birth. So an example is someone who may have been assigned female at birth, even though their authentic gender identity is male. Non-binary is an umbrella term that describes people who experience their gender identity and/or expression outside the boundaries of the binary of men and women. They may use many different terms, and our research tells us that our young people do use many different terms to describe themselves as non-binary, but it could be things like gender fluid, gender queer, or many others. So Caden and Kristen, thank you so much for being here today. I'd love for you all to introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about your experience of being part of the Learn with Love production. Caden, can we start with you?
Yes, of course. My name is Caden Slaughter. My pronouns are he, him, and I am a Christian. I am a Black trans man, and I also have an advocacy for LGBTQ rights and also human rights as well. My experience with Learn with Love was an amazing, amazing experience. Being able to see other people who are like me, who think like me, who see me as a human being, past my gender, past my sexuality, but just a soul in a human body, trying to live and be happy. And it really gave me a lot of courage and hope being with the Trevor Project. It was just an awesome, awesome experience. So grateful to be here.
Thank you, Caden. Kristen, I would love for you to introduce yourself to everyone and talk a little bit about your experience.
Sure. My name is Kristen Slaughter. I am a K-12 educator, school counselor based out of Nashville, Tennessee. I was also at one point Caden's school counselor. My experience with Learn with Love, it really helped Caden show who he is. I've never seen him blossom more from his participation in this video, in this program, and it was just a joy and a pleasure to see him become more of who he needed to be by participating in Learn with Love. So that was just mind-blowing, that was awesome, and I still feel the joy to this day from watching Caden be the person he is.
Thank you so much, Kristen. LGBTQ young people are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide as their peers. For transgender and non-binary young people, they face an even higher risk. And I want to be very clear, there is nothing inherent in their identities that makes that so. It's that they often live in an unsupportive environment, that they face unique stressors, challenges, and discrimination. At Trevor, we want LGBTQ young people to see a bright future for themselves. So Caden, in the film you talk about your own mental health journey, and can you share some of the supports that you found that helped you walk through that journey to the other side and brought you where you are today?
Yes, of course. For me, in my journey, family was number one. Family on my mother's side. For example, my aunt, when I first came out as trans to my mother, we were both new to this new journey. We both didn't know where to start, where to go, who to talk to. And my aunt, she just said, love. And love has been the key thing bringing us together. It's actually brought our relationship closer over the years. My aunt's kids, they just treat me as their cousin. They look past my gender, and they just want me to be happy with them. My little cousin Nori, he always tells me he looks up to me, and I give him strength and courage, and he wants to be like me. And I was just amazed that he said that, because he's only 10 years old, you know, and it just brought me so much hope for my future. Being able to bring the youth hope, and not just LGBTQ plus youth, but all youth all around. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Caden. Kristen, I'd love to hear more about your experience too. I myself am the parent of a non-binary child who is 11 years old. Their name is B, and their pronouns are they and she. B came out to us 2 years ago at the age of 9. And, you'd think in my line of work and being a queer person myself, it would be easy, and it was not. I was surprised. I had a lot of questions. I had a lot of concerns. And what my partner and I decided was that we would just put our questions to the side, and we would let B take the lead on telling us who they are, and that we would make sure that B has the support they need. So many adults have never met an openly trans or non-binary person that they know of, and they don't understand what they don't know. And so we've seen in so much the dangerous hostility that the opposition has been attacking trans and non-binary young people in the US to the point where it's become a national emergency. As the parent of a non-binary young person, I can really say young people know themselves. And we need to listen to them and to trust them. Kristen, I'd love for you to talk about your experience of being Caden's mom, your journey of accepting him, and what do you want other parents of trans and non-binary children to know?
Sure. I can't lie. Initially, I was a little shocked when Caden told me that he wanted to, or she wanted to be trans. We'll start with she. At first, I was like, okay, what is trans? What does that mean? Because growing up in the 80s, that's just not anything that was discussed. I mean, you knew that there was lesbian, you knew there was gay. That wasn't an issue, and sometimes people wouldn't even come out as such. And I knew Caden had those feelings because I hear about that information during school. Caden's trying to talk to this girl, or Caden has been talking about this person is cute, this girl is cute. And I was like, okay, well, that's fine. I have no issue with that. But when Caden actually came to me and said, okay, Mom, I think I want to transition over to being a man, I said, okay, what does that mean? How did you do that? I had no clue. It was so deep that I didn't know how serious it was until Caden attempted to take his life. And at that point, I realized how serious a situation this had to be. So at that point, I just had to learn what this was about. How do I support Caden? And as Caden said, that's when we leaned on some family. We leaned on my sister, who was a physician, and lo and behold, she knew about this. She was very familiar. And I said, sis, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, what is going on? And she said, just support. Just do what you have to do. I said, okay, what does that mean? And she referred me to a community agency that had a broad range of different support systems, from different hormones to counselors, to everything that helped bridge the gap and helped me understand Caden. And Caden understood why I was asking the questions I needed to ask. And even to this day, I still have questions that we still have, we have kind of laughs about and whatnot. So even through this journey, it's been an awesome one. It's been a loving one. And I'm so appreciative of what has happened since that time. So.
Thank you, Kristen. We talk a lot about yes, you deserve applause, absolutely. We talk a lot about the protective factors and the risk factors for suicide. And one of the protective factors is joy. And I think it's so critically important for all of us and for LGBTQ young people to find their sources of joy and strength that can improve their mental health. My own B loves to dance and loves to turn on their music and just find that joy in movement. So, Caden, what's bringing you joy today?
My number one joy is my faith in Christ. Struggling with PTSD, sexual, verbal, and physical abuse, trauma from my father's side and family members on his side, the affirmations from Christ, knowing that he is here with me, that I am deserving of love, affection, protection, knowing that he is here covering me, that is my number one source of joy. I also love to go on hikes, even though I hate bugs. I have a huge phobia of bugs, but just seeing nature and seeing how God has grown this beautiful planet and is still growing, it brings me so much peace and so much joy just to be in that moment. And that's my main source, joy.
Thank you, Caden. Kristen, what's bringing you joy in this journey?
I would say the number one joy is Caden is still here. And I could have lost Caden. I'm not going to go into tears right now, but Caden could have not been here on this earth right now. And I'm so blessed and thankful that he's sitting right next to me today. When we first visited the Trevor Project team last year in LA, Caden celebrated his 21st birthday, and that was amazing. I felt a sense of definite joy because he just crossed over that line from, teenager to adulthood, so that's definitely a joy. Him finding himself officially and coming to his own truth about who he wants to be, that has been a joy. Joy. Deciding that he wants to go to college and break that barrier and major in computer science, that has brought me joy. And, finding his faith of what he wants to do with God and believing in that and letting him guide that path. So I'm so happy. So happy.
Thank you both for your openness, your vulnerability, your willingness to share your experiences and your lives with us. It's such an inspiration for me and for all of us, and I know gives hope to other trans and non-binary people who might be struggling. It's so important to hear lived experiences, but I also think it's important that the burden and work shouldn't always be on the folks who hold marginalized identities. B would tell you if they were here that the way that you can be an ally to non-binary people is to not assume pronouns, but to ask what people's pronouns are. And that's what we really want for all of you, is to be allies to LGBTQ young people. And I think a lot of times it can prevent people from moving forward because they're worried about doing something wrong and they want to be a perfect ally. And we think that you don't have to be perfect to be with us. You have to try. You have to be curious and open and ask questions and educate yourself. We can all be part of this movement. On the Trevor Project's website, we have a guide to being an ally to transgender and non-binary young people that is a great resource to learn from and to share with others in your life that you want to learn more. I share it with all the important adults in B's life. The start of every school year involves passing it all around. I want to close with a stat that is easy to remember. Our research at the Trevor Project has found that at least one accepting adult in an LGBTQ young person's life can reduce their risk of attempting suicide by 40%. Think about that. Just one person. And you can be that person. We all can. Your support and affirmation can have a huge positive impact on an LGBTQ young person's life. In fact, it could save their life. Thank you so much. I think it's time for us to shift to questions.
Thank you for your discussion. Now, as she said, we will pass on to the discussion part of the session. I will ask the first question, and then we will hand it off to the audience. My question is for Caden. We all know love has no borders. So how has familial love in specific helped you throughout your upbringing?
Oh man, that's a good question. Knowing that people see me, like I said, not just through my gender or through my sexuality. I'm so much more than that. I have more than just transgender or gay or bi, whatever. I love computers. I love dogs. I love cats and all that. And just knowing that my family is here to support me, even though the world may hate me and dehumanize me, but knowing I still have my family and Christ, I mean, it brings me so much strength. It really does. And that is my foundation for, the evil in this world, And that's what brings me joy. Yeah.
Hi there. Firstly, thank you so much for sharing your story. It's wonderful to hear. We've heard a lot over the last couple of days about youth voice and co-creation and youth empowerment, yet it feels like there are such barriers that in some ways are getting worse when it comes to empowering young trans people and non-binary people with a voice within that to be heard. When they speak out in schools and education, it feels like we're trying to stifle that rather than empower that. And I'd like to ask what you feel we can do and how you feel we can start to overcome that. Thank you.
Say, Mom, I'll let you go first. I know you work in the school system.
Definitely. Well, I feel that parents can definitely support their school system. I would say a lot of times, as a counselor, it takes a lot to get parents to come in and even, come to plays or come to parent-teacher night. If you know that your child is having an issue at school, you definitely need to come and support. I think we need to have that more community support within the school system. I think being more open, like I said before, to what's going on with our children today. As you stated, that there hasn't been, a lot of support. It seems like it's going down or whatnot. We have to be real in this world. LGBTQ is here to stay. This is not like back in the day where it was kind of thrown back under the rug and people were not listening to everyone else. It's here, and we have to go ahead and understand that it's going to continue. The population of these people, I want to say these people, but this community is going to grow. So let's go ahead and understand that and realize that, we have to have more programs. We have to have more, maybe even PTO support, parent-teacher organizations, and just not be scared of what's going on. It's nothing to be scary about. This is a new day and age, and, this is going to continue. But we can be joyful about it, and, and love, support, accept.
We, at the Trevor Project, we do research where we really want to understand LGBTQ young people and have seen so much about how the impact of the political debates can have such a negative impact on mental health. But I will also say that seeing my child, who just finished the 5th grade, be out and proud in their elementary school and have other out and proud LGBTQ children in that elementary school is powerful. And I think that we have to work to make the environment safe enough for trans and non-binary young people to be able to speak up, and that really it's not on them, it's on us for how we create that safety and how we, I frankly work to demand that safety for my own kid, and I want all of you to demand that safety all in the worlds we're in.
All right, I think that's all the time we have. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Former world chess champion Garry Kasparov, methods that a success in chess can be replicated in each of our own lives. He encourages us to recognize the inherent power of setting goals in our personal pursuits, professional endeavors, or just day-to-day activities. He says this will allow us to stay motivated, disciplined, and have a clear road to success. Please give a warm welcome to Gary Kasparov.
So waiting for traffic to settle. Good afternoon. When I was asked to deliver this remark, so I thought about, just talking about my chess career, about accomplishments, other things, but listening to the last couple of days, so I think it should be more motivational because I want you to leave this conference in a good mood. I mean, you heard everything about mental problems. No, they're all key problems, but let's end up on something positive. I'm here, just to return your faith in humanity. And in fact, that we are on the right track. Oh, there's so many problems now. And I couldn't agree more about the statistics. I don't have any slides to show. I remember a couple. Look, we live in a world where child mortality decreased from 1800 to these days from 46% to 4%. Oh, we have more kids and more problems. But again, let's try to be positive. And I'm asked to talk about motivation. I think, it's motivation brings us to inspiration. And inspiration brings us to dreams. Oh, yesterday we all heard President Obama. Yes. But this journey started not at his elections, as he talked about his run for the Senate in Chicago, in Illinois. On August 28, 1963, one of the greatest speeches of the 20th century has been delivered in Washington, D.C. I have a dream. A dream. How many people could bet $1 that 45 years after Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his speech, America will elect the first black president? I think you can make a lot of money. So it's a power of a dream. And I also have to mention something about myself. So I grew up as a child prodigy. So from the first moment I discovered the game of chess, according to family legend, looking at my parents trying to solve a chess puzzle. Unfortunately, nobody was there to tweet about it. Back in 68, 69, don't recall the exact date, unfortunately. But I was in love, with the game, with 64 squares, wooden board. I learned how to make the moves by watching them trying to solve this puzzle. I'm still in love with the game. And as a prodigy, I quickly, grew up, just as a strong player, third category, second category, first category, candidate master. At one point, I thought everything would be easy. By age 12, I was a Soviet national champion under 18. In 13, I doubled. I repeated the same success, making a record. And then I stumbled. It does happen. So for a year, I couldn't make a progress, just for more than a year. I knew it was close, but it didn't work out. And one day I woke up, and I saw on top of my bed, it was a very modest apartment. We lived in the city of Baku in Azerbaijan. My mother put a poster which said, "If not you, who else?" Very simple. Because she had faith in me. Many of my coaches lost faith in me, but she did have faith in me. And it's one thing I learned, from this lesson. Because next year, I made my first major success in adult tournament, and then it was relatively easy. For the next 8 years, I became the youngest world champion. But it's two lessons. One is never look for reasons of your failure outside. It's all inside of you. Lesson number 2, always listen to your mother. I realized, what is the power of a dream? Because again, you have to dream. And very often I'm getting really annoyed, and it's an understatement, by hearing about the end of the world. It's just around the corner. Oh, we watch so many Hollywood blockbusters, brainwashing, Terminators, Matrix, and these Arabian doomsayers telling us how bad is this. Yeah, of course, progress is like a coin. It has two sides, does it? Oh, yeah, but I wish we deal with problems that we live now. Oh, we had terrible pandemics. I know as well as many others. I lost my mother to COVID. And I couldn't be, because I'm an exile, I couldn't be with her when she died in Moscow on Christmas Day on year 2020. But the free world responded. In less than a year, we came up with a vaccine. Actually, many vaccines. We did. Unfree world couldn't. So even they had 6 months head start. And I think, again, it gives us confidence that we can respond to crisis. There are plenty. But again, let's have faith that we can meet this crisis. And we can always rise above. I also would like to bring us to another speech. Just a year before Martin Luther King delivered his immortal remarks. On September 12, 1962, in Texas, Rice University, great American president, John F. Kennedy, delivered this famous speech. And one passage I remember, we choose to go to the moon in this decade and do other things, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Because it's a goal that will serve to reveal our best of our energies and skills. The challenge that we are willing to accept. The one we are unwilling to postpone. And one we intend to win, and the others too. Can you imagine a politician making the same speech today? Not because it's easy, but because it's hard. And it did happen. It did happen. In 7 years, Americans land on the moon. And by the way, the entire computing power of NASA was probably, I don't know, 0.1% of the power of this device. And they did succeed. Now, ask the question, do we use it effectively? Or we keep throwing birds at pigs? Nobody remembers the game, Angry Birds. Yeah. So, again, I think that it's every time we have a challenge, we have to remember that we are empowered, we're blessed. We're blessed with so many great things. Of course, there are other challenges because we, kids now, they have so many challenges, psychological challenges. And obviously it leads often to mental health problems because, again, they are overwhelmed. They are just too busy. And so should we accept it as a fact of life? So I remember when the little one, it's my 7-year-old, looked at my daughter's, she's 16, DVDs with cartoons. He didn't know what it is. He thought it was Frisbees. Yeah, again, it's just, it's called progress. And when people, challenge me with all these threats, because we hear it all the time. Oh, now ChatGPT is at the end, so these machines will replace us. I say, look, machines there, and it's not a harbinger of utopia or dystopia. It's not, it's not a key to open gates of hell or gates of heaven. It's a tool that we invented. It's not a magic wand. It's not a Terminator. It's for us to use it. Again, does it threaten us potentially? Yes, it does, as every technology before. So what? We know that to destroy is easier than to build. But think about opportunities that is being offered to us. And again, I remain optimistic. And you hear it from the man. Remember 1997 match? I played with the Blue. I was the first knowledge worker who had his job threatened by a machine. And I'm still optimistic. And I'm 60, and I know I will never be able to handle computers and telephones as much as my kids. So what? I learn from them. I'm proud, but I'm also proud that next generations can do better than us. So, what I can tell you that is now, let's embrace the power of dream. You know what? Machines can do many things. They cannot dream even in sleeping mode. We can. And that should make us comfortable because human creativity, motivations, inspiration, those are not quantifiable. No machines will ever replace us. Machines made us stronger. Did they? They made us faster. Did they? Why not expecting intelligent machines make us smarter? And with all the negatives that you heard over these couple of days here, think about the power of a dream, that these machines will help us to realize our biggest dreams, to go to the stars, and to open a new chapter in the history of humanity. Thank you.
Hello, SNF Nostos Conference attendees. I'm Konstantin Dracopoulos of the Youth Advisory Committee. We hope you've enjoyed the session so far. We have a break until 6:20. Then you can join us in the Stavros Niarchos Hall for a powerful one-on-one discussion titled Rebooting Reason and Civility between Valerie Biden Owens, chair of the Biden Institute, and Fred Gutenberg, activist and author. It will be followed by the SNF Nostos Conference closing remarks by SNF co-president Andreas Dracopoulos.
SNF Pop-Up Radio with the Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
Alright then, we're back. So, after, well, almost 2 complete days really, this conference is slowly coming to an end. Welcome back to us here at the SNF Nostos Pop-Up Radio. I'm George from Radio Pantheon. With me are...
Sia Mokoena, all the way from South Africa, and we are part of the Radio Workshop.
Otherwise?
Kalmera, my name is Maschaba Mhlahla, and yes, unfortunately we have reached to our end of journey, but the most important thing, mental health, is our daily bread.
Yeah.
So whatever information that you have gotten from us, keep it in your heart, live with it.
Yeah. So, now that I've got you two here, I want you to tell me what do you think your lives are going to be like when you go back home to South Africa?
Sure, that's a very, 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 very nice question. I feel like we are leaving here as different beings, in as much as it might really not be evident today or tomorrow, but it's something that we really are going to take home to know that there's a whole lot of, for example, symptoms that get to show that somebody is having mental-related conditions, or another chance where you can get to know that they actually do need some sort of assistance, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And with all of these different aspects, I think it's something that we can actually tap into to get to consider and fly with, you know.
What about you, Maschaba?
Wow, I'm taking so much with me from, you know, you'll remember people about how they treated you. Also, I've learned that there's hope in whatever troubles we are having right now. There's solutions. You don't have to bottle things in your heart. We got people to talk to. It can be your friend. You can get counseling. And most important, I didn't realize that mental health, there's that stigma around mental health that people do not know about it. So I'm taking so much about mental health.
Right, so...
Do you have anything?
Do you? Yeah. Do you have anything?
I keep my cards close to my chest. But I'll be honest with you. This has been, in unexpected ways, quite a formative experience and informative experience. You learn new things about people around you, even when you don't expect to, and not in the ways you expect to. So that's definitely something I'm taking with me. I'm not going anywhere, though. I just live about 40 minutes from here by foot. So anyway, so we've got an interview lined up with a couple of the people who are part of organizing this whole shebang. So we'll go to a jingle or a bit of music, and all that, bring them here, and we'll be back in a sec.
SNF Pop-Up Radio.
Now let us imagine that you're in the middle of your disc jockey program.
Hey, listen up, everybody.
It's going to be so awesome. Yeah.
With the Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon.
So, to be honest, there are so many people we should thank for supporting us here at the SNF Nostos conference in Athens. Two of them have joined us now. Rula Siklas is a senior program officer at Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and Anjou Nyakazi is a program officer, yes? So thank you for joining us, ladies. Right,
Thank you so much for him.
The first question we've got. What are the reasons you wanted to include Radio Workshop and Radio Padion at this event?
Alula, you go ahead first, please. Last year, one of our colleagues sent us the first round of description for last year's conference. And Anj and I, as we read it, understood of all the things we wanted to be talking about at the conference, those were all of the elements being captured in Radio Workshop's work. And we thought we should tell our colleagues about Radio Workshop and see if making a connection would bring something of value. And I think that's what happened. Absolutely.
Now that we have come to the end of our mental health conference, how do you feel emotionally?
Wow, that's a very difficult question, but a good one nonetheless. How do I feel emotionally?
Yes.
I feel all sorts of emotions. On one hand, I'm very happy that we're talking about mental health, because for a long time, mental health has been, there's taboo surrounding mental health. People are afraid to speak up when they're not feeling well. So to have this great conference addressing mental health openly, people sharing their most vulnerable selves, for me is a first step in the right direction. Having said that, it also highlights the challenges that we face and how many roads we have to get where we need to be to help people struggling with mental health. So it's a mixture of emotions, in short, to be able to answer your question.
As you have mentioned that a lot of people, they struggle to talk about their mental health. Now, as the conference has finally over, what can we do to make people to talk more freely about mental health?
By being honest ourselves. Before talking about others, we need to look ourselves in the mirror and ask ourselves, am I being truthful to myself? Is there something I should hold myself accountable towards that? And by being the examples of ourselves, others in our environment are going to start doing the same thing. So I think before I start talking about others, I need to start by talking about myself. And by being honest with myself, by talking about I am Rwandan, I'm a survivor of a genocide, I come from a long line of persecution, I've had traumas that I didn't want to inherit to my children, and I've seek therapy to be able to address that. By being able to speak that openly, then I'm hoping that I'm giving a chance for those that have been in the same situation as I have to be able to do the same.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
How about you, Rula? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so grateful and really so inspired. More than any of our previous conferences, I found that this was a topic where people found the most common ground. I've never seen so many connections being made and so many conversations being had as we have at this conference. I think people are finding that shared humanity much more easily in this topic.
Any relief, perhaps? But I'm asking that because, when these things are happening and they're so big and there's just so much going on, there's always something that goes wrong. So did anything go wrong, and how possibly did you deal with that? If you want to tell us, of course, break the illusion a bit.
I am going to push that question back to you. The question is, I think we always have this habit, this is going well, this is going wrong. But in my opinion, when you're talking about something going wrong, it's an opportunity to be able to do something better. Because you can imagine organizing a conference as this one, there's so many things I need to fill at the same time. So as you've seen me for the last 2 days, I've been running around with my colleague Katerina trying to make sure that everything is done. There are some things we were able to do seamlessly, others we needed to more support to be able to do it. So I feel like I don't want to use the word wrong, but I think we need to give ourselves grace. We need to be compassionate with others to be able to do something. Sometimes it takes more than, that's why they say it takes a village to raise a child. We need their support to be able to do our work collectively in an effective manner, in a compassionate way as well. That's how I respond to that. Thank you.
That's a good answer, I think. What about you? Have you got a better one? Can you one-up her?
What did you face?
Well, if it is true that there might be room for improvement, we certainly want to hear about it. So we've been getting some feedback from our attendees, and we hope that after the conference they can pull us aside and give us some more feedback.
Okay.
We'll be open to that.
Okay.
What do you love to do differently next year in the coming conference? Yes.
That's a good question. One that I haven't really thought about yet, but I'm definitely thinking about it now.
Well, to make it easier for you, what would you have done differently for this one?
For this one?
I think that it's already behind us. I'd like to think about the next one. And the reason why, because one thing that I'm very happy about this conference is I'm seeing more young people.
Yes.
And I think this is by far amazing to see you and many other young people here that are being given a voice to be able to express the many concerns they have to the world as it is today. And I hope that the other conferences to come, more young people be given a voice and to be able to see, basically to work for the world that they want to see for themselves and that of their children. I think that's one of the main things we should really think about is that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do you agree with that?
I 100% agree. Thank you.
So, do you perhaps have any, closing remarks, final thoughts to leave with us and also any listeners?
The takeaway that I can take back to South Africa?
I am a big fan of your country.
Thank you.
And its history. I'm African myself, so you can imagine 1994 holds a special meaning in my heart.
African queen, I see that. Thank you.
So, and with that in mind, I was very happy to see many South Africans, Zimbabwe and many other from Africa here. And as far as I would say, how to step you back to our motherland, first and foremost. And it has been an absolute pleasure to have you. Lula and I are a big fan of the work that the Radio Workshop does. I mean, we've been talking about your work for years now. So to see you actually here in itself it's amazing. So we're very happy to be here. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today.
And please come back.
Yes,
well, definitely.
please.
That relies on you. So, thank you very much for joining us for this final little interview. We'll go to another bit of music and then we'll go into the final hour of the conference. So, stay tuned.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Το SNF Νόστος. Ακούτε το SNF Pop-Up Radio από το Radio Workshop και το Radio Pantheon, όπου λέμε ιστορίες που επανεστιάζουν και κάνουν focus στη ψυχική υγεία.
So, we're back. You're going to be hearing our wonderful voices one more time.
Once more time.
Yeah, you might have noticed Sia's back on the mic as well.
Yeah.
I would just like to say that before we go, it's been quite the experience. And honestly, I'm glad I didn't miss it. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Yeah.
Once again, honestly, I think I concur with you. It really has been a pretty beautiful experience. I mean, Athens is great. We need to say that first. And yeah, getting to meet a whole lot of fantastic, different, opinionated people. I think this is also one of the things I'm definitely taking back home with me. The fact that we literally are doing something about mental health. It's pretty late, quite frankly. I mean, these kind of conversations are conversations we could have been having a long time ago. But progress is better than nothing.
Yeah.
Well, my family, I'm taking a lot. I have learned so much in these 3 days I had here. Mostly, one thing that I'm taking here about what I have learned about the people here is that they got so much love to offer. You know, like you talk with a person like you have known me for a very while. You can vent out. I've made friends in just like a minute. And then we talk about a lot of things. A mental health conference like this one, it clearly opened my mind. I explored a lot of emotions, a lot of pains. And one thing I have realized is that mental health affects each and every one of us. Whether you are in South Africa, whether you are here in Athens, whether in Mozambique, we are all equal. We are all humans at the end of the day. And mental health, it is us. And I have learned that, out of everything, be kind, be you, and love yourself. That's it. Bye.
No, not bye yet. You're hurrying. You're hurrying. Anyway, we need to make a couple of announcements first. First of all, head to the Stavros Niarchos Hall to listen to the President, Andreas Dracopoulos, and his closing remarks, and Valerie Biden-Owens as well before that. I'm hurrying now. And of course, at night, we've got the final day of the SNF release SNF Nostos Release Festival with Susie and Interpol headlining at the 2 stages. And other than that, I think we've got to say thank you on behalf of Radio Workshop and Radio Pantheon. Thank you for listening in these past 2 days. We hope you've enjoyed this conference as much as we have and learned some valuable lessons about mental health and taking care of your own mental health. For now, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yes, goodbye, goodbye, family. Thank you so much.
My name is Untabela Mantlani. I'm a youth reporter at Akharing FM 90.0. Mental health is not a destination, but a process. It's about how you drive, not where you're going. And also know that there is a hope even when your brain tells you there is.
In the green field of mine. Sometimes it's black, sometimes it's white, like the cloudy mountains. Some days the grass is blooming, Some days it turns to dust. I'm a tree longing for the sun, hoping that it lasts. There's a river in the green field of mine.
SNF Nostos 2023 is on its way to help analyze, discuss, and normalize every aspect of mental health on June 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Learning, conversation, and entertainment become one and prove that taking care of our interior worlds begins out there. SNF Nostos 2023 from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. Release, rethink, refocus on mental health.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Maria.
Hello, Anna.
It's clear that our world is at a turning point. Lately, we're seeing division and discord often taking center stage rather than the solutions and shared dreams that could bring us together. But we believe that now it's the time for change. It's time to shift gears, to focus on unity rather than division, on shared goals rather than differences, and that's exactly why we're here today. To start a conversation about how we can bring back reason and mutual respect and start to grow together again as a society. Our task here today is to embark on a journey of a renewal, a journey that takes us from a world grown apart to a world growing all together, guided by reason and respect. Our voyage towards this vision wouldn't be complete without the guidance of individuals who have demonstrated unwavering commitment to the values of compassion, unity, and constructive engagement.
And before we move forward, I would like to bring your attention to an exciting ongoing feature of SNF Nostos 2023. This year, Release Athens and SNF Nostos joined forces to present 3 unique days of concerts in 2 stages, the Great Lawn and SNF Main Stage. Today, we will host great acts who have made history in post-punk and rock music. Here is a live image of our drone showing the Great Lawn. In a big comeback, after almost 15 years, the legendary Susie will take the stage at Platia Nerou to remind us why she is considered one of the most influential artists of all times. Headlining in the Great Lawn Station at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center will be the wonderful Interpol.
And we're looking forward.
Yeah.
Today, as you already know, we are joined by Valerie Biden-Owens for a conversation on rebooting reason and civility with best-selling author and activist Fred Guttenberg. Before we begin, I'd like to share a few words about our friend, Valerie Biden. Valerie serves as the Biden Institute Chair at the University of Delaware's Biden School of Public Policy and Administration. The Biden School is the home, the home to SNF Ithaca, an initiative supported by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, which sends college students on a journey to advance democracy, equipping them with the academic tools and practical skills necessary to reach across divides and develop policy solutions through civil discourse and civic engagement. Valerie Biden-Owens is the first woman in U.S. history to have run a presidential campaign, that of her brother, President Joe Biden. She also led his 7 straight U.S. Senate victories and has been his principal surrogate on the campaign trail. Valerie Biden-Owens has spent 2 decades as the executive vice president of a media consulting firm while also shaping women's political skills globally through Women's Campaign International. She served as a U.S. senior advisor to the UN and was recognized as a leading figure in Harvard's Women Inspiring Change Award and Forbes 50 over 50 women who are leading the way list. Fred began his public life after the murder of his 14-year-old daughter, Jamie. That happened in Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School shooting in Parkland, Florida. The day after the shooting, Fred attended a public vigil where the mayor of Parkland asked him to speak. Fred's words shook a nation, and he hasn't stopped since. Fred and his wife, Jennifer, are the founders of a nonprofit organization dedicated to their daughter's memory called Orange Ribbons for Jamie. And they have also founded an advocacy group called Orange Ribbons for Gun Safety. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to invite Fred's conversation partner and my friend, Valerie Biden-Owens.
Good evening. Hi. So, for all of us, to state the obvious, this has been an inspiring and an enlightening couple of days. And I want to thank Andreas Stokopoulos and Anna Boutstuku and the entire SNF team for making it happen. Before I turn to my guest, Fred, I was thinking that about a documentary that I saw many years ago, and some of you may be familiar with it. It was called 7 Up, and it followed the lives of a group of young boys in England, starting at 7 years old and catching up with them when they were 14, 21, and every 7 years, hence the name 7 Up. One of the men who was featured in the film was asked about the journey of his life and that of his fellow participants. He replied with a very simple answer, but one that I thought was absolutely profound and powerful. He said, "Every life is an incredible act of bravery." Every life is an incredible act of bravery, which brings me to Fred Guttenberg. Two of the people closest to Fred, two of the people he lost, are rightly described as brave. Fred's brother, Michael, was one of the first responders to the World Trade Center, and it was because of his work there, helping clean up, that the toxic chemicals got into his system and he died of cancer in 2017. Then on Valentine's Day, 2019, Fred lost his 14-year-old daughter, Jamie, in the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. Heartbreaking, horrific, unimaginable. In the wake of his daughter's murder, Fred's words galvanized a nation, and he turned his pain into purpose. And he showed us what bravery truly is. Today, I want to talk to you for a brief time about the path forward, how we can all overcome the forces that divide us, how we can restore civility, and how we can bring reason back to our national and international life. Not a small agenda for 20 minutes. Of course, moving forward requires an understanding of where we are now. And as I think about how we got where we are today, I'm struck by an insight that was recently given to me. We often talk about getting back to normal. But you know, there's a whole generation of Americans and young people around the world who have never known normal. And I'm talking about Generation Z, Gen Z. They are the most educated and diverse generation in our history. They have so much to offer. But you know what they don't have? They don't have a memory of September 11th. This means that they grew up in a world shaped by the ongoing fear from what happened, but without having seen September 12th and September 13th, and the emergence of something even greater and stronger. That was when our nation and the world came together in a way that hasn't been equaled since. They never saw that. And in the years since, the fear of looming terrorist attack, whether from a lone ranger or from a hostile country, has now been joined by other existential fears, like school shootings, climate change, and the pandemic that isolated them for a year or more. These are real traumas on brains, and brains that science tells us are not fully mature until you reach the mid-20s. But as digital natives, Gen Zs, they're no strangers to rebooting and reinventing, and I think that they can help us reboot reason. You know, I've long believed that there's one trait, one skill that can go a long way to addressing so many of our problems. And that trait is empathy. We talk a lot these days, and rightly so, about the importance of representation. As the saying goes, you cannot be what you cannot see. I'm thinking about the importance of empathy in our lives and in our world, and in doing that, I would add my own corollary, which is you cannot heal what you cannot feel. Empathy is the connective bond in our humanity, and the degree to which we can feel is the degree to which we can relate to each other. Now, we may never fully understand another person's life, but we can seek to understand. And just that effort of understanding where someone is coming from helps us get to go where we need to be to figure out where we're going. It helps us address each other's fears, it helps us address each other's concerns, and in a productive manner. And it allows us to move forward together. In that way, empathy is the ultimate vaccine. It prevents hatred, it prevents evil, and it prevents violence. And that's why that I believe that pushing and pursuing empathy isn't just some soft-hearted idea. It's hard-headed. It's a strategy, one of many. And with that, let me turn to Fred.
Thank you.
Yes. Microphone. Do we have it on? It isn't on.
Nope.
No, it's not on. It doesn't work. I didn't break it either.
Justin.
Okay. You worked?
Mine works, yeah.
Okay, so Fred, before we begin with any remarks that I have to ask you, to the extent that you feel comfortable, will you tell us what happened on Valentine's Day in 2018?
I will, and thank you. February 14th, 2018 was a perfectly normal day in my house, with a weird exception. As Valerie mentioned, my brother Michael died of cancer related to his service in 9/11 only 4 months prior. My brother ran the triage for the World Trade Center, and to this day, I consider him one of our great heroes. We were, as a family, I'm a big family, we've never dealt with loss like this, finally getting to a point where we were feeling better. And this particular Valentine's Day was a Valentine's Day that I wanted to make a big deal of for my wife and my kids. And that morning, I was rushing my children out the door because I had a plan that I wanted to get onto. My kids were running late, as they often did, blaming each other. And my last words to my children that morning were, "You gotta go, you're gonna be late." My last words were not, "I love you." And I hope you all hear me on that and tell everyone you love every chance you get by looking them in the eye, because I didn't. It wasn't supposed to be the last time. I sent my children to school that day, and it was a perfectly normal day. My wife is out there in the audience. We were texting with our kids through the day, as we always do. And just sometime after 2 p.m., I get a call from my son, who looked after his sister like a hawk. And he said, "Dad." And I said, "What?" He said, "There's a shooter at my school." My first instinct wasn't to believe him, because my son can be a jokester. But then he said, "And I can't find Jamie." And as soon as he said that, I knew it was real. And I asked him where he was, and he told me they were telling all the kids to run off the campus, but he couldn't run because he couldn't find Jamie. He wanted to go back to the building where the shooting was taking place to look for his sister. And I'm on the phone trying to convince my son to run when on the phone we hear gunshots. Those were the shots on the 3rd floor killing my daughter, killing his sister. If anybody wants to know why I spend my life doing what I do now, I live with that sound in my head. And making this world a place where our public safety is valued is something I will never stop working to do. Thank you.
Fred, in your book, which I just held up, Find the Helpers, you talk a lot about hope, and I'm going to quote you on this. You say, "Good things happen to good people at the hands of other good people. The world is filled with them." And after everything you've been through, you should be one bitter son of a gun. Where, what? Chemistry? What are you smoking?
You know, I'm always going to be Jesse and Jamie's dad. And as their dad, 2 of the lessons I always tried to teach my kids were, you always do what's right, not what's easy, and everything in life is a choice. And as part of that, I always said to my kids, whatever happens to you in life won't define you. What you do next will. How you react, how you respond is what will define you. And sadly, it took me to the age of 52 in this shooting to just understand how much every single person who has always been a part of my life meant to every single thing that happened. But Valerie, after this shooting, actually still today, I was a broken person. And it is the love and the kindness of those who knew me and those who stepped into my life immediately after and still do. A phone call from you just a few weeks ago, who have held me up and held me together and who pushed me forward. And I'm gonna just share something as an example, because there's a guy you know really well, who at the time of the shooting was a private citizen, who called me on the phone, I don't even think it was a week after my daughter was killed, who literally gave me the path I am on today. By the way, that person, if you haven't figured out yet, is Joe Biden. And he said to me, number one, just how much he understood grief. And he stayed on the phone with me for about an hour, wanting to know a whole lot about my wife, about my kids, about me. At some point in the conversation, he said to me, "What's your plan?" And I said to him, "I only know one thing with certainty right now. I want to break the effing gun lobby." And he said to me, "That's your mission and that's your purpose. Now, what's your plan?" And it was an enlightening moment for me, because for the first time, after being filled with rage for an entire week, I understood I had a mission and a purpose, and I had to figure out my plan to do what I wanted to do. He also shared with me during that conversation and a follow-up conversation in person a few weeks later, something that I didn't expect with grief. He spoke to me about my marriage. It's still shocking to me that he came prepared to do that. And he wanted me to know how too many loving relationships come apart after a moment like this. And he wanted me not to be afraid that that would happen. He wanted me to have a plan to make sure it didn't. Here's the thing he told me, and he was spot on. No two people grieve the same way. I have been relentlessly public. My wife would say I have been relentlessly aggressive, but the truth is she has been relentlessly private, as has my son. If not for him, I may have thought there's something wrong with us, but I understood we were grieving differently. The other thing he said was, always have a way to make sure you can support one another through your individual path, and to find ways to support one another together, which we have worked very hard to do over the past 5 years, and I thank him for the advice. He has been a true helper in my life.
Good. It's nice to hear nice things about Joey. True. You talk about that hope is necessary, and I appreciate that. But, it's not sufficient. So I'm trying to figure out, if we're going to solve problems, we need to be working from the same set of facts.
Right.
And misinformation and disinformation don't create the same set of facts. And I watched you preparing for this in several interviews. And their interviews were about, obviously, the guns and violence. But the first thing you talked about wasn't a gun or violence, it was truth. Why do you start out, and I know what you mean by truth, but what do you mean by truth?
Listen, I've been across the United States now for 5 years, meeting people who completely understand the truth about what I want to do and about what it would take to reduce gun violence. And what I know is this. My daughter should turn 20 in July. 20 years ago in America, when she was born, there were 200 million weapons. Today, 20 years later, there's well over 400 million. 20 years ago in America, when she was born, AR-15 sales were less than 2% of all guns sold. Today, they're 25%. Now, I just told you everything you need to know to understand the spike in gun violence. Everything else you hear is one of the lies and the myths that drove us here. And as a result, for the past 2 years, I've been working on and just published my second book, American Carnage, taking on every lie and every myth. Because one of the big lies is who we are as a country. America has not always been this way. In fact, most of America's history, all the way through the late 70s, is as a country that has had gun owners, but that respected rights for safety and that respected responsible firearms ownership. There was a change in the NRA in the late 70s that drove the changes that brought us to where we are today. But I'll give you an example, because I know somewhere in this crowd is Nicole Hockley, whose son Dylan was murdered in the Sandy Hook shooting several years before my daughter was killed. The NRA, after Sandy Hook, only days after, had their response. Included in their response was a line that you're mostly going to recognize, which said, the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. The thing about that line is it didn't exist before Sandy Hook. That was their response. They used Sandy Hook as a gun sales bonanza. And America needs to understand facts and truth so we can be talking appropriately about it.
And that, what you just said, highlights what happens. We're at a mental health clinic.
Yeah.
Not clinic, conference. And when we talk about gun violence, we generally talk about the health and the mental state of the shooter, which is what your emphasis was just now. But the toll that gun violence takes on the survivors is devastating. Yeah. And, you know, it's not, you have to live every day with that empty chair at the kitchen table. Yeah. What should we be doing for the siblings, the parents, the teachers, the community to help and respond and to heal?
No, it's such an important question because gun violence is so much more than those we bury. It's actually also about those who survive, those with injuries, those who are there, the families who are affected, the community that is affected. And the thing about gun violence, it doesn't only happen in communities like Parkland, Florida, that has a lot of resources and that can step in very assertive ways. It generally happens in a lot of other communities that aren't as well resourced. And we need a national approach to dealing with gun violence in the communities where it happens, when it happens, to make sure families get the care that they need, mental health and otherwise, that communities get the support that they need to deliver the services and to help a community be able to recover from these instances of violence. You know, sadly, we have too many kids. You spoke about the Gen Z group. They are growing up as a traumatized population because they've grown up around school shooting drills. That's their norm. And it shouldn't be, but we need to make sure they that we help them to understand that they do have a right to safety. And I'm so proud of these kids that I see today who are fighting for that right.
Well, added to that, though, is the internet. And what we have, one of the truisms of the age of the internet, the era, is that it's hard to hate up close. It's really easy when you're an anonymous person behind a computer screen. You can say anything that you want. Have you had any encounters with the up close and personal and versus the internet? I mean, I know you've gotten some bad stuff, but do you think you can change tribalism?
I listen, it may be one person at a time, but yes, I do. And maybe that goes back to the hope part of things. I am really aggressive on social media. I take on truth, and I take on those who spread misinformation as often as I can. Sometimes it leads to people saying and doing and being aggressive back with me. But I got to tell you, one of my closest friends now is somebody where a conversation started that way. A former Tea Party congressman from Illinois, Joe Walsh, he and I, about 2 years ago, started going back and forth on Twitter over what I thought constituted the rights to be free from gun violence. And he is a self-proclaimed gun guy. And our back and forth led to an off-Twitter real phone conversation and then a follow-up in-person conversation. And since then, he and I are very public together about his agreement that you can be a gun rights guy like him and still be for reducing gun violence. And he has come to a common place with me about steps that he would agree can be taken to
But your
reduce.
tone was very different on the internet as opposed to in person. That's
Well, it is. On the internet, we still sometimes act like little brothers. But you know, when we have some fun. But everyone who follows us on the internet knows how close we become. But it started as a back and
in
forth.
the beginning, yeah.
Yes, it did. And listen, I will tell you, it's really easy to be really aggressive on the internet when you don't have to come face to face with somebody. But it is also a place that carries a lot of weight. And the thing is, always model who you want to be. And don't get caught up in some of the nasty comments. Always model who you want to be and say what you want to say. And do it with decency, do it with civility, do it with respect for others. And that's the way you go forward.
We got a few minutes left. You come from a big family, and so do I. And I've always said that that big families are really good training grounds for both conflict resolution and empathy, because there are a limited number of cars and clothes and ice cream. Yeah. So, you know, things can get tough. What role has your family played in your life?
Well, I'm one of 5 kids, and I am right in the middle. I have 2 older, 2 younger. And so as a kid, I had to learn how to deal with all different sides and find my own path. Because, you know, the older ones had their way, and my younger ones had their way, and I was stuck right there in the middle. But the oldest, my sister, it was her and then 4 boys. She probably had it the toughest in our house. But I love my sister like you have no idea. We are so fortunate to be a close family. And when we talk about hope, it is the fact that I am surrounded by this big, loving family who was in Florida faster than I could have snapped my fingers after the shooting. And who did everything they could to support my wife, my son, and I, and still do.
Were they as upbeat and able to deal with it emotionally as you? It affects, as you say, a death in the family has a devastating and rippling effect on all of them. Were they able, did you find you're supporting them as much as they supported you?
100% yes. My wife says all the time, we always make people cry. And then when that happens, we find ourselves trying to tell them it's okay and we're okay. Listen, I'll tell you this. I have a 22-year-old son. I have nieces and nephews. And don't do the math here, but I tell them all I plan on being around for the next 50 years to drive them all crazy. And so I am going to...
You're going to be the uncle at the Thanksgiving table.
That sounds like it's to be the case. But I am going to be okay because I have too many people in this world who I love, who I need to be okay for. And whoever is not, I'll be there for them. You know, when you look across our country, unfortunately, and you do understand grief as well, I have taken on a very private role of talking to others and families who go through all different forms of loss and grief, trying to help them through it the way your brother once did for me. Because you know what? Amazing people exist. They're there to help others. So many have helped me, and I hope to be able to help them.
We're going to close, but I would like to say a couple things, which is we've all been with our communities and our nations, and the talk is all the time, the fever has to break. Something has to change. But you know, the fever doesn't have to break. You have to break the fever. And something doesn't have to change. You have to change. You collectively, us. And I think it's through meetings like this, conversations like these, leaders like Fred, that we can make that happen. And as a matter of fact, I'm banking on that we, not only we can, that we will make that happen. So thanks for the support and being there, and let's go out and raise a little good hell, good trouble, as they say.
Thank you all. Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you.
So here we are at the end of another conference, the end of the 12th conference. There are many feelings, I think, and that we all have, and there's some common ones, and I think the common ones are there were strong feelings, and I want to thank every participant, every presenter, every panel. We really appreciate that everybody came and presented and opened up. I think, again, I keep saying it, but I think that's the whole essence of it, that the stigma of mental health is off, at least in terms of being able to talk about it. And you can't solve anything unless you feel comfortable to start talking about it. So in this respect, I think it's been a very successful conference. We can all talk about it. And again, the depth of the subjects discussed and the presentations, really thank you from all of us to all of you who came and took part in this conference. I think that there's no doubt that some of the subjects may have been sad in their own ways, but I do believe that through that sadness and the complexities involved, one gets hope. And the hope comes from being able to talk about it and see that there are other people who have similar issues. We can all talk about it, and collectively as humans, and I keep talking about humanity because I think we're at that level that we have to dig deep and go and find our own humanity. We talk about democracy, we talk about polarization, but at the end of the day, I think that the source of the solution at the end of the day is to be able for all of us to find our own humanity, and through that to build up again. But that's a personal thought. For next year, so next year, the 13th conference will start on Sunday the 23rd, and the subject will be civic engagement and civil discourse. And this is also at the time when, again, polarization is still a big issue. We have a lot of very significant partner grantees that we have dealt with in this area, and we hope and feel this is going to be a very interesting conference for next year. So book the dates. It starts Sunday the 23rd. We'll probably go Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday morning. We will be back about that. As I said before, there were many feelings, I think, for everybody throughout these 2 last days. And we did the mood check. So we can see, if we can please have the results of the first mood check, which was yesterday. It was yesterday morning, as you all came here. So as you see, a lot of you were happy. A lot of you were stressed, overwhelmed, and excited. What you don't know is that when you were registering, together with the card that you get, you were given a very small dose of what's called the Nostos pill. It's okay. You may laugh about it, but it's true. So you got this pill, the Nostos pill, and today, this afternoon, when we had the latest results, which they're getting ready for them to show us, if we can wait for 1 second because they had to download them. So the most important thing, and again, joking aside, we were here discussing difficult matters, hearing difficult stories, and one would expect that that makes you more overwhelmed and more stressed. And look at the stress level, from 28% to 6%. So with this Nostos pill, what you can do is throw away all your blood pressure pills, throw away everything. This is an extra advantage of you coming to the Nostos conference. And it's a big thing, 28% to 6%. The overwhelmed can be both positive and negative, and the excited is about the same. But the most important number, maybe after the stress number, is the happy number at 51%.